This is part 2 of this story. You're listening to the Golden Griffin Press channel. Everything here is created by real authors, narrators, and voice actors. Show your love and support to them by interacting with the video. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories. We hope you enjoy this production.
Part 4, Chapter 32, Birin. Mindarone and Cinderone, the mountain brothers. They say there once was a third, Amarone, but it collapsed between the two that remained. Some say there was no third mountain, that Amarone was indeed one of the great gigantes of Wivthum, Amator. He left his home and walked away to the north and east. Now there sits only 2 vast holes where his feet were planted. Over time, Cinderone has diminished, collapsing into one of the holes left by Amarone. Mindarone continues to stand tall. A Natural History of the Abe Mountains. A silver vein glittered in the sun, cascading down the mountains in the distance and splitting the granite face. It terminated in a cloud of spray covering the roots of the Abe mountain range where it met the plains of Duran. Far above the waterfall, the imposing mountain, Mindarone, reached up into the clouds and beyond. At the base of the fall, under the mist that clung to the mountain roots, Lake Mordaun glinted as a long blue streak for several miles in either direction and formed the headwaters of the Mordaun River, cutting a line toward the city of Birin. Hanen stood above the Mordaun Scar, a hill through which the river cut. 2 roads rose up on either side, wandering along the cliffside and looking down toward the large, sprawling city. The jumbled capital looked like a child's toy, cast aside and shattered upon hard clay earth. There was no plan to the city. Random buildings cast shadows on their neighbors. Small hovels and even luxurious inns clung to the outer walls, while outlying collections of homes and trade buildings sprinkled the large valley. Perhaps they had been built away from the wall to avoid city taxation, yet the growth of the city threatened to overtake and consume them eventually, as seen by the gap in the eastern wall, where masons placed new foundations around a well and village around it. Though Hanen had hoped to make it in 16 days, it had taken 18, and the weariness settled heavily upon his shoulders. Cern didn't seem upset by their loss of time, but Hanen still felt like he had failed the sentinel captain. "What are you muttering about?" Rallia asked. "I wasn't muttering." "You were. When you're tired, your thoughts come out in mutterings." Hanen shook his head. "I'm just wondering if we couldn't have gotten here sooner. If we could have been farther along, would Osri still be alive? Or would we have met Imbris or Nefer-Yaladit? At the cost of Osri's life, I don't know that meeting a Kavil and a monk is a fair trade." "Not a fair trade at all," Rallia said, "but it just feels like fate." "I don't like that idea." "Why not?" "The stories of those that seek to improve themselves are usually unseated by the gods or fate. Those same stories have the hero worrying that is the case. So by that logic, stop worrying, which you do too much." At the monk's pace, it took several hours to reach the gate, which stood open and sparsely protected by a smattering of guards. "Has Birin never been threatened?" Hanen said. "The gates appear unused, as though they've never been closed." "They say there is little crime here," Arn replied. "But if you knew your soul was taken to Nosatan by the goddess that protects this city, would you ever commit a crime in front of her?" "That would make sense," Cern said, "if you believe such things. It doesn't stop crime from occurring here, though. You just need to know where to look." "What does that mean?" Imbris asked. "It means that while brigands and raiders don't touch the city, the King of Duran still allows illicit trade to occur. But don't think he doesn't benefit from it. By allowing it to occur, it limits crime in the nearby area. Towns further out can't claim such safety." They passed under the gate. 2 identical statues of Nefara stood guard. On one arm she held a staff. In the other hand she held out a pair of scales. A Wyloth sat in the scale bowl, working to open a nut with its teeth. It looked at Hanen and then dropped the nut, scampering away. The flow of the people into the city pulled them in alongside the current of others leaving. In Eddy City, the streets either dropped down directly toward the sea or circled a hill. Here, Hanen's sense of direction disappeared. They squeezed their way through the crowds, who paid them little heed, with the blind monk blindly leading them on. As they continued on, Hanen could see the streets widening, curving less, and all leading toward a single location. The street they walked along emptied into a central plaza in the center of Birin. On the west side, the Palace of Duran stood squat and nondescript. Important-looking officials in black robes filed in and out. A few merchants were attempting to sell their wares until soldiers came and shoved them off toward the broad, north-running street, which ran away from the plaza, filled to overflowing with stalls. Opposite the palace, on the east side of the plaza, the Templum of Nephara loomed above all else. A long wall ran along the street, separating the Templum from the city. Soraya led them through the first threshold. As at the main gates of the city, 2 statues of Nephara stood guard. Once within the walls, the facade of the Templum loomed above them. 3 doors led into its face. Upon the lintel above the doors stood a statuary of 10 figures, sculpted to look like monks of Nephara, each with their own symbology. All that is but the 10th statue, which was incomplete, made of rough-hewn stone. A tall central tower of brick rose from the Templum, and attached to this tower, acting as a buttress, but also supported by the tower, was the 70-foot-tall statue of Nephara overlooking the city. In most images of the gods, each was depicted with 3 pairs of wings, or at least a semblance of them. On Nephara, these took the form of an enormous set of balanced scales that rose from her shoulders. The other set of wings were upon her heels, giving her speedy flight for traveling to and fro, from both Loman, the Everday, and Nasatan, the Evernight, as well as between the gods. For daily she journeyed into the underworld to speak to Wiv for the souls that had passed on. Chin lifted high, her sculpted, imperious, and slender shoulders almost visibly held the weight of the entirety of the world's collective souls. The sun glinted off her marble eyes and flashed, seeming to look down upon Hanen for the briefest of moments, acknowledging that she had seen him there. They stood inside the courtyard, with couriers constantly coming and going. Sight-bound monks entered and exited, some with assistants dressed in the same robes offering their arms to the unseeing ones. These did not have cloth across their eyes. "Thank you for joining me on the road," Soraya said, turning to face them. "It was nice to have no interruptions, and be in pleasant company." "I would ask that you tell those you know of our service and cordiality," Cern said, with a bow. He took her hand in his. "I hope to speak to members of your order to offer similar service soon. A word from one of their own would be welcome." "I doubt there are many that would take my word over another's, but if given the opportunity, I'll do just that. Thank you, good servitors." Cern motioned for them all to come with him over against a wall. "Does this seem to be a good place to fulfill our contract, Empress?" Cern asked the tall Kavil. "It does. I thank you all for this splendid trip, despite its little misadventure with the Manticore." Empress turned to Auron. "You are a consummate cook. Thank you for sharing with me." Auron bowed to Empress, who handed him a small pouch of some spice. "Cern, thank you for your conversation. If you seek the gods, they will find you." Cern chuckled and took the Kavil's hand. Hanen could see that Cern wasn't smiling, though. "Ophidia, even I can see your beauty, and I am not a human, who might appreciate it even more. Don't squander it." Ophidia blushed. "Rallia Clouw, I see a greatness in you. Your prowess in battle is growing. I don't doubt you are capable of defeating even the greatest of foes. Do not cease to strive to be worthy." Lastly, he turned to Hanen and put a hand on his shoulder. "Continue to seek your path, Hanen Clouw. You'll see me again." Hanen expected the Kavil to say more, and felt let down that he hadn't. The Kavil set his pack down and came up with a heavy leather coin pouch, which he handed to Hanen. Then he waved over his shoulder as he walked away, his staff kicking out ahead of him every few strides. "Now," Cern said, turning away from the Kavil, "let's talk." He pulled them all in closer. "We have a lot to deal with here, and we need to not give a show of force. And that means that, Auron, I need you and Ophidia to go and make some connections for us. Please stay away from the Templum until I send for you. That will, however, require I do something first." He pulled out a bundle and thrust it at Ophidia. "Welcome to the Sentinels, girl." Ophidia was stunned in silence. "Auron, how many contacts do you have here?" "A few, but I'm sure they know more themselves." "I want a list of 10 Sentinels ready to go if we call. I also need you to hand-deliver this message to a man by the name of Norin Loud." He handed Auron a sealed letter. Ophidia opened the package and pulled out a black cloak. Quickly placing it over her shoulders, she practically danced out into the street, with Auron following. "Now, Hanen and Rallia," Cern said, "I offered you equal shares in this mission because I know what you're capable of. For the most part, though, I need you to keep your mouths shut here at the Templum. I have a plan to make this mission go off without a hitch, and it relies on me doing my bit." "What do you want us to do, then?" Hanen asked. "Watch and learn. The monks can't see us, but their assistants can. They'll tell their superiors what we say and do." He looked toward the entrance. "Are you ready?" Hanen nodded, and Rallia followed. They approached the doors that led from the courtyard into the halls of the Templum. The ground in front of the doors was a single bronze plate. As they stepped onto the metal, they all three caught themselves as the ground moved slightly. It tinkled with thousands of tiny bells with each step. Across from them, beside the door, a monk sat upon a carved stool, leaning forward on his staff.
"Greetings in the name of our most holy virgin goddess Nefara," he said as he stood.
"Hello, holy Nefer," Cern said jovially. He walked up and muttered something to the monk, who nodded as he listened.
"That's rather irregular," he said, "but we do accept guests. They just never ask to speak with the assembly. I can submit a request, I suppose."
The monk reached into his satchel and pulled out several sticks with notches along them.
"You say we have 3 guests. May I give you all a blessing?"
He handed a stick to each of them.
"This stick you now hold is a rod of residency. You shall keep it on you. If a member of our order asks, produce it for them. They should question it still. You send them to me, Berega Man. We are always happy to house those in need. But just as the scales balance, so too shall you provide us our labor for your time here. You've no doubt noticed that we are all blind here, and must use our hospitality to find those that would do what we cannot."
The doors opened when the monk pounded his staff on the brass floor, and all the hidden bells jingled beneath them in a clamor. They entered the first hall, filled to overflowing with the echoing whispered murmurs of the countless monks conversing. Across from them, a single large door stood closed. Other doors led off in different directions. A young boy, dressed like the other Nefarans, approached and held out a hand. When the 3 of them just stared at him, he pointed at the sticks in their hands. Hanen handed his to the boy, who felt up along the notches, nodded, and indicated they follow. They took a hallway, leaving the whispered silence. "Thank you for not talking," the boy said. "I hate having to shush guests in the hall. I'm supposed to take new guests to their room, and then have you report for help in the arboretum." He led them to a room with 4 beds, where they dropped their cloaks and packs. The boy hurried them along to a large orchard garden at the back of the complex. He introduced them to the gardener not dressed as a monk.
"I'm Cap," he said. "You working for lodgings too? Follow me."
They walked down the long row of trees covered heavily in green apples and came to several shorter plants with reddened fruit.
"You'll be picking these trees clean until the dinner bell rings," he said,
and left them without another word. A man and wife, who bragged to every newcomer that they went out of their way to help with harvest each year, showed them the trick of twisting the fruit free of the branches, and they soon got down to the hot, dusty work, sneaking a sample or 2 for themselves. After an hour or so, the bell for dinner rang. The workers shuffled off toward a dining hall set for them, unsurprisingly with apple-filled breads and well-cured hams slathered in applesauce. The beer was weak but free, so Hanen didn't complain.
"The roads to the north have become more dangerous?"
Cern was asking another.
"Well, of course they have, what with Bortali keeping us all from getting our goods into and out of the Jarldoms of Boroni. But if they're not at war already, then it's coming."
The man speaking was older and carried himself as a soldier who had seen time on the march. Cern hunched his shoulders forward, matching his posture, putting the man across from him at ease. Others leaned in too, matching the 2 of them.
"I heard that Bortali's soldiers are deserting and picking up brigandry. With winter coming soon, they'll all come here looking for work or to steal what can't be brought. I just wish they'd gone over to Lime sooner. Leave us honest folk alone."
"Never hurts to hire a sentinel," Cern said.
"Coin cloaks? They're always asking for more money than they're worth."
"It doesn't stop you from paying money to paladins whenever they ask for coin," Cern said. "You ever stop to think about how much you've given them in your lifetime?" The man went silent, and then finally shook his head.
"Money to a paladin helps those who can't even come here and work for the monks in their yards."
"Honestly," Rallia said, "I don't have a problem with the paladins as you seem to, Cern." Cern snapped a look at Rallia, who missed the cue. "My own grandfather was one," Rallia continued. "My mother and father, Hanen and I share the same father, ran a soup kitchen that ran off paladin coin." Hanen gave Rallia's arm a tight squeeze. "Rallia, Cern asked us to keep our peace." Rallia bit her lip and gave Cern an apologetic, embarrassed look. As the long dinner of conversation ended, they shuffled to their own rooms. Hanen, Rallia, and Cern took to their beds and fell asleep easily. Hanen woke with a start as a procession of monks walked down the hallways, shaking clackers and banging hollow rods of wood to wake other monks and guests. While they could hear guests groaning in other rooms, Rallia sat up quickly before Cern and Hanen did the same. As they stepped out into the hall, a group of monks shuffled along with their hands on each other's shoulders, making their way to the council hall for the morning prayer. Cern indicated that they follow the monks, who stopped once they came to the main hall. They stood outside the closed doors and waited. Cern soon excused himself and disappeared, leaving Hanen and Rallia to wait in silence. After about an hour, Cern reappeared with their cloaks in his hands. "They've agreed to see us shortly." A few minutes later, the large doors opened and the three of them stepped in. Hanen looked around the steep council chamber. 5 tiers rose immediately over a small speaking area about 30 feet in diameter. A vast majority of the chairs sat empty. At the very top of the room, a dais alcove held 3 monks. The oldest of the 3 had a quaint smile, and next to him stood a tall and muscular man. In the second seat sat a middle-aged woman. On the lower levels, monks sat on benches, attended to by younger boys and girls who were not yet sightbound, scribbling away with styluses on ledgers. The muscular monk on the dais banged a heavy iron staff on the stone to command the council's attention.
"All present," he said in a loud, booming voice. "Acknowledge that the Templum session on this date, the 6th of Anquil, in the imperial year 2225 is attended. Archimandrite Pel Moran presiding." All monks in their attendance rose, and then in near perfect unison they struck the ground with their staffs 3 times. The old Archimandrite stood and placed his hands on the edge of the dais. "Very well. Be seated. We shall begin."
The middle-aged woman, who sat nearby, then said in a loud and clear voice, "Gregor Hans, will you please present the first report?" Gregor Hans called their road companion, Soraya Yaladit, down from her place. She came to the center of the room and tapped the marble to mark that she was ready. The woman on the dais leaned forward and said, "Soraya Yaladit, you shall give your report. I, Kiri Lant, shall act as witness to your testimony." Soraya detailed her journey to the southeast, to Temblin, where she had acted as go-between for a small orphanage and the neighborhood constable. She had interceded for the underrepresented orphanage and had, in order to lock the orphanage's claim on the fatherless of the city, taken the deed onto the burden of the Templum. Kiri Lant smiled. "Another orphanage, Soraya. This is becoming a habit. No child should be without the protection of those who have loved to give." "Well put. Proceed." She spoke of the long path she had taken home, and then made mention of the sentinels she had met, first at a chapel, and then Amston Houghton, and gave a kind report. "Thank you, Nefer Yaladit," Kiri Lant said. "We will have your testimony recorded." This continued for several hours, while Hanen listened to monk after monk report on the lands they had traveled to, and the justice they had served. An assistant motioned that Cern would be next. He stood up at the edge of the speaking area.
"We will now hear servitors of the Black Sentinels."
Rallia jabbed Hanen in the ribs and pointed toward Soraya, who had a look of surprise on her face. "I doubt she realized we were in the room when she gave her report," Rallia said, smiling. Cern stepped up onto the stage. He took a long moment of silence and turned to look around at those who watched and, more importantly, those who listened.
"Holy Nefers," Cern started. "I am Cern Vituras, a member of the prestigious Black Sentinels. Though mercenary, we strive to provide protection to travelers on roads, and even protect people in their own homes. We are not rabble looking to make an easy coin, but work hard to provide a service that others cannot, due to the fact that we are organized and because we strive to be the best." "We know who the Black Sentinels are, Vituras," Gregor Hans, the tall monk on the dais, said, interrupting him. "Please proceed as to why you are here today."
"As you must very likely know by now, the Prima Pater of the Paladins of the Hammer has come from Pantheon, and even now travels across the northern scapes." There was no reaction. "I see that you have not yet sent high-ranking members of your organization to meet with the Prima Pater. My assumption is that the onset of winter, fast approaching, might keep you from doing so until spring, at which time the Prima Pater may be headed back to the east, to not return again for another decade. I would like to offer my services, and the services of the Black Sentinels, to escort those willing to make the journey north at this time."
"And why," Archimandrite Pel Moran said, "should we not simply wait until spring to go and seek him out?"
"For one, because spring in the mountains is volatile," Cern said. "Yes, winter can come quickly, but if prepared, one can still make the passes to Mandur safely. And secondly, because your bonds of allegiance to Pantheon are strong, almost as strong as their bond with the Paladins of the Rose."
"And lastly," Gregor Hans interrupted, "because you hope the prestigious contract such as this will vault you into a position of high rank with the Black Sentinels."
Cern did not respond to this.
"You are nothing but a greedy coin cloak, looking to use our own eagerness to meet up with our fellow faithful for your own gain. Gregor, the Archimandrite said, silencing him. Let the man speak. Please proceed, and you, Sentinel, may even defend yourself against this accusation if you wish. Thank you, Archimandrite Moran. I will do just that. First, let me assuage your fears. I do not suggest this for my own personal gain. What I do for the good of the Black Sentinels. I traveled for over a month to arrive here. 2 weeks just from Eddy City to Birin, in hopes to find that you had not yet left, and I discover you have indeed not. I have traveled here because I have something greater to offer you. Allegiance. I am not a lowly Black Sentinel. I am not even a captain of the Black Sentinels. You are speaking to Cern Vituras, the master and commander of the Black Sentinel Commander Council in Lime. Chapter 33. Filthy King. What living prison he curses them with, that those who bring him worship must suffer as he. Khos'ran is cruel, yet for that we are grateful. For those he raises up are destined only to fall under a curse of their own doing. I recall a man who survived battle with the Dry Walker, Glithdormak. He told me the blood in his veins dried up as the Vul approached. Not a hair on his body, nor an ounce of meat on his bones. He was famine incarnate. Even the river fled from him as he stepped down into the cut upon the land. And yet, try as he might, the Dry Walker could not drink for himself a single drop. Old Storyteller in Jigava. Rallia gasped beside Hanen, and Hanen almost did the same. Finally, the room fell to whispering. Gregor Hans's staff struck flagstone, silencing the congregation. This does change things, Pelmoran said. You are not offering a simple escort. You wish to put your good name and the name of your organization to use, and by escorting us to the paladins, you feel as though you'll validate yourselves to them. As you say, Cern responded. Well, then, I say I shall discuss with my colleagues for a time, and we shall seek you out when we have a decision. Cern bowed and led the Clouws out. They returned to their room in silence. Rallia sat down on the bed, while Hanen leaned against the back wall. Cern stood by the door. I apologize that I didn't tell you, Cern said. You're our leader? Hanen asked. As in, the head of the Sentinels? I am. I didn't even know there was a leader, Rallia said. I knew you outranked us. You carry a crossbow. But I've never met anyone with higher rank, Hanen said. After the rank of captain with a crossbow, the commanders carry a long axe. I happen to carry the double-bladed axe, which puts me at a rank above the 6 men and women who hold the rank of commander. Though I don't keep the battle axe with me. It's cumbersome. I leave that in Haven. What does it mean? Rallia asked. For us, I mean. Mean? Cern laughed. Nothing. I'm still a Black Sentinel. I just take a higher pay for contracts. And pay less in dues. What does that mean for this mission? We can't still split this 3 ways, Hanen said. We can, Cern said. But at the same time, I still have one more trick up my sleeve for the monks if they say no. What's that? We need this assignment. So I plan on offering to do this free of charge. It will launch the Black Sentinels into an organization equal to the paladins and the monks, but with no god at the head of the organization. Precisely. I think you're starting to understand what I've been saying this whole trip now. A knock came to the door. Hanen answered. Your Commandrite Pelmoran has agreed to see you tomorrow evening. You are free to come and go as you please from your room. The messenger left as quickly as he had come. Looks like we have the rest of the day, Cern said. Shall we go find some food? I'll buy. As they came out into the courtyard, Arin was across the space accosting an acolyte. I need you to give a message to one of your guests, he was nearly shouting. It's urgent. Tell him yourself, Cern said. Arin looked up, relief flooding his face. It fell over the acolyte's face, too, who took the opportunity to disappear. Oh, good. Cern, Klaus, there's a problem. Not here, Cern hissed. Arin nodded, and they walked out into the city square. Cern continued to walk until they were standing near the middle, far away from everyone else. What made you think it was all right to return to the Templum and try to interrupt me? We're in the middle of ingratiating ourselves to the monks, and you're causing trouble. No, I'm not the one causing trouble. This is not a laughing matter. Hanen? Rallia? It's Gordzioni causing the trouble.
Gori? Hanen asked.
He's out, Rallia hissed. Escaped.
Who is Gori? Cern asked.
A sentinel, Hanen said. We sent him to the authorities when he baited Wyloths to harass our caravan in order to drum up respect for the sentinels.
So not very smart then.
No. We had prepared a message to send to Sentinel headquarters in Haven to have it reported that we took his cloak from him.
Come on. Let's go find this man.
He is not hard to find, Arn said as he began to walk. The other sentinels have been talking about him and say so.
Is there somewhere the sentinels gather in town? Cern asked.
Yes. There is an inn owned by a sentinel, too old to take on any more contracts. He still has his cloak, though.
That would be Yuri Long, Cern said. He pays his dues from the tavern proceeds. I don't think he's taken a contract in over 10 years, but plenty of contracts get signed at his inn.
From there they say it's not hard to find Gori.
What do you mean?
Rallia asked.
You'll see.
They left the main square and walked down the straightest thoroughfare in the city, running west. Merchants lined the side of the road, hawking their wares. Green-skinned Hrograns had booths mingled with human vendors selling foreign goods. Several Kovili, all wearing nearly matching clothes, had a series of booths lined up together, shaded by fine silks. Hanen felt a pull to slow down and look, but Cern forged ahead. As they walked farther and farther, people became fewer and far between, and the road became more cluttered with debris. Beggars held out hands. An old lady sat with 2 children, each with cloths tied loosely over their eyes, their hands blocking what little light reached them in the shade. The buildings in the poor district were older than anything else. They were made of stark granite slabs stacked upon each other. As they neared the western edge of the city, the streets once more became cleaner and wealthier. They came to a courtyard-like square. There were only a small handful of people there, and they moved quickly to make themselves scarce. Across the cobblestone, a large edifice rose, made of the same granite covered with a coating of green moss. All of the walls, parapets, and inner buildings seemed to rise together in angles that fed into the shape of a singular dome.
What is that?
Rallia asked, pointing to the complex. The Bulwark, Cern said, a paladin fortress.
It looks empty, Hanen said.
The gates were shut and the walls were unmanned.
Rumor is it is empty, Arn replied. The paladins are said to have just up and left in the middle of the night, riding towards Lime a few days ago.
Arn took them down a side road to a cul-de-sac belonging to a single inn that had been coated with plaster under granite eaves.
That's it. Oldest Inn, it's called.
They walked up to the door. A Wyloth was perched on a roof nearby. It screeched at them and disappeared. Cern walked in ahead of the others. The inn was busy. Perhaps 10 sentinels sat intermingled with other clientele. The man behind the bar was old and grizzled. Above the bar, a sentinel's cloak was pinned open. It looked like a black bird outstretched on the wall like a trophy.
Yuri?
Cern said, sitting at the bar.
Hello, Captain,
the barkeep said.
I haven't seen you through here in a year or 2.
True. Got any Limae in common?
No, only Limae strong.
Fine. For all of us, Cern indicated to the Clouws and Arn. Ophidia was sitting at a table playing cards with 2 other sentinels. She saw them, folded her hand, and came over to sit next to them too.
Girl too?
The barkeep asked. Cern nodded. We heard there's been trouble with a man who was once a sentinel. Gordzioni, Hanen asked.
Ah, you mean the Wyloth King? Sure. He's been causing trouble all this last week. Couple of the boys tried to roughing him up when he tried to walk in here. His subjects wrecked their faces something fierce. It took far too much work to get him out of here. I was cleaning up the mess they made for 3 days.
What do you mean, Wyloth King?
That's what he called himself. Set himself up a little throne in a back alley not a week ago. Even the town guard won't do anything about him. They don't know what to do.
What's this about? Ophidia asked. A sentinel we gave over to the authorities, Hanen said. Sounds like maybe he went crazy. What should we do? Rallia asked. Do? Hanen replied. Why should we do anything? We gave him over. He's not our problem anymore. I'm going to go see what's going on, Rallia said, rising. After all, I was responsible for him. Even if he was a backstabbing little shunt? Hanen asked. Yes, because it's the right thing to do. Hanen sighed and stood, following Rallia to the door. Rallia looked up toward the roof edges at a Wyloth. It scampered away, and Rallia took off south after it. Hanen tried to keep up. He heard the patter of boots behind him as Cern, Ophidia, and Arn followed farther behind. As they continued, additional Wyloths appeared overhead. Coming to a cross street, Rallia stood in the middle and looked up at the nasty creatures. They began screeching at her in anger. Hanen came and stood next to her. Which way? Rallia continued to look up and pointed. Wyloths are peeling off that way. They walked down the alleyway. The sky was nearly darkened with Wyloths leaping overhead from roof edge to roof edge. They came to a corner and Rallia pulled up short. Hanen had both of his axes out. The others had their hands on their own weapons. Rallia moved to turn the corner. "Wait," Hanen said. "Let me talk to him."
"Hello, Hanen, Rallia," a voice snapped out from around the corner. "And Arn too, it seems. Come, come."
Hanen took a deep breath and turned the corner. Gori sat on a pile of debris. Wyloths were everywhere. Hundreds of them sat on every surface. A few of them dropped out of the sky, flapping over Hanen's head, startling him. They had fruit in their hands, which they dropped in front of Gori. The man sat stark naked on the pile. He had gathered up a black material and wrapped it around his head, with a Wyloth's skull set in the center of his forehead. "What's going on here, Gori?" Hanen asked nervously.
"I should ask you the same thing. Coming into my kingdom and seeking me out."
"We heard you were here and thought we might find out how the authorities treated you." Gori laughed. There was a hint of hysteria in his voice.
"They're gone now. I met someone on the road to Birin who showed me things I didn't even know I could do."
Hanen had slowly taken 10 steps forward. With every step, another Wyloth came and landed within a foot or two of Gori, eyeing the usurpers. "What did he show you?"
"How to be king. I could make my servants do as I command. I could even make my enemies my servants, my slaves."
"You mean these creatures?" Gori smiled with glee.
"Yes, watch."
He pointed to a Wyloth and screeched at it. Then he whooped at a second one. The two Wyloths turned on each other and lunged forward, tearing fur off each other's backs. They scratched and clawed at one another until they were both bloody and fell still. Gori cackled.
"See? I am king."
"He's mad," Cern said.
"I'm not mad," Gori said coolly. "I have been given a gift. A gift by the gift giver."
"Knock," Ophidia swore, spitting on the ground. "You met Khosran, huh?" Hanen asked dubiously.
Gori smiled. "He's been roaming around these parts looking for new servants. He said I could have what I wanted."
"But at what cost?" Rallia asked.
"He told me there was no cost."
"There's always a cost," Rallia replied. "In all the old stories, Khosran always demands a cost."
"Ha!" Gori said. "Then I fooled him. He took nothing from me."
"Only his sanity," Cern muttered.
"I'm not mad,"
he screamed, and then calmed himself.
"Who is this?"
"I'm Cern Vaturas," Cern said, stepping forward, head commander of the Sentinels. Ophidia and Arn jerked their heads toward Cern in surprise. Hanen waved his own hand in dismissal, silencing them before they spoke.
"You brought a higher authority, Hanen. It seems you still have no spine. You can't take care of your own problems. That's fine. You can all suffer."
He pointed to Hanen. His arm seemed longer, and the flesh almost seemed to hang off his bones. The Wyloths all turned to look at Hanen. Their eyes looked empty, but their faces said otherwise. 10 of them lunged and loped down the alley toward them, soaring as they leapt. Rallia's staff came up in succession and took 3 out of the air. Hanen swatted 2 of them away, while the other sentinels quickly batted the others down. "What is your aim, Gori?" Hanen said.
"Aim? Revenge. For laughing at me, mocking me, chaining me up like some animal, and shipping me off to a prison to rot."
"Torch?" Hanen muttered to Rallia. Rallia nodded and turned away. Hanen heard a ripping sound.
"What is she doing?" Gori said. "I'm not through with you."
"You're not making any sense or getting to any point," Hanen said. "The city doesn't want you here. No one wants those Wyloths here either. It's time for you to leave."
"I'm not leaving. I'm giving you a choice. You can serve me, or you can die."
"You're not going to hurt us," Hanen said. Gori grinned, and then his lips peeled away in a wicked grin of teeth no longer wholly human. They were fangs, Wyloth teeth. Standing, Hanen could make out between his legs a tail that hung as low as his knees. The loose skin on his arms was not as loose as he thought, but rather hung as flaps or a webbing. Gori stepped down off the rubbish pile, licking his moist lips and holding his hands far up above him in the air. His fingers didn't seem so long moments ago.
"I am the Wyloth king."
"All right," Cern said. "This has gone far enough." He raised his crossbow and pulled the trigger. A Wyloth dove in front of the bolt. It impaled the creature and threw it backward into the arms of its king. Gory looked at the creature and then set it down on the cobblestone gently.
Usurpers!
He screamed. He lunged forward. Rallia spun around, her staff now wrapped in cloth. She held a lit piece of tinder in her hand and touched it to the cloth, which ignited. Gory froze in his tracks, and Rallia stepped forward. "You were my responsibility," Rallia said. "I thought perhaps we had even come to an understanding before I turned you over. You admitted that it was wrong what you did." Gory took steps backward, away from the flame. The Wyloths were getting mad with frenzy and fear. Some made to flee, but the motion of Gory's hand stopped them, huddling in their tracks.
"I said those things to shut you up, girl."
"You're not even human anymore," Rallia continued. "You sold your soul. I didn't really believe Kassaran could even be real until today. Now you make me wonder what other tales are true." Gory stopped as his foot, more like a hand, touched his rubble throne. Rallia continued forward. "Rallia," Cern shouted, "don't corner him." Gory's elongated arms snapped out, his fist meeting Rallia's jaw and spinning her around. Gory dove past Rallia as she fell to the ground. The Wyloths leapt with their king, descending upon the interlopers en masse. All Hanen could do was flail his arms. He felt the creature swarming over him, trying to scratch at anything they could get to. He rushed forward, trying to reach Rallia. One scratched his ear. Another bit his leg. He lunged through an invisible wall, coming to a small space surrounding Rallia and her burning torch, where no Wyloth dared approach. Hanen crouched low as Wyloths spun and leapt overhead. "Rallia, are you all right?" He reached out and took hold of the still-burning torch. "My jaw hurts," Rallia said, "but it's not broken. We need to help the others." Hanen nodded and stood. He held the torch out for Rallia. Rallia shook her head. "You take the torch. I take the king." Hanen handed Rallia his axes and then held out the firebrand. The Wyloths would not go near. They pushed through and came to Ophidia, curled up on the ground under her cloak, screaming. Aram was doing his best, but scratches covered his face. Cern wasn't visible. They spun around looking for him. Dead Wyloths littered the entrance to the alley. They each grabbed debris, quickly put together torches, and took off, following the trail of Wyloth bodies. They heard a strange sound up ahead, and as they came around the corner, another few downed Wyloths lay where they fell. They looked slightly singed. They ran farther and came to the central square in front of the Paladinial fortress. Gory now stood in the middle of the square. Wyloths clung to him, like his own cloak that writhed upon wind and flesh, hundreds of eyes looking about in menace. "I'll do it again," Cern said. "Don't make me. Leave now and take your monsters."
"I do as I please. I am king."
"You're a bad mark for a sentinel is what you are. You'll mar the name I've worked so hard to build." Cern glanced up and saw the others enter the square. He nodded and pulled out a bottle. "I warned you," Cern said.
"You have no power. I have more power than you'll ever know."
"How little you know, you sorry fool." Cern threw the bottle at the foot of Gory, splattering the contents about.
"Ha! Beer!"
Gory said. The others approached from behind with lit torches. Gory pointed out his gnarled hand. It seemed covered in a coarse orange fur that thickened each moment. The Wyloths leapt off him, soaring through the air at Cern. Rallia rushed forward. Hanen followed, and they put themselves between Gory and Cern. Some of the Wyloths saw this and turned toward the Clouws, but froze, unable to approach the fire. Rallia tossed the torch toward Gory. It touched the strong beer and lit it with a smoldering, guttering flame. It wasn't much heat, but it was enough. Gory screeched and dove away. The hair on his arm and legs and tail easily lit. He ran away from the fortress and leapt high up into the air, higher than any man should be able. The skin under his arms caught the wind, and he was lifted, still screaming as the flame licked at his fur. The Wyloths in the area quickly lost their impulse to fight, and fled after him as he flew off over the city and out into the northern sky. Cern took his crossbow from Ophidia, who had retrieved it from the alley. "That was interesting," Cern said. "That's an understatement," Hanen said. "What did you do back there that killed so many Wyloths at once? And why don't you have a scratch on you?" "My pretty face is fairly important to the Black Sentinels. I kept it protected. And I had another bottle of Limaean Strong on me. It made a nice little splatter and flame when I lit it." "I did not know you could do that with beer," Arn said. "Some beers. Limaean Strong, for one." Cern looked up at the bulwark. "I don't expect we'll see him again, especially if we head north. Wyloths don't like cold." "He looked more like a Savan than a Wyloth at his size," Hanen said. "True, but we just burnt off any hair that might keep that naked thing warm." "Too bad he couldn't stay," Arn said to Ophidia. "Maybe he'd have made you his queen." The girl hit Arn in the arm. Arn winced in genuine pain. "Woman,
I wouldn't make you my own queen with a punch like that, not unless I wanted to get hurt every day. She punched him again, a smile on her face this time. Chapter 34. Amethyst City. Keep secret the vaults that protect us from harm. Keep oath on the dwale that guards what's to come. Keep wary eye on Veld where dreams and dark inspire. Keep soul for life beyond where gods live and retire. Abbess Geliven of Manfulhar. There was a marked difference between Bortali and the first valley of Baroni. Setting aside the black rocks and rainy weather of the dour city of Wegliseor, Katiam Barrow noticed there was a civilized greenness to Baroni, not seen in the darkly forested country of Bortali. She felt as though she was casting off the cloak meant to keep her warm from a coldness that she had not realized pervaded everything. The Vul attack, the Chrysalis vaults in their perpetual darkness, the frustration at the walls of Guru, all of it seemed to be yesterday's problems. The entourage descended down the long slope from the pass into the meadows, kissed by the rays of the sun breaking through the clouds. Katiam rode alongside Asenath Clois, the master botanist that had joined their company at the College of Thementhu. Like Katiam and the other paladines of the Chrysalis Honoris, Asenath wore full armor over her robes. Each piece of the suit was fitted to her and functional, but decorated with motifs of rose blossoms, leaves, and thorns. While most of the paladines wore their hair cropped short, Asenath had shaved her head in the manner of those who had taken the aspect of cleanliness. Her dark, city-rotten skin was almost the same color as the brown robe of charity that she wore. Katiam pursued what she thought were simpler aspects. She negligently touched the wooden mace of the aspect of peace at her side, setting her apart from the others, unwilling to raise a hand against another. A simple necklace of stylized thorns on her throat marked the dietary aspect of St. Clair, and while not as visible under her armor, the leather thongs which bound her sleeves, the aspect of dignity, was what she was most known for by the others. The matriarch superioris, Madame Muir, rode in the lead carriage. She leaned out the window to take in the view, her rose-bloom headdress off and her thin white hair toyed with by the passing breeze. Though out of view, Katiam could hear the voice of the matriarch's husband, the prima pater of the Paladins of the Hammer, speaking with her. Katiam had the privilege of calling them her great-aunt and uncle, and acted as their physician, both when they were at home at Perientur and now on the road. The Paladins of the Rose were interspersed throughout the company, riding alongside and chatting with the Paladins of the Hammer. While the Paladames sat atop the faster riding Sleipnirs, the Paladins rode specially bred six-legged war Sleipnirs. From that massive stock, the work Sleipnirs of Ganthik had been bred. Their height kept the Paladins sitting well above the palfreys of the women. While the Paladame armor bore motifs of roses and thorns across their armor, the Paladins' plates bore no symbols. Instead, the Paladins held, either at attention or across their laps, the two-headed hammer that was their namesake. The hammers were changed to their belts by 22 links. The Paladins' chins were obscured by tall tower gorgets, but their shaved heads were bared to the elements. The heavy leather beneath their armor creaked against the brightly polished metal. Astrid Glass, the Paladin charged with the safety of the matriarch, rode alongside the twin Paladins, Loic and Cavian, chatting with them. Both had the sun-darkened skin of Ceterans and spoke animatedly with their hands, having taken the lifelong vow of silence. While Astrid did not speak with her hands, she followed what they were saying and replied in speech. She did not smile. She had not smiled since her brother died at the hands of a Vul attack on the company. But whatever Astrid said sent the brothers into a fit of silent laughter. Nearby, another paladin watched the three of them talk together with a look that rode the line between envy and contempt. Dane Merrick was a burr in many a saddle. Katiam often found herself observing him and wondering what had separated him from the joy of community that the people of Perientur had to offer. Another paladin rode up to him and said something from over his shoulder. Dane turned and scoffed, then urged his Sleipnir forward to ride on ahead of the company. That revealed Jined Brazstein, who pulled up short to consider Dane as he rode away. Jined had been the talk of everyone as they rode out of Wegliseor and through the pass. He had not been one Katiam had ever given much attention to, save that he often stood out like a sore thumb in any crowd, being taller and built like the war Sleipnir he sat atop. What had caused everyone to take note of him was that, unlike every other paladin in the world of Kallattai, he wore 2 vow beads from his cordons across his breastplate. When taken to the pillory by the prima pater for breaking a minor vow he had taken, Jined had taken upon himself a second vow. His god, Grizone, had divinely ordained the decision, changing the color of his cordons to white, and adding the second vow bead in a flash of miraculous light.
Jined touched the satchel hanging from the side of his hip, and then shook free whatever thought was distracting him. Bending his heavy brow and broken nose, he urged his own mount back into a walk. Shepherds goaded herds of capricorn through the meadow with the help of scaled infalds, which were built heavier in Bortali than the sleeker ones seen in Cetera and out east near Periantur. One of the younger shepherd boys had stopped by the side of the road to watch them pass and kept a hand on the gray infald at his side. Its head sat almost even with the boy's chest. The scales across its body were like pine cones' scales, and had begun to grow in hefty fur between the scales for winter. It rustled in acknowledgment of their passing, but kept a close eye on the flock of white and black-wooled capricorn in the field, its long tongue flicking out of its pointed snout. One of the flock began to wander, and the infald, knowing its business before the boy could give the command, loped off to rein it back in. Far off to the north, the sun rays caressed the Lupinfang Sea, just beyond the mauve city of Clem. At first Katiam thought the city was an illusion. She had heard descriptions from others of the city of Amethyst. She thought it to be a descriptor of the dyes the city exported, but the closer they drew toward the walls of Clem, the more she realized the truth of the city's nickname. The gates were guarded by soldiers in a deep purple uniform that verged on black. The rocks the city was built from were a light mauve, and the people of the city took pride in their color, all wearing various forms of purple-dyed clothing. Katiam's attention was abruptly pulled from the admiration of the city's dedication to the color by a scoff from Dane Merrick, who rode next to her. "Such vanity," he muttered to himself. "People of Periantur wear a light orange from the Poramarian dyes collected there," she countered. He gave her only a glance, but said nothing. His silence was not due to the vow of chastity he had taken, but the more stringent philosophy some of the vow had taken, refusing to interact with women. A younger man suddenly rushed out of the crowd toward them, wearing the trappings of nobility. "Pantheon bless you," he cried. "Do you come from Periantur?" Dane moved to put himself between the man and the carriages trundling through the streets. "I'd ask you to stand back," Dane demanded. "Pardon," the man said. "I am Ozan Klembacher, son of the Jarl of Clem." One of the carriages came to a halt, and the face of the head scribe, Pater Secundus Gallahan Peer, peeked out. "You come from the house of Clem to greet us?" Ozan faltered. "Brother Merrick," the Pater Secundus said, "please halt the entourage for a moment." Dane pressed through the crowd to reach the front carriage, and it halted. "Are we expected?" "I heard my father speaking with one of our contacts from Eglisseo about a rumor that an entourage of paladins had been seen, who were not from St. Ramon, but we did not know you were headed this way. I was out visiting an acquaintance and saw you enter the city." "How long does it take to make it through the city to your father's home?" "With the route you're taking," the boy said, considering where they stood, "an hour. The market will be full at this time." "Then perhaps you ought to ride ahead and warn your father that the prima pater of the Paladins of the Hammer is approaching, and he'll have all of us as guests." The boy's eyes started, and he dropped to his knee. "I am not the prima pater. The best you can do for us is to take that message." "I will, thank you," Ozan said, rising and taking off into the crowd. Gallahan descended from the carriage and walked past the other idle carriage to the prima paters in the lead.
"How did they not know we were coming?"
Katiam heard the voice of the prima pater demand, followed by the calming tones of the matriarch. This had become a common theme since they entered Bortali. None seemed to know the prima pater's entourage was nearing, despite the entourage having sent messages ahead of time over the course of the past year in preparation for the journey. The carriages lurched forward, and they came to the market, which was packed with people, shopping through harvest-laden stalls. Several merchants saw the paladins and carriages and ignorantly began hawking their wares towards the nobles they thought remained hidden within. As one merchant began to shout, others soon followed suit. Katiam couldn't help but laugh. The joy of people who did not seem to have a looming war with their neighbor hanging over them was a welcome relief compared to those she had seen and visited over the past weeks. They made it through the market, and the crowds thinned out. The street became easier to navigate and led them toward a final street overlooking the sea, approaching the purple castle of the Klembachers. Standing on the stairs that led up to the entrance stood only 4 figures. The young man, Ozan, stood next to a girl about the same age, her hair tied up in 2 heavy braids. The 2 of them wore light lilac outfits, while their parents wore rich velvets of deep purple. The Jarl descended the stairs and dropped to one knee in front of the carriage. He had a straight red beard that descended to his chest, with gold beads braided into it, each set with purple amethysts. "Greetings to the prima pater of Periantur," he said from the ground. "I welcome you to my home." The door to the carriage opened, and the prima pater Dorian Muir stepped down. Most assumed him blessed by his god, to be able to move so agilely at his ancient age of 95. He wore armor motifed in multi-winged eagles. A red cape, slashed to resemble pinion feathers, hung down to his knees, and from his belt a chain ran back to the carriage. His seneschal, brother adjutant Jurgen Upona, descended with the Primapator's scepter attached to the other end of the chain. It resembled a hammer, but was decidedly fashioned from 2 slabs of metal, suggesting 2 sets of wings, representing the god Grizone's twin soul, the Anka. Jurgen handed the Primapator the scepter, and the old man took it in his arms.
"Thank you for the greeting," Dorian said sternly. "We met your son upon our arrival, and he seemed to indicate that we were not expected."
"My son spoke the truth," Jarl Klembacher said. "I have not heard a word of your coming, but still I humbly welcome you." Dorian indicated for the Jarl to rise.
"Bygones," Dorian said. "Perhaps you can introduce us to your family, and we can move on with our day."
The Jarl's look of worry turned to a smile. "Of course. I am Jarl Cedric von Klembacher." He turned and motioned toward the 3 on the stairs. An elegant, auburn-haired woman came down the stairs, took her husband's hand, and curtsied. "This is my wife, Fru Lerda Klembacher, formerly of House Rodok. Our home welcomes you," the woman said. "Our son and daughter, Orzan and Onali, also welcome you." The children, nearly adults, each gave a timid bow and curtsy. "I see you have paladins of the Rose riding with you," Lerda said. The Primapator turned to the carriage and held out a hand.
"I am accompanied by my wife, the Matriarch Superioress of the Church of Chrysonia."
As the matriarch peeked out, her faux armor made of blocked wool was struck by the light of the sun breaking through the clouds, and she looked like a cloud herself, of whites and grays. She worked her way down to the cobbles as the 2 noble women fell to their knees. "Matriarch Superioress," Lerda cried.
"Thank you," the old woman said, waving a hand for them to rise. "No need for all that. I'd like to talk to you about finding refreshment and rest."
"Of course," the lady said as her daughter helped her to her feet. "Please, bring the sisters with you." Lerda turned to her husband. "I'm going to retreat now, husband." "Of course, Lerda," he said. "Give my regards." "Please follow me," Lerda said as she turned to walk around the side of the castle into the garden. The matriarch followed without giving a second thought to the paladins. Sabine Upona, the matriarch's assistant, motioned for Astrid to follow the matriarch as Sabine turned to Jurgen Upona, the Primapator seneschal. "We'll take care of the Sleipnir," Jurgen said. She touched her husband's elbow, then turned to go after Astrid. The other sisters followed after her in a line. The garden was being cleaned for winter. At the back, against the stone wall, women were disappearing through a stone entryway and down a flight of stairs. There was no secret made of it. Candles set in small alcoves lit the way. The hushed voices of Katiam's companions echoed up the incline. As suddenly as they descended, they reached the bottom. One by one, they disappeared through a doorway into an antechamber, which was well lit by hundreds of candles.
"It is astonishing that you've not known of our coming," the matriarch was saying.
"Any number of things might have prevented our knowing," Fru Lerda said. "Regardless, you are here now. In the noble lands of the Baroni, you are most welcome as our guest, and will want for nothing, least of all in my own home."
"I do not doubt it. I rather forgot how unsecretive the vaults in Baroni were."
"As you know, we have little to fear for the traditions we keep among the women of the northern scapes."
"This may be true in your country, but not as much in the lands to the east of here."
"Though women not encaged by the vulgarities of the Bortali men and the forest people are cowed and feared, they are more than welcome to come here and live more freely or among the isles of the Bronu."
"But they remain," the matriarch said, "and we must respect that wish."
"Have you been long on the road?" the lady asked. "I assume you travel by way of Wegli-Seor."
3 days' travel through the pass," the matriarch said. "There was a rock slide that slowed us after the first night, but we managed."
"I'll speak to my husband about the rocks."
"Despite being at war with Bortali, you would clear the way."
"Bortali may think they are at war with us, but I do not view it that way."
"And what does your husband say?"
"It matters little this day," she said. "Follow me, and we'll enjoy some tea, and you can tell me about your travels." She led the way into another chamber, where candles behind the rosy glass lit the room. A handful of women moved about in white robes, wearing small circlets styled as black thorns. They moved about with wooden, steaming cups and handed them to the paladins. "By the mother and the thorn," they said as they gave the cups up, retreating suddenly. The matriarch and Fru Klembacher spoke together for over an hour before a small bell jingled in the corner. Would you prefer to take your food here, or join my husband and yours in the halls above?"
"I would be interested in rest, I think," the matriarch said, "but I leave the choice to each of those who follow me."
Most chose to go and join the others, following the women in white robes and black thorns through a side door. The matriarch, Sister Opona, and Katiam followed one of the servants upstairs to a room that had been prepared for the matriarch. It was a small but amply furnished room of reds and purples. The attendant excused herself, leaving them to their privacy. The matriarch puttered about the room a bit, opening up the wardrobe and touching cushions on seats, while Katiam and Sabine watched her go through her ritual. Then the matriarch walked over to the bed and sat down.
"Well?"
the matriarch asked. "It was rather odd," Sabine said.
"What was, and how so?"
the matriarch asked. "I usually expect to be whisked away," Sabine said. "That has become the norm for us as we arrive in a city. To be done so publicly."
"Katiam?"
the matriarch asked. "I do not recognize the black metal thorn crowns the women wore. Does it signify something?"
"It does. Both are good lines of query. I think it's safe to say that the Bronuan shield maidens have a strong following here in Baroni. Perhaps more here in Clem than elsewhere, but time will tell."
"Shield maidens?" Katiam asked.
"When the Chrysalis fled the pogroms and sought refuge at Periantur, where did they come from?"
the matriarch asked. "From all over. The women fled from every country."
"Every country, or from many?"
Katiam gave her a look, and then turned to open up her apothecary box and prepare the matriarch's nightly medicine.
"Where did the women not flee from? Or better yet, where else did the Chrysalis turn to for safety?"
"There was safety in Nemen, and in the far north of Manfulhar."
"Correct. And where else?"
"There were few in the founding ledges from Ikala," Sabine said, "and from Nassen and Bronu."
"Why?"
"It is said the Ikalans came from the stock of the far north, mixed with those Tambi who left their homeland, hence their red hair. The same is said of the Bronuans, happy to settle with the lands are harsh."
"And the women cheerful despite the stark stones among which they lived,"
the matriarch said, finishing the quote from her favorite playwright.
"We shall know more tomorrow. But the martial traditions of the Bronuans in the middle of the Lupin Fang is likely to be one adopted by the women of this city. Our own tradition is steeped in the lore of our mother goddess. They are steeped in the rigid will to fight for the right to enjoy their lives. It is a hope that seems lost in those of the Botalians."
She scooped herself farther into the bed and took the cup from Katiam.
"Now, let us seek sleep. I imagine Fru Klembacher will want to see us early tomorrow morning, and will all likely need energy to keep up with her."
Katiam and Sabine turned to go and find their own room in the adjacent chamber, where 2 beds had been prepared for them. "Shield maidens?" Katiam asked. "I am not as up to date with my history of the Northern Escapes as I would like," Sabine said. "But I know we brought our own martial tradition to Periantur when the Chrysalis founded the Paladins. We aren't simply copying the brothers." Katiam took out the Rothapod from her satchel and held it in both hands as she finished readying herself for bed, thinking on the shield maidens and the abrupt nature of Fru Klembacher, and the women of her not-so-hidden vault. She hoped that morning didn't come too soon as the down pillow encased her face.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 35, Shield and Blade. The garden requires care, water and fertilizer, and above all it requires light. But there is another tool with which to encourage a more healthy life: aggressively wielded pruning shears. Sister Verida Neinschus, on the Garden of the Soul. As the matriarch had guessed, Fru Lurda had 10 Sleipnirs saddled and ready for them in the morning. Katiam had the courtesy to say nothing of it until the matriarch had swallowed her last bite of food. Save for the servants who had been up to tend the fires, there were few in the dining hall to join them. The bread and honey served to them was fresh, and a few extra rolls found their way into Katiam's satchel tucked alongside the Rotha. Astrid Glass took the lead with Lurda's daughter, Onali, while Asenath and the others rode behind the matriarch and Fru Lurda. They chatted about the harvest and the successful lambing season from the previous year. They came out of the southern gate of the town and continued down the road that kept the slope of the mountains to their left, and long, now empty fields to their right.
"I had not realized what a breadbasket Clem was," the matriarch commented.
"We are very proud of it. We are near enough to Donig, and have the eastern Jarls to our south situated to help us defend the border."
"You've read the intention of my statement well," the matriarch said. "Our focus these last few weeks has been solely in the remedy of the situation here in the north. I have lived through war. I do not wish that on anyone.
Wars do happen, Meredith said, and while I do not expect the threats made by King Vorso to amount to much, I can say this: he'll not find an idle people in the Baroni.
That is not my worry, the matriarch said. My worry is that Vorso will act rashly and strike at the heart of your people.
If he does that, he'll find cold hearts of steel ready to meet him.
How did it start?
How did what start?
The animosity between Bortali and Baroni.
Long before you or I, Lerda said.
That's a long time ago, the matriarch said. I'm nearly a century old.
If you know your history, you know how Baroni was formed. We and the Bortali were once the same people, except our country was pushed to the edge of proper Bortali society, designated only as farmers and lumberjacks. We were meant to provide for the king's table, and to make the table he sat at, yet we were taxed relentlessly, starved of the very food and wood we brought from field and forest, and sold back the metal mined from our own ground with what coin we had left. There were the 6 barons who stood up together, hoarding metals for several seasons, reporting back loss to the king. Over one very harsh winter they forged the armaments for starving men, and in the spring the Baroni made their stand, and when Bronu sailed to our aid, the king had no recourse. At the end of that summer, at our threat of razing our own fields just before harvest, he gave us our freedom. We had plenty to eat, but the people of the East grew restless, and series of rebellions harassed the king for decades while our people thrived. And now, today the Bortali are united in their hatred of our success and happiness. In the last decade, the mines of Brahz have struck affluent veins of iron, while Gert has found silver, causing an influx of miners from other countries to migrate here. The Bortali have watched jealously. They are reliant on the leasing of Nemen mines for their own precious metals. They do not move on Nemen. They will, if envy takes hold of their throats. But their animosity and jealousy ties to our shared history, and so they've pushed to harm us by our trade with the southern nations. You know that there are several passes into Bortali. To the south, the border we share with Duran and a bit of Lime is marked by a pass that can only be accessed by entering a stretch of forest legally claimed by the Bortali. We've long paid dues to pass through there, and they've avoided building anything more than border houses there for 2 reasons: to avoid cutting down the forest, marking it as theirs, and to keep the Uturk appeased. The wild men of the forest mark that wood as sacred.
Could you not export through Mandur and then down to Duran?
We can, but export duties through Mandur and Lime force our prices up in Duran. Duran can pay those prices for our steel, but those further afield? Could not Hraldor use our steel in their vigilance against the Tambi?
And so you're forced to outlast Bortali.
We can, and in all honesty, we will continue to trade with Mandur and others around the Lupenfang, and our steel will sell, but not to Bortali. Should the Vul rise up from their own forests and march from their accursed dens to the east, threatening to raze Bortali to the ground, Bortali will find they have not Baroni steel to defend themselves with.
Those are dark words, the matriarch said.
They are fair words, Lerda said. They came over a hill and looked down into a small forest that filled a deep vale. The 10 women cantered down the road that led into the peaceful serenity of the well-cared-for woods. The ground cover and bushes had all been removed, and Katiam could see hundreds of yards through the tall trees only just starting to turn. There was a gradual shift from the deciduous to the evergreen, and the scent of pine suddenly filled the senses. She found herself touching the satchel, reminded of the scent of the Ratha hidden at her side. The evergreens were suddenly a dense mass to be passed through, and the Sleipnirs fell into line, moving through the verdant canyon and out the other side into a large parkway that spread out before them. Katiam was not prepared for the sight that awaited her. The matriarch pulled up to a stop, and Katiam heard Astrid gasp in surprise. The estate sat in a steep bowl with vineyards running up the sides. Women tended the vines, gathering up the fruit to take to a nearby wine press. To call the cluster of buildings in the center a complex did it no justice. It was a chrysalis convent of old, out of the legends of tales told by the sisters. Much of it was crafted of newer stone, but the layout, in the rose-like pattern of petals, was obvious.
What foolishness, the matriarch said. What utterly beautiful foolishness.
Katiam looked to see a broad smile on the matriarch's face. What do you mean, Auntie?
To have found and rebuilt one of the convents of old. If this place was discovered by those that wish us harm, I can't imagine what those who might seek our order's demise might think.
Perhaps the world is changing, Upona offered. Perhaps a time is coming when our order can live in the light instead of the darkness.
That may be true, child, the matriarch said. But are we ready? Darkness hates light, and winter hates spring. But spring arrives regardless.
Despite her critique, the old woman urged her Sleipnir into a walk with a smile plastered across her face. When they arrived at the gate to the manor house, an abbess came to greet them. She wore the white robes of a full chrysalis abbess, and had down her arms black iron thorn bracelets.
Matriarch Superioris Muir, the abbess said, the Vinegrove Convent welcomes you. I am Abbess Tashi Vel.
Sister Epona leaned in and whispered something to the matriarch.
You report to the church under the Vintners Guild from Donig, the matriarch said, and from Gert and Tosh. It is best to spread out the value of our convent among many, and the many that we care for. I do not much like surprises, the old woman said, but I find myself liking this one. What keeps this place secret from the prying eyes of men? The forest you pass through is well guarded by our people, and the community here thrives in its size and care for itself. How many women live here? Officially, 100. But there are 10 times that many that call this place home. Women presumed dead or lost, and prostitutes escaping their life and no longer welcomed by their families. The hospital of Egliseo could learn lessons from a place like this, Sister Epona muttered. I have already thought of that, the matriarch replied, turning back to the abbess. Lerda Klembacher stood at her side now. And what keeps the Jarls from absorbing a place like this or giving it to some lordling? I think perhaps there is more you do not yet understand of the women of Baroni, Lerda said. In short, the Jarls only have the support of the people because the women gave it to them. The women of the northern escapes were once free and equal. When the ideas of the Moranians invaded into Mandor and kindled across the north, we lost some of that. But the Bronuans and the Baroni never forgot, and thus, when the Jarls shrugged off the shackles of the Bortalian kings, we stood alongside them at the price of yet more of our freedom. Were someone to seek to take this haven from us, the entire country's women would stand arm in arm to defend it. By sheer stubbornness, the matriarch said. By shield and by blade, the abbess said. Lerna and Oneli echoed her. What does the convent want for? The matriarch asked as she followed the abbess into her domain. Very little. Perhaps we should ask my other guests who have arrived. They may have things they need. Other guests? You've come at an opportune time, Lerda said from behind the matriarch. You and your husband's entourage, I mean. You see, the Jarls have called a council. The Jarlwives of the south rode out ahead of their husbands, who are at this moment only a few days behind. I don't doubt my own husband will share this news with the Primapater if he hasn't already. We're all making our way to Donig tomorrow to prepare for a feast. A council of war, then? The matriarch asked. It may result in that, Lerda said, but it is customary to join together during the harvest to discuss the winter, and then we will meet again on the solstice in a council of Jarls and their vassals to elect a new duke, and to barter vassal towns for the coming year. Barter towns? Sabine asked. Lerda laughed. They barter themselves. Many barons are made free of fealty during the council, and while each town usually stays loyal to the barons and jarl who are closest to them, some may provide their town's taxes and trade to another jarl's estate for a period of 7 years. It is often a means to trade with a larger city, or to exchange trade goods between 2 towns that might not normally share wealth. It was started by 2 towns of Eberveld and Gustus, Lerda's daughter, Oneli spoke up. Eberveld was small, but it had an extensive cooperage trade, not a rich trade in any city. But Gustus produces wines which almost put this convent to shame. They allied with another, with the sponsorship of Tosh, which sits nowhere near them, and the aged wines of that alliance have become legendary. Often, Lerda added, it is done at the request of a jarl desiring trade with another jarl. In the end, all benefit from these 7-year trades. Our own council of women sees to that. What do you mean? The matriarch asked. The law of this land is practiced by women, and we hold the annals and codices of case law. It is by our recommendation that the deals are made. And what benefit do the men receive by capitulating to this? The matriarch asked. Lerda stopped and considered the old woman next to her. We bear their children without complaint, she said with a smile. Is there not a satisfaction in seeing the next generation rise to continue our traditions? They came out into a courtyard, where several hundred women wearing the white robes of the convent encircled the 2 women in the center. It immediately brought to mind the sparring training of the paladins at Periantur. Even Katiam, being dedicated to the aspect of peace,
had been trained in some grappling to defend herself. The two women in the center each had a shield on their arm and held a long wooden club in their other hand. They wore a wide-rimmed helmet, their faces covered by a heavy leather mask. One stood nearly as tall as Captain Sigrid Smith, but would have outweighed her in muscle. The other was smaller and danced about lithely. Her black hair fell down her back in a single braid. Katiam had seen fights like this before. The smaller one sought the other's fatigue as they circled one another. The taller woman gave testing swings of her faux mace, and the smaller danced out of reach each time. They paused for a moment to consider one another, and Katiam saw the smaller woman breathing heavily. She would make a move soon, or else risk reaching the end of her strength. Katiam could just make out the eyes of the taller woman, who glanced over and saw the matriarch standing in the entryway. The move she made was sudden, severe, and beautiful. The smaller woman only had time to raise her weapon across her shield and brace for the impact of the taller woman closing the gap and shouldering her backwards. She stumbled back as she took the brunt of the charging woman's plank across her sword arm. She came down onto her back. The second swing brought the weapon down to stop a hair's breadth from the other woman's face. The woman on the ground let her plank fall from her hand and dropped her head back in defeat. The women cheered, but instead of reveling in her victory, the taller woman turned toward the paladins and dropped to one knee. The cheer died suddenly, and the others followed suit as they turned and saw who she bowed to. The matriarch gave a wave of her hand in acknowledgement, and then gave a motion for them to rise.
"Greetings from Perientur," the matriarch said. "I am the matriarch superioris, head of the Chrysalis Church, and we welcome our sister sect by the name of the goddess Chrysania, by bloom and thorn."
"By shield and blade," the collected women said in unison. The matriarch smiled.
"Now, I should like to meet and congratulate the victor."
The two women had taken their helmets off and stood beside one another. The taller woman had flaming red hair and skin that verged on translucent. "This is Tuar Shov," Fru Klembacher said. "She has come as our guest from the Isles of Bronu Jinre. That alone was no mean feat."
"How so?"
"Doneg has denied the Bronuans access to the ports of Baroni," Tuar Shov said, "for the fact that we've been suing for peace between Bortali and Baroni. I have been sent by my father, Ribara of Wenden."
"And you're to join the women journeying to Doneg? Will that not be conspicuous? You are astonishingly beautiful. I don't imagine anyone who knows you won't immediately recognize you," the matriarch said.
"It is a fear of ours," the woman, Tor defeated, said, stepping forward. She was older than Katiam had expected, but certainly not yet 50, with some gray hairs playing at the edge of her black hair. "But your own appearance in our country may provide the answer we seek." She gave a deep bow to the matriarch and stood. "I am Fru Birin, wife of the High Duke Tosbrek. If our guest, Tuar Shov, would come as one of your own paladins, my usually very discerning and paranoid husband will be quick to overlook her."
"I will consider joining this subterfuge under 2 conditions, the matriarch said, smiling.
"And those are?"
"That you provide me a seat at your council of women in Doneg."
"Done," Gerin and Lyrda said in unison.
"And if you have a scrying bowl here or in Doneg, you grant me the use of it."
"We have one here and would gladly make use of it," Abbess Vel said, "although we are running short of our own rosebud crystals."
"We shall request that more be sent to you from the oracle, of course."
"Then please follow me," the abbess said, turning to walk to the main building. Chapter 36. Distant Voices.
"Our protection of the helpless took root long before they tried to destroy our garden with fire, and thus the green returned, and it flourished."
Sayings of Matriarch Denzwin. Luxuriously cushioned chairs sat in a circle under a flattened rotunda. A mirrored bowl sat on a marble pedestal in the center of the space. The matriarch had taken her seat in a throne-like chair made of white wood and satin, and the women of the convent introduced themselves. Most were Baroni. The wives of the Jarls from Foam, Gert, and Sturm introduced themselves. Astrid took a seat next to Katiam, across the room from the matriarch, to allow the other women a chance to sit nearer to the matriarch, who smiled serenely and listened as each woman gave their name and hometown.
"Abbess Van," the matriarch said loudly enough for most to hear. "The alewives of Bortali are saying their men are given into drunkenness. More so during the rising conflict with your own country. Have you seen the same here?"
"No more than usual," the abbess said. "Brono cannot say the same," Tuar Shov said.
"And why is that?"
"The northern Jagavan have stumbled upon a new way to prepare stronger drink," the red-haired woman said.
It's become a bit of a novelty among my people, more so among the traders of Kallattian. And are you doing anything to combat this? Waggly Seor has seen the men spend their money on drink, and the women forced to seek means elsewhere. You mean with their bodies? Tor scoffed. The matriarch shrugged in confirmation. My late mother and I waged a war to rid our country of such an occupation. And have you found yourself successful? It long will be a battle, Tor said. But even if it takes my own grandchildren's efforts to finally squash it, it will have been worth it. Matriarch Superioris, Sister Epona said, all is ready. All turned their attention to the center. Sabine Epona had placed a single rose-tinted crystal in the center of the mirrored bowl, filling the silvered basin with its color. The matriarch waved her hand, and Epona took out a small silver hammer. She tapped the rim, sending a singing tone around the room. The bowl bloomed to life with a glow of ruddy pink light. The sound continued, and a voice hung in the air. Greetings, a distant voice called. Greetings, Sister Krenna, Epona said, speaking into the bowl. Sister Epona, the voice replied. Where are you speaking from? We're in a vault in Baroni. And how does the matriarch Superioris fare? I am well, the old woman called out. We have much to say with very little time, Sister Epona said. The sisterhood here has a few dwale petals left, and we do not wish to use up their entire supply. You took a great deal with you, which we've been giving to the sisterhoods. They'll have need of it in the coming months. Why is that? Bortali and Baroni are at war. Well, nearly at war. What would you have us do? The voice in the bowl said. Please send word down the valley to Periantor. New sisters will be arriving from the college to replace those on the list they carry. I would ask you send with those who leave to attend the college a score of new paladins to bring additional relief to the vaults of Bortali. Have an additional 12 take the longer route through Duran to Baroni, where they are to pass through the vaults to be under the authority of Abbess Vel. We shall see it done. Katiam felt a tug at her belt, and looked down to see the satchel at her side moving. She gasped and covered it with her arms, and then reached a tentative hand into the bag. Her fingers grazed the surface of the large rothopod, and it suddenly moved away from her touch. She scrambled to open the bag and look in, wondering if some creature, a Wyloth or their little cousin, the Fury, had snuck in to seek a treat and moved the Rotha away, finding nothing else within. She lifted it up and held it in both hands. As the voice of Sister Krenna spoke, the subtle crystalline sound that reverberated along with it washed over Katiam and the Rotha in her hands, which shook with each pulse. She lifted the pod and looked at it closer. The seam across its circumference had raised beneath the surface. Within there was a subtle rattling, like a nut broken free from within its shell. My husband also has a message for Periantor. A more detailed message is to come when we reach the Green Bastion in Mendor. But in case that takes us longer than expected, Saint Hamul is sending a large number of brothers from Baroni back to Periantor to be replaced by members of the Brotherhood. He wanted me to at least convey that they were coming. We will make sure they expect their arrival, and will inform the Green Grove Bastion that you are to arrive within the month. Very well. By Rose and Thorn. The voice of Abbess Krenna began to intone her reply, but was suddenly interrupted by a cracking sound as the petal within the bowl expired and shattered. The crystalline resonance stopped abruptly, and the pod in Katiam's hand no longer moved. They will send a message ahead of us to the Oracle in Mandor, to deliver fresh dwale petals to us at the Green Grove Bastion, Epona said. And I should hope, the matriarch said, that they'll bring enough that we can send some back to you, Abbess Ven. Katiam continued staring at the Rotha. What was that? Astrid asked. What was what? That thing in your hand. It was moving. You saw it too? Astrid nodded. It's not moving now, though, Katiam said. But what is it? One of the sisters at the college gave it to me. It's some mysterious seed that has gone from person to person for centuries, and no one can figure out how to get it to bloom. Well, Astrid said, it seems something made it move. But what? Katiam said, considering the Rotha for a few moments before putting it back into her satchel. As they came out into the courtyard, a rider pulled her Sleipnir up short. I come bearing a message for Fru Klumbacher and the matriarch Superioris, the woman said. What is it, Ala? Meredith said, moving past the matriarch. Prima Pater left this morning with your husband to begin the journey to Donig. He has asked the matriarch Superioris to meet them on the road. You're to join when you're able. That wry Wyloth beat me to it, Lerda laughed. What is so funny? The matriarch asked. My husband knows how long I can take to get ready when we leave to go anywhere. I had hoped to surprise him with a message that I had already left to go with the other Jarlwives. It seems he played his hand to try to rush me out the door by going on without me." She turned back to the messenger. "Have my ladies in waiting prepared everything?" "They are awaiting your orders, yes. They have been preparing since you left this morning." "Then return and tell them to meet me on the road. I'll join the matriarch superioress and her attendants, along with Fru Gertigan, Fru Sturmgard, and Fru Thomas." "It seems," the matriarch muttered to Astrid, Sabine, and Katiam, "we'll not be returning to Clem. Did you bring everything you needed with you?" "My apothecary case is still there," Katiam asked. "You need not worry about that," Fru Klembacher said. "I'll make sure that anything your husband's people have forgotten to gather is brought in my own carriage. If you'd like to join me as I ride north, we can take our time, and make the men wait a bit, if they're so eager to make it to Donig." As they rode out of the grove that hid the convent, Katiam was more than aware of people in the forest watching them, bows in their hands, though not drawn. The woman from Bronu Jinre, Tuar Shov, now wore full paladin regalia, and answered to Astrid as a member of the matriarch's personal guard. She looked the part, and several times Katiam forgot she rode with them incognito under Astrid's command. Asenath pulled her Sleipnir up next to Katiam as they fell back into their loose formation and came out onto the open road. "What were you and Astrid talking about during the ceremony?" "What?" Katiam replied. "You had the rothapod in your hand. Astrid sat next to you, and she asked you something, and you looked confused. I thought a Wyloth or a Fury had climbed into my satchel, and I reached in to check and to protect the pod. But there was no Wyloth. No, only the Rotha. Those who have possessed it have thought odd things happened around it, like a nagging obsession at the edge of your awareness." "You speak from experience? Did that happen to you with the Rotha?" "It happened with me with my book. I started dreaming in illustrated images. The colorful ink peeled back layers, and I was even able to know what was hidden behind petals of flowers I had not yet dissected. There were times during the year I spent working on that the hardest, where I swear I lived twice as long. I worked on it during the day and was immersed in the dream of it at night." "That sounds dangerous. Like the stories of those who delve too deep in the dream world of Sakarn." Asenath gave her a sheepish look. "That was a worry of mine as well, and so I visited the chapel at the college. The abbess there advised me. She gave me a dwale petal, and I had it worked into a necklace which I wore to sleep." She smiled to herself, a memory playing on her lips. She glanced over at Katiam. "The dreams got stronger after that. I think perhaps I was in the Veld." Katiam frowned. "That's dangerous ground, Asenath." "I had Grisonia's protection, though. The edges of my vision glowed pink while I was there. It was a place of true inspiration, like the old tales. Before the wife of the judge faltered and her dream realm, the Veld, was poisoned. But it's there, Katiam, a place of idea and nightmare." "Yes," she said, clutching something under her blouse. "It can be a place of nightmare, too." She took a deep breath and looked back at Katiam. "It has been over 2 years since I have had dreams like those. That dwale charm I wore then, that I still wear, protected me, and perhaps still keeps me safe now." She touched at her throat to check the strap, and smiled. Fru Klembacher led them on a road that kept hills between them and the sea for several hours. As dark began to fall, they entered a forested portion of the road, and she slowed her pace. "With night fast approaching," Asterglass said, bringing her mount up next to Lerda and her daughter Annalie, "we ought to move faster, in hopes of finding shelter." "Not through these woods, no," Lerda said. "There's an Uturk tribe who lives in the woods that stretch south from here, and they do not take kindly to those who trespass without first making arrangements." "Why is that?" the matriarch asked. "I would think that being so close to your capital, the roads are safer than elsewhere." "And you feel caution is best now?" Astrid asked. "I do," Lerda said. Astrid gave some quick orders to surround the ladies and the matriarch. They moved with purpose down the road. The clip-clip-clop of their Sleipnir's 6-shod hooves reverberated off the trees. In the dark, the glow of a fire near the road acted as a beacon. Lerda hissed for Astrid, who continued to march forward. "Sister Glass," Lerda then said, "we ought not to approach too boldly." "I am charged with your safety," Astrid said. "As that is the case, you should trust me." "I trust no one but myself on a dark road, and the sound of stringed instruments playing at that fire should give us further pause. The Uturk are known to play their instruments long into the night." "A Maticore scene is one that wants to be seen," Astrid said. They came around a bend, and 2 figures sat at the fire. One tended a pot over the flames, and the other plucked at the strings of an ancient, many-stringed instrument. "Pantheon bless you," Astrid said, not dismounting. The figure holding the instrument stood up and approached.
He had a massive jaw with teeth his mouth barely seemed able to contain. He smiled around his teeth and ran a hand over his bald head. "Now, what would a unit of paladins be doing out at this time of night?" he asked. "We travel on our own business, and we would like to hope you and your people would grant us permission to pass through their forest." "I can't rightly say this is my forest, nor can my brother." "You are not Utuk?" "No, we are not Utuk. But we did run into a band of them earlier today. They were headed off to the south, for work to be found there in Tosh. My brother and I are traveling storytellers." The second man stood up. He had a massive frame, though in the firelight, Katiam thought they were both built similarly. This brother, though, had a head covered in tall, wild hair, and a beard to match. "We are on the road, trying to catch up with our entourage," Astrid said. "If you're wandering after the paladins of the hammer that rode through, you're still a couple hours behind them." "It's not likely you'll catch up with them before morning," the second brother grunted. "Do we have enough to feed 13 women?" the first brother said. "I can make do," the second said. "We really ought to be on our way," Astrid said. A frigid breeze that wafted through the trees picked up. "It looks like the night will continue to grow colder," the bald brother said. "Let us host you at our fire. We'll feed you, keep you lit by our fire, and perhaps we'll muster up a good story to tell you." Astrid looked over her shoulder to the matriarch, who gave a nod. She dismounted, took out a purse of money, weighed it in her hand, and gave it to the storyteller. "This ought to pay for your hospitality." "I won't say no to coin. The gods gave it to the people, you know." "I'm not familiar with that tale," the matriarch said, coming to sit by the fire. "That might be a good one to tell," the brother said, looking to the other. "What is your name?" the matriarch asked. "I am called Nair," the bald one said. "My brother here is Cash." "And where do you hail from?" the matriarch asked. "We've walked many a land," Nair said. "I do not doubt this," the matriarch said. "Let us hear this story you've chosen to tell us, and hope that the gold given you is more than enough to pay for it and the food." Katiam glanced at the matriarch. The odd tone that her aunt was using was out of place. Nair laughed. "If you truly deem the story worthy, then we shall consider our debt even. Now, where to begin?" "The gods, you said, gave coin to the people." "Ah, yes. The gods," Nair began. "It was within the city, that great and glorious city gifted to all by the crafter of civilization, Ryon, that there lived a man. And each day he rose, and each night he slept, and he took to following the sun up to the top of the city, and to its sky-touching apex as the sun peaked the sky, and he would follow its trail and mark its passing. And to the people around him, whether they be the people of Ryon, or the Kavil of Lezek, or his own men, he would declare to them the rising and setting of the sun. Be it bread he needed, or pleasurable drink, when trade was asked, he gave that simple fact. 'I am he who charts the sun, to declare its rise and declare its fall. Know that it is so.' There were, in those days, no seasons to mark change, nor cold to bring about winter. Many a year passed, and it was so. Kavil offered insightful wisdom. The people of Ryon their crafts. Men bartered and traded, and the sun-caller, as he was known, did as he always did. There was a time that came when every day, upon the setting of the sun, when sun-caller came to take his bread and drink daily from a woman, who had plenty to give, for her ability to find fair trade was known, and all came to her to understand their worth by her knowledge. And every day sun-caller took from her a single loaf of bread and a cup of drink. Be it her last loaf, or the first to come from the oven, sun-caller declared it his, and she came to resent his appearance. For her day began before the rise of sun, and ended long after it set, and she had no time to leave her place and watch light bloom nor fade. And every day he came and told her it was so, without her observation. One day sun-caller entered her place, and to her he gave the news. 'This morning the sun rose and passed overhead, and I watched it set in the west.' 'Why is it so?' she asked, placing the bread and drink before him. 'I do not know,' the man said, 'nor would I wish to know. I have only the purpose of seeing that it is so.' The following day he came in again. 'This morning the sun rose and passed overhead, and I watched it set in the west.' 'Have you asked as it passed why it does so?' 'I do not know,' the man replied, 'nor would I wish to know. I have only the purpose of seeing it is so.' The following day sun-caller entered, and the woman held up her hand that he be silent.
Why must I? He said. I come to offer the news of the sun, and take my bread and drink from you. Take is all you do, she said. What need have I to know of the rising of the sun if I should not see it myself? It has been years since I felt its touch on my skin. Had you something novel to tell, I might be willing, but this day I am not. But I am here to tell you that the sun has risen, and it has set. I have given you now what you ought to know, and you must give me the food and drink that I need. You have need of bread, but I have no need of the sun. Suncaller became angry and marched toward the door. I have given you news, and as you have not given me my bread nor drink, you are now in my debt. Others came to know of this debt, and less people came to her table, distrusting her as one who did not fulfill a debt. And thus came 2 guests to her table she did not expect. The first was tall and elegant, clad in the color red itself, and with him a companion, the armor upon his frame and robed in a richer red still. She knew them when they entered, and fell to her face in respect. My lords, Lezek and Ryon, I am humbled by your presence. We come to sup at your table, Lezek spoke. The pages of his wings turned as he did. And to take drink from your cask, Ryon said. The robes that enfolded him were, in fact, his feathered wings, for this was before he fell to despondency. To what honor do I owe your arrival? We would ask what you would take from us in trade for bread and drink, Lezek said, taking a stool at the counter as any mortal might. I gift you these things for the fact you honor me with your presence, she said. And what if we were to say we come on business for the Pantheon to determine your fate? I do not know what this means, she said, and I do not fathom why you've come. You live within my city, Ryon said. It was my gift to all, a city by which civilization would be born. And for that, my lord, I am at your disposal. My cuz called me to join him, for he values my wisdom, Lezek spoke. And we would hear why so few now grace your table. For the rumor that I keep my debts unpaid. And is this so? To one who comes in I offer bread and drink, and ask them a payment that befits the opening of my door to guests. And what of Suncaller? To him I owe no debt, she said, save the one he imagines. Tell us how this came to be. And thus she told them of the day, and days after, in which Suncaller told her his news, of sunrise and sunset, and how she came to no longer give him bread to drink. He provides something which all trade him for, and thus it is, Ryon said, that the value of his goods are set. And yet, she countered, he offered it when I told him I did not want it, and then demanded I pay. Indeed, he did do this, Lezek said. The 2 gods looked at one another for a time, and they spoke in a tongue the woman did not know. Finally, they turned to her. All people should have bread to eat and drink to quench their thirst, Ryon said, but it is only fair that it be given in fair trade for what one offers. But am I not at liberty to pass by a booth, the woman said, that offers up a spoon for trade? Am I not allowed to pass by, having no need for a spoon? I do not see the sun, my life lived out by day and night in this hall. She is at liberty to do so, Lezek said. I think the solution then is this, Ryon said. I shall gift another means of defining civilization, a means by which to measure value, and thus I leave you this in payment for your bread. He placed upon the counter a round piece of red metal stamped with bread. What is this? She asked. What name do you go by? I am Coin, she said. Then let that be what it is called, Lezek said. Let all who wish to buy your bread and drink pay you with these. And where shall they get them from? I shall give them freely, Ryon said, to those who wish to offer me trade. And my people too, Lezek said, shall come to me and give me their words to write down in trade for coin. But what shall I do with this coin? Trade it for what you will, Ryon said, for its value will be known to all in coming days. But what if others come and stamp their own? Trust in your fellow being to know its value, given by all to all. And what of Suncaller? There may come a day when the sun changes its course, and he ought to find something else of value to give if that day comes. To sit idly and watch the sun is foolishness that leads only to blindness. He forges his own fate. And thus it was that the coin came to be, Nair said as the women finished their bowls of soup, given to them by his brother. And what is the purpose of this story?
Astrid said. I do not see a moral.
I am but a humble teller of tales, Nair said. Many have sought and found morals in stories like this. Perhaps you will find greater value than the coin you have paid. And for that, we would owe you an even greater debt than Suncaller owed to all he traded empty promises with, the matriarch said. She touched the arm of Sabine Opona. Sister Opona, we paid for story, but not for the food, company, and moral. Will you please give our hosts another satchel of gold? Opona gave the old woman a look, and then did as she was told. Why so generous a gift? Nair said. I am not one to owe debts to strangers, the matriarch said. Certainly not ones whom I suspect are greater than me. You are a very wise and powerful woman, Cash said, coming to stand next to his brother. And you think us greater than you? A king is no greater than the peasant who feeds him. And the peasant? Born a simple peasant myself, the matriarch said. All are greater than me, but 12 are greater than all. Nair smiled a toothy grin and took the coin from Opona, then turned back to tend their fire as the women settled down for a rest.
Chapter 37 Feast of Jarls.
If you foolish Barona should attempt to tear yourselves away from my grasp, I shall see to it that every one of you, man, woman, and child, perishes, first by sword, then by flame, followed by starvation, and lastly, by personally escorting you to the gates of Nosatan.
King Bosch of Bortali. Following this proclamation, the Jarls, who had not yet signed the proclamation of division, immediately joined the cause, and war was declared by sundown the following day. Donig sat on a promontory overlooking the Lupinfang Sea. They saw the sea hours before they could see the city below, and it drew them ever onward. The Primapater and Matriarch rode alongside of the Klemmbachers, along with the 3 other Jarlwives. The night before, they had all stayed at an inn, and sent a message on ahead that they'd be arriving not long after the sun had risen. The message had been received, as a battalion of soldiers spread out before the front of the city in formationed panoply made clear. Each wore vivid blue long cloaks over their matching uniforms, a crossbow in their arms at attention. Standing at the front of the host, atop a large white Sleipnir, sat the Duke. Unlike most Baroni people, he had sun-beaten skin, rather than pale white features, and his hair was pulled back in a long, blonde braid. His piercing blue eyes watched the entourage as they approached, his hand toying with his chest-length and full, blonde beard. He wore the blue of the army, but his clothes were lined with full and fine caprota wool. Unlike tame capricore, their wild cousin, caprota, could only be found in the wild places of Baroni.
Primapater Dorium Yor, the Duke called as they rode up through the ranks of the army. I am Utol von Tosbrecht, Grand Duke of Baroni. Welcome to Donig.
Next to the Duke sat another Jarl in blue and white. This one short and squat, his beard adorned with many beads of gold and bone. He wore a caprota hat to cover his bald head. As the Primapater and the High Duke spoke together, the shorter man fell in next to the Klemmbachers and the Jarlwives.
While this was rather short notice, the shorter Jarl said, when your first messenger arrived to announce our new guests for the autumnal feast, my wife and Fru Tosbrecht have been working diligently to ensure all will be ready. As the man spoke, he eyed the other nobles with a look of a kicked infald, eyes bulging for hope of their approval. Well met, Jarl Doniger, Jarl Klembacher said. Fru Stumgard, how far behind us did you say you thought your husband? If he and Jarl Gertligan have anything to say in the matter, the severe and grey-clad Fru Eliona Sturmgard said, they'll be here already. I assume they're not, and thus they'll likely be racing each other in by the day's end. Our timid companion, Fru Thomas, will no doubt agree that her husband will keep up the pace. Fru Helsbeth Thomas blushed a crimson that offset the yellow she wore. Actually, Jarl Donegar said timidly, Jarl Thomas arrived in the middle of the night, by way of Tosh. He slept there halfway to Nosatan. Helsbeth, Fru Sturmgard said, pulling on her reins. Fru Thomas blushed even redder, and her smile broadened. You heard us all placing those bets at the inn last night, did you know? Fru Thomas gave a timid smile. It was why I didn't place any myself. I thought it not fair. Katiam saw Orzan Klembacher shake his head and reach out with a pouch to give to his sister, who lifted her own head with a smile.
She turned and giggled with Fru Thomas's own daughter, Gerta. The city had streets of rounded cobblestones, and each building leaned out over the street in the same way the city hung out over the ocean. The smell of the sea breeze swept clean the scents of refuse coming from alleys, but the pleasant aromas from vendors, fresh fish, cheese, and breads seemed untouched and wafted past them. In many places, the streets split around impressive taverns where workers moved large barrels in through back rooms. The entourage passed through a short, ancient stone archway. Katiam chuckled to herself as she watched Jined Brazstein, the tallest of the paladins, duck to avoid an iron lantern that hung from the arch. She wasn't the only one who chuckled. They passed out from under the wall into a decidedly different inner town. All the buildings were kept in an older style that harkened back to the change of culture the Jarlwives spoke of, when the Moranians pushed their traditions on the other people of the northern scapes hundreds of years prior. The preserved inner city around the castle had signs announcing itself as Oldbjerg. Each shopkeep and vendor was dressed wealthily and kept their area cleaned and cared for. One baker stood with her wares on display, making no announcement save her presence. Her daughter held up a pair of loaves to the matriarch as she passed by. Katiam watched the old woman smile and take from the girl the whitest loaf and blackest bread that Katiam had ever seen. They came to the gate that led out of Oldbjerg into the courtyard of Castle Stonelit, a massive block-like structure with hundreds of slit windows looking down on the town. The castle almost glinted in the midday sun. The mortar used in its construction was said to contain crystals ground to dust, giving it its namesake. "The bastion sits just within Stonelit's courtyard," the High Duke said, turning to the entourage. "If rumor is true, the Jarls Sturmgard and Gertken are to arrive by nightfall, then I think it's safe to say the autumn feast will be held tonight. You are all, of course, invited." The paladins and their carriages began to trundle into the courtyard, and the matriarch turned to Astrid to give her a quiet command. At Astrid's hand signal, the paladins refrained from joining them. As they watched the paladins go, Katiam saw Jined's hand go into his satchel again and pat it, and it reminded her to touch her own. The Ratha still sat there, unmoving. "Fru Donegar," the matriarch said to a woman who came out of the courtyard on foot. "I would have you come and join me in the Oldbjerg vault," the woman in green velvets said. "We would be honored. We can refreshen ourselves from our trip there." The woman gave a bow. All of the nobles dismounted, and Astrid gave the signal for them to do the same. "Do we need to ready ourselves in secret?" the matriarch said. "The Oldbjerg vault is no secret," Fru Klembacher offered. "The things we learn each day," the matriarch said. "What the women of the world could learn from the likes of the northern scapes and Nemen," Asenath said, falling in next to Katiam. "It is a different world," Katiam replied. "Even the oracle near Periantor is limited, and the path to find it kept a secret. Yet here the women are bold, and would even fight for their country." They circled back through Oldbjerg, and past the gates leading down into the city. They came about the backside of the castle to an even older wall. Across a broad garden stood a small hill, surrounded by a moat of running water that disappeared off a cliff overlooking the sea. Atop the hill, in the form of an ancient bailey, but rebuilt in a much newer marble, stood the vault of Donig. At first, Katiam thought it might be a sepulchre, but caught the telltale signs of rose-colored glass and thorny vines climbing up a few white pillars. "The city of Donig," Fru Donegar was saying, "more specifically Oldbjerg, grew up around the old mead hall that stood on this hill. It never fell to sieges by Moranian invaders. The Chrysalas took it as a gift of allegiance by a king of Old Bartali." They walked across the long bridge to the foot of the hill as the Jarlwife continued to give her history lesson. "I have thought on the Ratha as we rode," Asenath muttered to Katiam as they walked together, "and I was wondering if you'd let me try something." "What's that?" Katiam asked, her hand going to her satchel. Asenath gave her a wink and turned to continue listening to the Jarlwife speak. They were shown rooms set in a deeper level, and were asked to meet back in the central chamber an hour later. Asenath indicated for Katiam to follow her, and they stepped out through the pillars to find a stone bench overlooking the sea. "What is it, Asenath?" Katiam asked. Asenath held out a hand to Katiam and, turning it, dropped something into her palm. Katiam looked down and saw a pink crystal rose petal in a silver setting. "I thought you ought to keep this with the Ratha," Asenath offered. "What do you think it would do?" "I spoke with Astrid, and she thought she saw the Ratha move as someone spoke from the scrying bowl. I wondered if it reacted to the dwale petals." "What would I do with this?" "I don't know," Asenath said. "You've been charged with studying the Ratha. Perhaps you will think of something. But I don't have a need for the petal anymore, and I want to give it to you, to see if it will help you with your own study of the Ratha." Katiam entered the feast hall, with the matriarch superioris on her arm, who smiled broadly as she approached her husband. She dropped Katiam's arm in favor of his.
"Do enjoy yourself," she said to Katiam. "I believe I can see a seat at the Klembacher table next to Only."
Katiam turned to see the younger woman sitting at the purple table with her parents and brother. A few of the other girls had gathered near her and stood chatting, waiting for the feast to begin. Katiam walked over and took a seat across from her, between the red-headed Tuar Shov and one of the Paladinio guard. The young-faced Etienne Orin looked over at her, startled, then turned back to listen to Dane Merrick speaking next to him. The door opened and 10 guards marched in, tapping their halberds in unison. Everyone broke off their conversations and rushed to their seats as 7 pairs of Jarls and their wives emerged. Katiam knew all the women by sight now, save the tallest pair in red. They moved to tables in the same colors as the garb they wore and took their seats. The Tosbrecht table had been placed a step higher than the others. Duke Juttel von Tosbrecht sat with Prima Pater and the matriarch superioris sitting on either side of him, his wife seated next to the matriarch. He wore the cloak of blue, but the velvet doublet he wore was the green of his hometown, Tosh. He waited a few minutes as the other Jarls settled in, and guests they had invited complimented them with small talk. Then he stood and the room went silent.
"This is a momentous day that shall go down in our annals. Gathered together are the Jarls of our namesake, the Confederacy of Jarls. Welcome to our neighbors, the Brazsteins,"
he indicated to the red table. Katiam noticed the 2 paladins next to her immediately scan the room, their eyes falling on the yellow Thomas table where Jined sat. He, in turn, stared at the red table. Katiam knew he had come from the Northern Scapes, but the consideration that he might be from a ruling family had not occurred to her.
"From Sturm, we welcome Ragnut von Sturmgard."
The table, in the stark gray, hit their empty mugs in a single report on their table.
"Our constant host, Jarl Clayman von Donegar of Donig."
At a table in the blues of the army, the short bald man, with a long beard, nodded his head slowly and heavily, allowing all to recognize him. The Duke gestured next to Katiam's table and then to the yellow table.
"Cedric von Klembacher of Klem, and Gorig von Thomas from Thom, and of course, Sirk von Gertigen of Gert."
He gestured to the table decorated in black. Those sitting there did not move, but looked about stoically. The Duke then walked around the table and approached some wooden barrels. Servants arrived with a tap and mallet. He took them in both of his hands.
"And now I wish to extend our hospitality to the Prima Pater, Dorian Muir, who graces us with his presence tonight. We have prepared something special for you. These barrels are made of gospar wood. It is a soft pine from the mountains near my own city of Tosh. It is aged for over 10 years before it is made into a barrel. The ale that was placed in these barrels over 20 years ago has awaited an occasion such as this. Just as the Jarldoms were set to age for a time and then built into the country we have become for a time, we are now ripe for drinking."
The Duke placed the tap against the first barrel and struck it once, twice, thrice, and the tap sunk deep down into the wood. He handed the implements to a servant, took a gold chalice, and filled it with the first pouring. It was a golden foamy ale that poured out over the top. Duke von Tosbrecht took the chalice and bore it to the Prima Pater. Dorian stood and lifted the chalice towards each of the 7 Jarls in turn, and then drank deeply. When he was done, his lips were covered in foam. He smiled, wiped the foam from his lips, and lifted the cup into the air. Everyone cheered, and the place descended into a flurry of excitement. Servants quickly tapped the remaining barrels and began doling out the ale. Katiam took a heavy black loaf of bread from the center of the table, and as a flagon of mead passed by her, she put a healthy amount into her cup with water.
"Is that all you'll have?"
Only Klembacher asked. "I have chosen to limit what I am allowed to eat, as I've taken the aspect of St. Clair."
"That is something my tutors have not been clear on," Only said. "My mother has had me read many of the holy texts. While I understand the vows of the paladins, it seems the aspects are more fluid."
"They can be just as stringent," Katiam said. "But the vows the brother take are, more often than not, taken as a means to cut them off from the thing they hold dearest, in order to focus their reliance on Grazone."
"But the aspects are not."
"The aspects we take are often aligned with the purity we wish to model, such as the aspect of dignity."
"Dignity?"
"Under the armor, I have my sleeves bound tight with leather thongs. This represents the aspect of dignity. I took it when I became the matriarch superioris' physician."
"What function does the aspect serve?"
"I take it upon me to restore the dignity of the elderly."
"I don't understand. Such as helping fill the plate of someone too weak to?"
"Or helping them with private concerns that they would never themselves ask for help to do."
"I do not see the gilded rose on you,"
Only said. I have not taken the vow of virginity, Katiam said matter-of-factly. Then there is someone at Periantur? Annalie asked, blushing. Oh no, Katiam said. The vast majority of the sisters there are unmarried. Then why not take that aspect? There are only a couple who came with you wearing the gilded rose, it seems. It isn't necessary. After all, we cannot be defined simply by whether we've been taken into the arms of someone else. Katiam could feel her own ears reddening. Isn't that the quickest route to purity? Annalie said. That is what our mothers tell us. And that is something very often debated among the chrysalis. But that is why the aspects are also grouped under the 4 branches. The aspects of the rose, such as virginity, or peace, as I have taken, are aspects of being. You are a virgin, or you are not. I have harmed another, or I have not. But the other branches, such as the functional aspects of the root, or aspects of the leaf which serve others to find the purity of their actions, it is the aspects of the thorn that are often hailed as far more pure than something like virginity. How many aspects have you taken? Annalie asked. 3, Katiam said. She touched the wooden ornamental mace at her hip. Peace, that I would not bring harm to another. She turned her arm over and showed the leather straps holding her sleeve tight to her arm. Words set into the surface. Dignity, to restore through service the dignity of the elderly. And she touched the delicate necklace of silver rose thorns across her collar, and then pointed to the plate of food and said, The aspect of Claire is a strict ascetic diet of water, bread, fruits, and vegetables, and at times, she leaned in conspiratorially, bugs. Annalie grimaced. Really? I only know a few sisters who like to eat them whole, to get a rise out of the others. I usually only eat specially prepared ground-up meal, fried in an oil, but only if I need to. Sister Bro, Etienne said at Katiam's left. She looked over with a smile still on her face. Etienne flushed red. My companion has asked that you refrain from speaking of such things. Your she said, leaning forward to look past Etienne. Dame Merrick sat rigidly staring forward, eating a similar piece of bread. She recalled the penitentiary vow he had been given before they had left Wakely Seor. If Brother Merrick is uncomfortable with my talking about the diet of St. Clair, I was just about to move on to other things. I apologize. It is not the aspect of St. Clair he refers to, but the subject of purity. Purity? The focus of the chrysalis? Of the, gilded rose. We weren't talking about that anymore, Katiam said. He also asked me to mention that he's been noticing how much time you spend watching Brother Brazstein, and that you ought not to do so. If he has spent so much time observing me, Katiam said, leaning forward so Dane could hear her, in order to notice if I give any paladin special attention, then perhaps he ought to watch his own vow more carefully. She turned in her seat toward Annalie, as Dane made choking sounds and Etienne tried to calm him. What was that about? Annalie said. Dane is a paladin who has taken the vow of chastity, but more specifically he follows a philosophy that takes it to the extreme, avoiding even speaking to or associating with women. The Shield Maidens might find that admirable. Do those who join the Shield Maidens not marry then? Those that do so for the honor of their house, but lose some standing in the society. Your mother? She wanted to be a Shield Maiden. She even pushed me to take the vows myself. But you're hesitant, Katiam said. I don't know if I could, she said. Because there is a boy? Well, no, she said. I had a little choice in the matter if my father chose to arrange something that benefits the household. There are several lords whose sons would be a good alliance. I suppose I could learn to love them. I know I could. I've dreamt of it since I was a little girl, being the lady of a house. Then why are you torn? As I've grown older, I found those dreams waning. I just want to have the opportunity to have a choice in the matter in my life. As have I, Katiam said.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 38, Interludes. Archimandrite Pell, a tall and muscular monk of Nephara, took a cup touched to his hand by the assistant and sipped the wine. I think it's a foolish idea to put our lives into the hands of these black sentinels. I doubt they have our best interests in mind.
I understand your wariness, Gregor, the old Archimandrite said. But with the bulwark yearly emptied of paladins going who knows where, we find ourselves on our own. The Black Sentinels will assure no brigands of Lime seek to take our purse, since they themselves are based there. It is certainly a fear and suspicion that the Black Sentinels recruit from brigands of the Mountain Kingdom,
Kirilant offered. But that then gives me my own hesitations.
And those are?
That the Sentinels have their hands in the politics of Lime. What if their goal is to hold us hostage and extort the paladins with our ransom?
What ifs are not a concern of ours, Pell said. We will leave very publicly. A negative outcome, as you propose, would reflect poorly on their organization.
It sounds as though your mind is already made up, Kiri said.
I admit I am leaning that way.
And you mean to go yourself? Gregor asked.
I do. I shall ask one of the 9 to come with us as well. They should assure the blessing of Nefara on our journey.
I should like to go with you as well, Gregor said.
Afraid for my health, are you?
Afraid for your safety, Gregor replied. Then I'm to stay here and run the day-to-day of the templum? Kiri asked. That is what you already do, Gregor laughed. Kiri scowled.
Well, what Gregor said bears truth, Pell said. I intend to take you with me.
No command, right? Kiri said. We, the leadership, cannot all go.
And why not? It will save a trip for the Primipeda to come south and see us. We get the opportunity to go on a pilgrimage to the north.
It is unprecedented, Gregor said.
Which makes it all the more exciting.
Leave the templum without leadership, Kiri said.
You know as well as I that that is not possible, Pelmaran said. The 9 are always near. Even if we take one of them with us, there are 8 who remain. I'm not sure who among them is out on their own pilgrimage right now, but they remain in constant communication with one another. I think we have little to fear.
If you've decided all of this already, Kiri said, then why even consult us?
Because I like you to decide to go with me, and come of your own volition.
If you ask nicely, I will be obliged and honored to come.
Very well, Pell laughed. Kirilant, Gregor Hans, will you join me in both the selection of whom will attend me on a pilgrimage north to meet our brother churches, and will you add yourself to that number?
Even if it leads us to the gates of Nosatan, I will follow you, Gregor said. I will go too, Kiri said, putting her own cup on a nearby table. But that also means I have much to prepare, and much to leave in the care of others. She rose, took up her staff, and felt her way to the door. A light frost covered the small valley. He tried to work his elongated fingers with a stick over the kindling he had gathered, and cried out in anguish as it snapped and gashed open his thumb. The long hairs that had miraculously grown across his body were now patchy and short from the singeing fire that had washed over him. The sun was setting somewhere he could not see, and the coldness deepened around him. He stumbled across the floor of the valley toward the nearby rocks. In the dark, he did not see the short slope and fell in a roll down into the stream. Hot tears were his only warmth as he scrabbled up out of the ice-cold water.
Why?
He raged at the sky.
Why have you done this to me?
A cold gray light could be seen moving through the trees.
She comes to take my soul,
he muttered, falling to his knees and waiting for death to approach. The puffs of his breath slowed in the cold air.
What happened to you?
The walker's voice said from the gray light. Another figure walked with him, but stopped outside the circle of light he cast to watch from nearby.
They destroyed me,
Gory muttered. He looked at the angry red skin across his elongated arms and fingers. The membrane that had formed under his arm had shriveled in the cold, and looked not unlike hardened leather.
You destroyed me,
he hissed at the walker.
Come now. No need to insult me. Tell me what happened.
I was establishing my kingdom. They came, as you said they would, those usurpers. My people came to my aid, and I would have destroyed them, but that black cloak, it consumed them.
Fire will do that.
You told me there was no cost.
You paid your price for the freedom from those shackles. You told me your story.
And then you cursed me with this form.
You commanded that creature, and it gave you the key. You are being prepared for something even greater. You are greater now than any man. What man has not dreamed to fly?
You have damned me.
You have damned yourself, the walker said calmly. Your actions are your own. I have given you great gifts. What you choose to do with them is upon your own soul. Gori began to sob. You look cold. Command your lessers to come and warm you.
They're all dead. If they did not die in the battle, they have died in the frosty climb to this valley.
Rather foolish that you fled north then, isn't it? But you still have followers.
Where?
You cannot feel them? Gori sniffled and looked up and around. A pair of eyes observed him from a crag. They'll not accept you the way you look, however. We ought to see to it that you are a more regal monarch.
But you would have me pay another price.
The walker laughed. You have little left to give me.
Because I am already damned.
As you say.
What would you give to me?
I could make it so that she can never take your soul to Nosatan without first asking me for it.
And in return?
Look upon me and see me in my glory. Worship me as you once did when the world was new. And then I shall leave and you will join those I have prepared for you in the cliffs above.
And if I do not?
The cold will overtake you. And within an hour that feels itself like an eternity, you shall fall into the embrace of the goddess of justice and be taken to the court of the three-eyed king to be judged, and begin your penance in the prison of souls. Gori clenched his chattering jaw and forced his eyes up at the light before him. In the midst, his eyes locked with the two that pierced out of that grey void. Around that face, a wreath of grey wisps, like the mane of some great beast, shone. A pelt hung across an emaciated frame, terminating in two powerful gauntlets crafted by no mortal. One was pitted with eons of rust and disrepair. The other bore small signs of corruption, but otherwise the gold inlaid upon its surface shone with an otherworldly light. It was only for a moment that he looked upon the walker, and then the grey light bathed over him and into his innermost being. The baleful gaze scorched his soul and parched his mind. It was instantaneous and lasted for another moment, and then there was bliss. He stood not in the forest, but alongside the walker at a place between the four worlds. Across the nothing, he could see verdant tendrils tying them all together, and then in a fourth moment, they once more stood on solid ground. Gori fell to his knees in worship.
Kashir Iran, Hidosh Midosh,
he cried in a language his father had taught him. Again, the walker said sternly. Gori repeated it for a second time, and then a third. The hairs across his arms sprouted anew from his flesh in agonizing sensations. He laughed in relief as the cold completely left his body. Now arise and go seek out your people, the walker said. Gori dared not look a second time. He rose to his feet, rejuvenated, and approached the wall of rocks nearby where he began to climb. He felt the grey light behind him watch him do so. He came up over the lip before the small cave. 5 creatures, smaller than man, but with long, winged arms, crouched on rocks surrounding it, watching him tentatively. They had faces almost canine in nature, and beady eyes filled with distrust and anger.
Savens,
Gori said to himself.
These will do even better than Wylaths.
He approached the hole and prepared to enter. The largest one dropped in front of him and beat its chest, whooping in rage. The others followed suit. Gori's own hand shot out and took the creature by the throat. He held it tight until it stopped moving. The others fell silent.
Bring me wood for a fire,
he ordered. The other Savern's eyes glazed over, and then they leapt from the cliff to obey his command. He dragged the body of the largest Savern down into the cave to prepare it for a feast, his first meal as the Deathless beast. Part 5. Chapter 39. Positioning. Appearances may be deceiving, but to assume that the appearance does not convey what the bearer wishes is deceiving yourself. Sister Superioris Paelon of the Third Era. The next morning, Katiam found several of the women sitting in the vault's dining hall. The Matriarch Superioris left with Astrid to visit the Prima Pater at his bastion this morning, Asenath said. She said when you awoke you could find her there.
Sister Rapona went with her? I believe she was already there to visit her husband. Katiam pursed her lips. How long ago did she leave? When the message arrived an hour ago. Katiam turned to one of the local sisters. Is there a stables here? She shook her head. If we need a Sleipnir, we go to the bastion to get one. Asenath rose. I can come with you if you like. I have to gather the matriarch's morning medicine, and then we can leave. Out of the habit of walking in secret pairs, Katiam and Asenath walked arm in arm. Did the paladin seated next to you say something to upset you last night? Asenath asked. What makes you say that? Katiam replied. I saw your eyes roll at something Brother Orin said, and today you've been a bit more pensive. I was rolling my eyes at something Brother Merrick asked Orin to say to me. And what was that? Brother Merrick was asking I refrain from watching Brother Brazstein so much. Have you been? I don't think so, Katiam replied. I'm sure since he took his second vow, we've all had our eye on Brother Brazstein more. It is not every day you see a miracle ordaining someone for a higher position. Katiam nodded. Why did he seem so concerned? Dane Merrick is always concerned with the interactions between men and women, Katiam said. And he couldn't bother to tell you this himself? For that same reason, Katiam said. He observes the chaste mind philosophy. If he refuses interaction with us, why is he spending so much time watching us and ensuring we're not interacting with other paladins? I'd say you should ask him, Katiam said, but I doubt he'd give you the time of day. Asenath laughed. They came to the stone-lit courtyard and easily found the entrance to the bastion. At the Primus's office, which the Primapator had been given the use of during their stay, Katiam could hear the Primapator speaking, and he did not sound happy. I am probably not welcome in there, Asenath said. I'm sure you can find a library somewhere, Katiam offered. Good idea. Katiam tapped lightly at the door, and Jined Brazstein stuck his head out. I've come with the matriarch's morning medicine, she said. He opened the door for her, and she moved in. The Primapator paced in the center of the floor, while the two Pater Segundi and his own seneschal, Jurgan Upona, sat next to his wife and the matriarch.
Are they each going to do this?
The Primapator asked.
If they think we're going to sit here all winter and wait for their proceedings, they're sorely mistaken.
Katiam circled the room to the serving board, took out a decanter, poured a splash, and then took out a vial of the matriarch's medicine and stirred the contents into the drink. As she placed the vial back in her satchel, she pushed the Ratha to the side, up against the small satin pouch she had placed the pendant from Asenath in, making a note to consider having a smith fashion it into a bracelet so she could wear it. Katiam took a seat next to the matriarch and gave her the glass. The old woman took it from her and gave her a wan smile.
2 of the Jarls visited Dorian this morning, Maida said. Ragnar von Sturmgard appealed to Dorian to support him in the coming election so that he could put a stop to the conflict by bartering for peace with Bortali. Apparently, the other Jarls have not been providing him the military support he needed, and he fears that Bortali will strike his city first. And then Jarl Clayman von Donegar came to ask not for Dorian to support him, but to suggest to the other Jarls that they re-elect Jarl Tosbrecht.
And this made Dorian mad? Katiam asked.
Dorian feared that traveling into Baroni would suggest to Bortali that he was throwing in support for the Jarls. It seems the Jarls think the same thing.
Another rap came at the door, and Jined let in both Jarl Klembacher and Jarl Jorg von Thomas in yellow. Dorian turned his back to the two of them and gave his wife a look, pleading her to pray for patience. Then he donned a smile and turned to greet the two men.
Primapator, Jarl Thomas said, giving a deep bow, I've come to you on urgent business. With my friend, Jarl Klembacher.
Cedric von Klembacher smiled.
I'm interested in knowing why you've both come together, Dorian said, rather than, perhaps, calling a meeting of the Jarls so you could each present questions and requests more publicly.
Are we not the first to visit you?
Given the conspiratorial nature of this morning, Dorian said, it is not for me to say.
We do not come here conspiratorially, Cedric said. We come here to discuss the future of our nation.
Which perhaps would be better done in a council.
If the Jarls are not split as they are, Cedric said, that might be the case. Dorian waved a hand.
Say your piece, then.
No one wants peace more than I, Cedric said. My friend Jarl Thomas believes that we may be able to sue for a better peace with Bortali by complying with Bortali's desire to close the border, and instead turn our attentions to other, better means of trade, such as Bronu Jinre, Nussen, even Moraine, Gorig von Thomas said.
So you would simply ignore Bortali, Dorian said, and expect the trouble to go away.
Precisely, Cedric said. Let them burn their anger out. Primapator, Nicole Guest spoke up, if I may. Dorian nodded. The Botali embargo was not merely an act of spite. No nation, with the hot-blooded nature Botali shows, waits 200 years to act on their ire. Botali did so in hopes that Baroni would react with a fight. Baroni has ships. I observe your docks here and in Clem, but your nation is not a maritime one. Your hulls are shallow, to combat rocky shores rather than enemy vessels. Rocky shores make up most of our coast, save my own harbor, Klembacher said.
Neither Clem nor Thom have access to woods. You would need to build a bigger trade fleet,
Peter Secundus Pierce said.
That would fall to Sturm or Torsch,
who both separately want more coin put into the war effort, Klembacher said.
As I understand it, Dorian said, Sturm does not want war. He wants the means to protect his city and end the rising strife.
Jarl Sturmgard is my friend, Thomas said, but he treats his city as an island. He will, I do not doubt, push for election of himself as the Grand Duke, and use that to wrest the war effort to his aims. But if he finds promises from Tosbrecht, he may instead turn his allegiance to him.
You have not seemed worried about your own city,
Dorian said to Cedric. I am near enough to Donig, that should I be attacked, Tosbrecht and Donigar will come to my aid. But we fear for our friend, Jarl Sturmgard, that Tosbrecht will use him as a willing pawn, and sacrifice his city to unite our people.
Why are you speaking with me on this, rather than with Sturmgard?
We merely wish to provide an uninterrupted proposal toward peace, for when you speak with the Jarls tonight.
What is tonight? Dorian asked.
Duke Tosbrecht sent message to each of us, calling for a council. It mentioned you would be in attendance, to discuss the upcoming elections as well as the war.
Thank you, Dorian said. I shall look forward to seeing you both there, and perhaps then you can present your proposal.
The two men smiled and left the room. Dorian walked to his chair and sat down, his head on his fist. Prima Pater, Jurgen Epona muttered. You received no invite to the council meeting as of yet?
No, I don't expect I have. Perhaps we all ought to leave,
the matriarch superioress said, preparing to rise, when another knock came to the door. The door was opened to the broad smile of Grand Duke Utol von Tosbrecht. Good morning, Prima Pater, the Duke said, giving a deep bow.
Tosbrecht,
Dorian said. He took a deep breath and rose from his seat, motioning for the matriarch to sit back down. I understand you've had a few guests this morning, Tosbrecht said. I feel rather embarrassed I was not able to make it here sooner. I had meant to deliver my invitation to you in person, to a council I've called with the other Jarls.
The news has preceded you, I'm afraid,
Dorian said. I expect as much, Tosbrecht said.
And now you're here to set things straight.
I imagine you've come to understand that the position of the Jarls is split in the support for the election of the next Grand Duke.
And you'll note that I'm not in a position to give my support to one or another, Dorian said. I have come to this country in order to inspect my own holdings and to sue for peace between you and your neighbor.
I do not believe there is room for peace, Tosbrecht said.
There is always room for peace.
The Bartalians want nothing more than to reabsorb our nation into theirs.
And if you turned your efforts elsewhere?
Dorian asked. You've been speaking with Klembacher, it seems. He would turn his own city into a port for a fleet. Do you know what that would do?
I have a feeling you're going to tell me.
Bortali would either focus their war effort on destroying Sturmgard and the trees they would provide for the fleet, further enraging us, and then attack our ports before we could build, or, realizing they had no one to battle with on this border, turn south to Nemen, and take from that mountain nation what they will.
What makes you think they would refocus on Nemen?
Nemen has gold,
but Nemen has allies, in Cetra and Duran.
We thought we had allies in Duran ourselves, but they do not seem to want peace for us either. We stand alone.
Bronu Jinre is not an ally?
The islands do not want what is best for us. They prefer we do nothing, that we turn in on ourselves and starve.
Which is why you have closed your borders to them?
We have not closed our borders to Bronu, despite what Klembacher might say.
You're very well informed, Dorian said.
I am the High Duke. I have held the position for over 15 years. I am very well informed.
Then perhaps, Dorian said, you will, in the most concise manner possible, inform me. You seem to have no worries that you will retain your position.
Tosbrecht smiled. I have the support of Donigar, that much I can count on. Klembacher will do anything he can to wrest power from me. He would have his own city made the center of Baroni culture. He will push to take the position himself, gaining support from Gert and Thom. I have no doubt I can gain the vote of Sturm.
He always votes in a way that will best keep things in Sturm normal, which leaves Brahz, Dorian offered. "A little to worry there," the High Duke said. "Why is that?" "I suppose a better question is why I would come and tell you this," Tosbrak said. Dorian shrugged. "I am telling you that I expect to continue to be the High Duke as I promised to you. I am going to continue doing all I can to make peace in the Northern Scapes. Except that you believe war is not only inevitable, it is the only course of action to achieve that peace. If it brings peace, I will march to war. I simply cannot condone this action," Dorian said. "Then you are not for us, but against us? Are you siding with Portali?" Dorian leaned forward. "What made you think I was on anyone's side?" "Paladins are the protectors of mankind," Tosbrak said. "You are vowed to guard humanity, including against itself. If you are against war, then why have you not suggested you go back to Portali and force them to agree to peace? What do you think I was doing? I'm providing you the chance to rectify the situation on your own merit. You're not here to represent the Confederacy's interest. You would have our goods taxed by Portali, that our ships were unable to out-trade Bronu. You would have us simply sit here and rot. I am here to represent peace, Duke Tosbrecht. That's what we represent. Peace by any means." The Duke rose and left without another word. Dorian sat in his chair in silence. "Is everyone in this country so stubborn?" Dorian asked Jined Brazstein, who stood by the door. "That's how I got this broken nose," Jined said. 3 times. Dorian laughed heartily. "Thank you for that," he said through broken breaths. There came a firm knock at the door. "Come in," Dorian said. The door opened toward Jined, who did not move. A tall, muscled figure entered and stood before the Primapator's desk. He dropped to one knee and bowed, then rose.
"Primapator, I am Jaeger von Brazstein. I am sorry I did not have the chance to visit before now."
"Are you here to ask for my support to become High Duke?"
I have held the position. I do not need to again. I have enough concerns of my own.
Dorian sighed with relief. "Then what concerns do you have?"
"Primapator, I'm not here to ask for any support. I come humbly before you, as I am hoping you will send a message for me, with your authority, to a member of your order at Periantur. I have a son there who has become a paladin."
Katiam looked over at Jined, who watched in silence as the 2 men spoke. In fact, everyone's eyes darted back and forth from the Jarl to Jined.
"My eldest son was offered the chance many years ago to face the execution for the death of High Duke Tosbrecht's son, or become a paladin. He chose the latter. It had been my assumption that when he did, his own inheritance would be forfeited. Instead, it is tied up in his position at Periantur. His inheritance acts as his stipend to support him. With his lands tied up, it is breaking my treasury. We were forced, nearly at sword point, to take on the dead man's betrothed, since she bore my eldest son's seed in her womb, and give her to my younger son. To make matters worse, the bride price was considerable, considering the embarrassment this all created. Now I am forced to continually feed coin into an as-of-yet unpaid weregild of the dead man from my own coffers, unable to touch my son's inheritance."
"This is the leverage Tosbrecht has over you, then," the Primapator said. "What are you asking of me, Jarl von Brazstein?"
"I'm asking you to speak with my eldest son, Jined Brazstein. Please ask him to forfeit his claim on my lands, or else my entire family may become destitute, and the Jarldom will pass to someone under the thumb of Tosbrecht. I understand his inheritance is meant to pay for his life as a paladin, but it is killing my family lands."
"I'm afraid that won't be necessary, nor shall I be passing the message on."
"And why not?"
"Because you've already asked him." "Brother Brazstein," Dorian indicated towards Jined, who still stood at attention, but had tears welling in his eyes. The Jarl turned to see Jined standing there and staggered forward.
"My son, I did not know you were here. I thought you were half a world away."
Jined broke his stance and fell forward to embrace his father for the first time in 10 years.
"Father, I did not know the millstone of grief I had tied to you. Will you help, son?"
I already have," Jined said. "I forfeited my inheritance as we entered Baroni, when I took on a second vow, the vow of poverty. The lands are already yours." The huge Jarl
broke into a new stream of sobs, now filled with joy. Chapter 40. Jarlwives. Let every day be a decision to thrive. Be what that day calls for. Seek to improve on the last. Make proud the thoughts of tomorrow. From the Book of Sayings. All eyes turned to the door as it cracked open and the head of one of the castle's serving women peeked in. The woman walked awkwardly around the edge of the room to stand nearby fraught, next to the matriarch superioris. The collection of women, from Jarlwives to servants, sat in 3 concentric circles in the council room of the vault in silence. Tosbrecht waved her hand, and the woman stepped forward. Sabine Upona scribbled away furiously into a small book next to Katiam. "The Council of Jarls is convening," the servant said quietly. Fru Tosbrecht nodded and took a deep breath. "Then we shall begin." Unexpectedly, the matriarch superioris stood before the smaller-framed Gerin Tosbrecht could speak any further.
"My husband is as much a fan of long councils as the next elderly world leader," she said. "But having seen the irritation he is already showing at the thought of the meeting at which he is now in attendance, I am going to move quickly past tradition and ask us all to move to the topics at hand. If there is necessary pretext that must be met for your own records, then those can be done when the Jarl's Council concludes." "If that is what you wish, Matriarch Superioris," Fru Tosbrecht said. "Of course, today was going to be our vote on who would become the next head of our own council, so that whomever that is can take a proactive role in the decisions made today. The subject on which I wish to speak shall require that you all take a proactive role, and despite your own term as head of this council still in effect, Fru Tosbrecht, I should ask that you respect the allegiance you have to Shield and Blade under the leadership of Rose and Thorn."
"You have our allegiance," Gerin answered.
"And our attention,"
Fru Lerda Klembacher said.
"Very well," the matriarch said. "First, let me verify the following. To what extent do the Jarlwives operate alongside their husbands?"
"Can you be more specific?" Gerin asked.
"Do you command authority? Are you autonomous?"
"Very much so," Fru Klembacher said. "To an extent that goes relatively unnoticed by the Jarls."
"And were your actions to go into direct conflict with their decisions?"
"What they don't know will not hurt them."
"And if your actions, in conflict with the Jarls, might otherwise be considered treasonous?"
"What is it exactly you're asking of us?" the yellow-clad Fru Thomas said. "Surely you're not asking us to betray our homeland."
Maida smiled. "I would not ask that much of you. I am gauging merely how much in opposition this council operates."
"You've stepped over many a boundary," Fru Tosbrecht said, "that, spoken by any one of us, would cause trouble."
"But as an old woman, you would hear me out," Maida said, smiling.
"As the head of all Chrysalis orders, we would hear you out. Your husband is recognized as equal to other heads of state, and you would be recognized as such yourself. We would hear you out."
"Very well,"
Maida said, sitting down and sighing.
"The Prima Pater, Dorian Muir, and I have come to the decision that the fate of this upcoming war may lie in your own hands. The King of Bortali wants it, and your husbands seem knock-bent on giving him what he wants. We plead with you to act in what power you have to prevent this from happening."
"And should our husbands decide otherwise?" Fru Klembacher asked.
"That is why I have insisted we hold this council, to address this issue now, while they also come to their own decisions. Your actions, predetermined as they may be, shall also not constitute an act of insurrection."
"A wise course," Fru Tosbrecht said.
"Now, before we proceed," Maida said, "will you consider all possibilities to prevent this war?"
Fru Tosbrecht looked around the room. "Are there any in opposition to this request?" No one raised a finger. Gerin Tosbrecht looked back to the matriarch. "I think we can all safely say that we'd like to avoid a war."
"Then I should like to open the floor to your council to discuss just what actions ought first be taken in order to assure lasting peace."
The room grew silent and still.
"Have not one of you spoken with your husbands? Has no one raised potential options, even in the sacred trust of the bedroom?"
Again silence reigned. Maida folded her hands.
"Let us sit, then, in silence, and consider."
"Auntie Maida already suggested they go and speak with Captain Smith and Wakely Sayor," Katiam muttered to Sister Upona. Could that not be the best tact? How so? Upona muttered back. Have you something to suggest? The matriarch said, turning to give Katiam the room's attention. Katiam's ears burned red as all eyes fell on her. I know you are not one for public speaking, Maida said, but I should like to hear what you have to say. Katiam felt a blanket of terror sweep over her, and her vision snapped to a single narrow tunnel. Katiam, Upona said, placing a hand on hers. You can do it. Tell us what you said to me and what you mean. Katiam felt a cup being pressed into her hand. She lifted it and took a sip of the cold water. The Weglisayer Hospital, she blurted out. What of it? Upona goaded her on. Matriarch Superioris, Katiam continued. You have already suggested that the Shield Maidens make contact with Sister Smith and work together to ensure the hospital is safely accomplishing its mission. The matriarch held up a hand for Katiam to pause and turned to the circles of women. In the city of Weglisayer, we came upon a derelict naval academy. Having left the head of my personal guard there, one Sister Captain Sigrid Smith, we intend to turn that old academy into a hospital. It is to employ those women who might prefer to sell their bodies over starvation. It is established publicly, under the patronage of the Fortress of St. Ramon, which sits adjacent to the city. She waved for Katiam to continue. Could not the alliance between the Shield Maidens and the Order of the Rose be more formally established with the hospital as a joint effort? In what way? Is it not the common practice to treat hospitals and churches as places of refuge in times of war? There was a general murmur of agreement. If the Shield Maidens journeyed there under the pretense of supporting the hospital, it would flourish. How would it improve the situation leading two nations to war? If I may, Fru Tosbrecht said. The matriarch waved acknowledgement. If we were to work with the hospital openly, Tosbrecht said, it would effectively declare that the Rose, the Hammer, and the Shield all condemn the war, and establish the city of Weglisayer as a safe city, even if the war proceeded. It would also ensure that the northern pass between the nations is secure. If either nation marched against the city, it would escalate the war to encompass other nations, forcing them to act in response to what would be considered by most a war crime. But that would also mean that Sturm is the central target, Fru Sturmgard said. I think we can all agree that many of our husbands planned to make Sturm the central theater for the war, no matter the outcome, Tosbrecht replied. Your husbands, Fru Sturmgard said, but our city does not ask for war to be waged on our doorstep. What peace shall I have knowing that the children of my own city are endangered? The Jarls currently argue over who will be the next duke, the matriarch said, and it comes down to whether Sturm or Clem is the focus of the war. If you take one out, then the other becomes the obvious theater for a unified plan, which would also mean that the vote is made with a clearer head, Fru Klembacher said as she stood. My husband has long coveted the title of duke, and I shall not make pretense I would enjoy the affluence that provides me and my son as future Jarl. But were we to take this action, establishing hard peace in the north, changing the focus of the imminent war toward Sturm, it might even swing the council to vote Jarl Sturm in as duke. She walked across the room and took up Fru Sturmgard's hands in hers. And that would not be such a bad thing for the next few years. Sturm has never held the title, and it might help my own husband and Jarl Tosbrecht to make some sort of peace. Cressania knows that even our own friendship has not been enough to persuade our husbands to make their own peace. If we are to do this, a quiet voice said from across the room. All eyes turned to the black-clad Fru Vunhilda Gertigan. Then we cannot do so with Fru Tosbrecht as the head of our council. Please elaborate, the matriarch said, as others began to murmur again. I mean this is no disrespect, Vunhilda said, but with Jarl Tosbrecht as the current duke, and his wife as head of the council, it would seem that this is a decision coming down from Tosh. We are due to elect a new leader of the Baroni Shield Maidens. We ought to do so immediately, to better consolidate this decision. I think it obvious who it should be, Fru Klembacher said. No one said anything. If Sturm is to be the focus of the war, then their neighbour, Gert, ought to hold the keys to the other half of the kingdom, via Fru Gertigan as the head of our order. Establishing peace in the north through a formal alliance with the Order of the Rose will also constitute acts of proper leadership before the ducal title is even moved.
That seems reasonable, the matriarch said. Is there a formal way to go about the transfer of power in this election? We need only cast a vote. Is there anyone who also wishes to push their name forward for the leadership of the order for the next 3 years? No one raised their hand. Then the vote will take place between the current leader, Fru Tosbrecht and Fru Gertigan. In the meantime, shall we establish a plan to contact the hospital in Wegliseor? The matriarch asked. We ought to send representatives immediately. From both shield maidens and by order of the matriarch, Upona said. I think it's safe to send me, the tall, red-headed Tuar Shiov from Bronu said. I'm foreigner, so I can go with little danger to myself, and it will constitute an act of peace for my own father in the Isles of Bronu-Genre. Very well. A group of medically trained sisters can accompany you, Fru Tosbrecht said. We ought to send others under my orders as well, the matriarch said, to ensure that this does not seem an act of espionage. The matriarch scanned the room, falling on each of the women from her company. Katiam thought perhaps she would send Astrid or Asenath. Her eyes locked with Katiam, and a hope filled up in her, thinking this might be the opportunity she had awaited. A journey back first to Wegliseor and then to the College of Nemen. I will go, a voice piped up. The matriarch gave a look of apology to Katiam and turned back to see who spoke. Oneli Klembacher stood up next to her own mother, who looked up at her daughter in horror. You are not a member of my order, the matriarch said. But I would be, Oneli said. We have not discussed this, Fru Klembacher said. I would hear your reasoning, the matriarch said. All here are equal. If you have the courage to stand and state your claim, then you can be afforded the opportunity to defend it. Oneli's mother closed her mouth and sat back, arms folded. As the daughter of a Jarl, my life is one of sacrifice. One day I will be called to marry for alliance rather than for love. So why not provide myself as sacrifice to help bring about peace in these times of war? How would you, leaving your family and nation, provide peace? Her mother muttered. If I were to take vows, not as a shield maiden, but under the Order of the Rose, I could change my name, thus protecting myself from the Bortalians. Your father would not stand for it. He would not allow you to go to Bortali. He will not know where I go, only that I have left with the Order of the Rose, perhaps to Mandur. Yet you would secretly go to Wegliseor, the matriarch said. As a secret hostage, yes. Hostage? The matriarch asked. It is an old practice, Fru Tosbrecht said. Sons were often sent to live under the patronage of potential enemies. Should the father declare war or ally against the host, then their son's life was forfeit, the same as that of women sent to marry potential allies or enemies. Should my own father find out later that I am indeed in Bortali, it might also ensure he commits assets to the war he might otherwise be hesitant to give. Matriarch Superioris, please do not take my daughter from me. I am in no position to forbid someone from joining my order, the matriarch said. However, if you and your daughter wish to join me in my company on the road to Brahz, and then to the borders of Mandur, then you will have plenty of time to discuss the possibility, and for another alternative to assert itself. The council proceeded for several hours, and before the end they formally elected Fru Gertigan as the new leader of the council. Katiam followed the matriarch to her chambers. Sister Glass, the matriarch said to Astrid as they arrived at the door, I should like no interruptions tonight, although I expect I'll receive a message from my husband early tomorrow. At that time, please let Sister Upona know so she can wake me to attend. Astrid nodded and closed the door behind them as they entered. What arrangements shall I make for tomorrow? Sister Upona asked. If it is not tomorrow, then the day after, we shall be leaving for the city of Brahz with the Brazsteins. We'll need to make arrangements for Oneli Klembacher to join our order. You were very quick to accept her offer, Katiam said as she poured the matriarch's medicine into a glass of wine. She was the only woman there willing to do so. Any one of them could have offered themselves in her place, but she had the backbone. She is choosing the honorable course, and I would respect that. And of course, Upona said, bringing the blanket over to the matriarch as she sat before the fire, that's the kind of girl you want in our order. She will have plenty of time to change her mind, of course, the matriarch said. It is very unlikely we are able to cross the border from Brahz. Their coastal road is said to be notoriously dangerous. What happens then? Katiam asked. If I may ask. After we conduct our business here, we will travel south through Tosh and through the pass west of there. I think it will be there that Annalie will make her final decision and be secreted away to Egliseor.
And even then, Upona added, she won't take her final vows for a year or two. Perhaps if the war is stopped or ends before then, she may at that time decide not to go through with it.
That is something I will speak to her mother on, the matriarch said. We'll do nothing to dissuade her if she chooses to begin down the path. But her mother will either hold on to the hope that her daughter will return to her, or, and I expect this will be more likely, she will become her strongest advocate and patron.
The older woman took the glass from Katiam.
I think I'll sit here a while before I retire. I'll ring for you, Sabine, when I'm ready.
Katiam and Sabine walked to the door together. She seems content, Katiam said. Annalie standing up for herself was a minor victory for her, but I think she's more proud of you. Katiam stopped and looked at Sabine, and back across the room to the matriarch. Sabine opened the door, and they both entered the hall. When you speak up and when you make decisions, like that time you ordered out the Council of Sister Superiori, who were pressuring her to finance their project in City Arata, they had been haranguing her for days, and it was ruining her sleep. Yes, but you ordered them out as her doctor and great niece. She still sided with them in the end. She might not have, if you had not stepped in. She enjoys seeing you take command. I'm no leader, nor do you have to be, Sabine said, but it reminds her that you are your own person, and that you don't live in her shadow. It was much the same with me when I put my foot down in order to marry Jurgen. Only with you, she truly considers you a daughter. Katiam excused herself as she came to the door of her own room, and went inside the small one-bed cell. She sat down on the edge of her bed, a smile on her face.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 41. Brahz. Hatred is a cold steel pin that strengthens the spine and poisons the blood. Minu the Gentle. If Egliseor was hewn from the black rock it sprang from, then the city of Brahz and the castle that loomed over it had attached itself to the mountain heights in order to enjoy its view. Katiam patted the discouraged-looking Sleipnir she sat atop, as it considered the climb it was facing. Every street and every home had been fashioned to look out over the long slope to the blue Lupenfang Sea to the north. As in Clem, the city wore its colors. Red banners and pennants flew from nearly every home, and tradesmen appeared at the doors to their shops and homes to watch the procession of Brazstein nobility, paladins, and paladames as they made their winding way up through the city. The city founders had chosen white marble for their castle, and each hall and building jutting from the face of the darker rock of the mountain. When the view above her didn't hold her attention, green orchards and gardens leading to the sea did, and when that didn't, she watched Jined. The newly adorned brother adjutant had remained silent for the trip from Donig to Brahz, riding openly in secret, while his family tried their best to ignore that the disgraced son accompanied them. But Katiam had caught glimpses of him watching them, and vice versa. Now, in the city of his birth, his smile had broadened, and the sights, sounds, and smells brought happiness to him that had long lay dormant. After crossing back several times, they finally arrived at the portal that led first through the gate built into the stone outcropping, then over a causeway, and finally into a stable-yard. Jarl Brazstein dismounted and helped his wife from her own Sleipnir. He led the way for the primapater and matriarch to join him, while his son took over the stabling of the collected group. There were few servants in attendance, no doubt due to the meager money the Jarl commanded. The Paladinio provisioners were shown the way to the kitchen, where they offered to cook a meal. The guards moved under the command of Pater Segundus, Gess, and Jined to light fires and hearths. All was done in a stoic resolve. Jurgen Upona appeared for a time as the entourage gathered in a great hall. Jined had taken a seat near the hearth. Jined, Jurgen said, the primapater requests your presence. Then the seneschal turned to Katiam. You are also required. The matriarch is tired, but hopes you can give her something to ward off fatigue. Katiam nodded and walked alongside Jined behind Jurgen. Jurgen came to a hall and looked both ways, turned around by the new castle. To the right, Jined said, if we're going to my father's study. Jurgen nodded and led them in that direction. They came to a large double door, held open and guarded by the twins Loic and Kavian. Within, the primapater and matriarch had been provided seats near the head of the long table, with the Jarl and his wife on either side. Their son, Arthos, sat next to his father. Beside him sat his wife Kativa and their son Avet. Jined's sister, Mari, who had married into another home in Brahz, had taken Lerda and Oneli Klembacher to her private home as guests. Everyone glanced up as Jurgen Upona escorted Jined and Katiam in, and both Arthos and Kativa quickly looked away, but their son, a very heavily built boy of 10, gawked at Jined as he entered and came to stand at the other end of the table.
Brother Adjutant Jined Brazstein,
the Prima said, standing. Katiam slunk around the side of the room to the sideboard. She opened up her smaller medicine purse, took out a vial of ground killet nut, and mixed a pinch into some wine. She then began to walk across the room to give it to the matriarch.
We have concluded preparation of the paperwork, forfeiting your birthright back to your father, Jarl Brazstein.
Jined nodded his acknowledgement.
It is not legally required for you to be here, Dorian said. After all, you relinquished it to Perian Tor when you took the second vow. However, Jarl Brazstein and myself agree that having you formally sign a baroni legal document will put him in a better position.
Jined nodded again.
Would you care to come to this end of the table to sign the paperwork?
Jined did not move. Katiam thought she saw tears welling up in his eyes.
May I be given the opportunity to speak?
Jined asked. The Prima looked to the Jarl, who nodded, a sad look in his own eyes.
I have brought more disgrace to my family than I could know,
Jined began,
and for that I owe an apology, and beg forgiveness from all here. I fled to join the paladins out of shame and the fear of losing my life. Through time, my pride led me to believe that what I had done was the honorable thing. I had no idea that my actions would continue to rupture the wound caused by my foolish actions as a younger man. For that, I make no excuse. Father, I apologize for the loss of dignity I have caused, and for betraying the house of Brazstein in an act of murder against the house of Tosh.
He turned to his mother.
Fru Brazstein, Mother, please accept my apologies for the shame I brought to you all the years of my life, by squandering my existence and noble birthright that you gave me. I know that Mari does not wish to see me. I don't doubt that her marriage was one of gain for the house of Brazstein, just as mine might have been. I pray to Grizone that she is blessed. Arthos, my brother, he said, turning to the man next to their father, I apologize for the burden I put upon you. I do not doubt you will make a better Jarl than I would have been, but it still saddens me that it came by a path of shame. Most importantly, Jined said, turning to Arthos's wife, I beg the greatest forgiveness from you, Kativa.
The woman did not look up, but Arthos took the woman's hand in his. I could say my nature got the best of me that night. I could blame others. I could say that it was not my fault that I pushed the Duke's son to his death, but I will not do that. My pride and open arrogance destroyed your life, and for that I will always have a shadow of regret over me. And so I beg your forgiveness most of all, and I hope that you have found some joy in the life you live amongst the Brazsteins. And even if you do not forgive me, know that I shall always pray to Grizone that you are blessed, that your children are blessed, and that you will be blessed by my actions today. He strode across the room, took the quill from the ink, and signed his name next to his father's and the Primapater's.
Goodbye, he said, and Grizone bless you all.
He turned and strode from the room.
Well, Dorian said after a time, I think perhaps that finalizes the proceedings.
Thank you,
Jarl Brazstein said.
I have said it before, but this takes a great burden from my shoulders.
Given what I've read in the document, too, you'll now be able to open long-closed mines.
Which should be a great source of income to us, the Jarl said, providing work to many.
And I should hope, too, a source of healing, the Primapater said as he rose. Let us leave the Brazsteins to their privacy.
He took his wife's hand and helped her from her seat, and they both walked to the door. Katiam glanced back into the room, and she followed the others out. Fru Brazstein was crying, and tears streamed down her husband's face, but the sobbing that came from the room was one of relief rather than sorrow, and none cried harder than Kativa, the woman Jined Brazstein had killed for and left pregnant with the boy his own brother now raised. The meal that night was filling, but eaten in relative quiet, though there was a tension that verged on excitement as the evening wore on. The following day started full of bustling excitement as the Brazsteins marshaled the re-establishment of their leadership of the castle and city. Merchants and young men and women who sought to work for the Jarl came in droves, and few were turned away. The coffers of the Brazsteins had, for the first time in nearly 10 years, been opened.
I should like to visit the market, the matriarch said as Katiam entered with a midday plate of food.
I can go find Sabine, Katiam said, and arrange that.
I gave her the day to spend with her husband, Maida said. They've gone down to the sea. Shall I tell Sister Glass then? She left with several paladins and a local guide to gauge the coastal road into Men Fulhar. You can escort me. The matriarch rose and opened up a wardrobe, pulling out fur-lined cloaks. Disguise, Auntie? Warmth, Maida said, handing one to her. And disguise, she added with a wink. Katiam gave the older woman her arm, and they made their way through the castle to the gate, which stood open as drovers and newly rehired servants came and went. I'm not entirely sure which way to go. We have plenty of hours to both get lost and find our way again. They came to the first switchback. Looking out from the wall, the city spread below them in tiers. The market took up a large square 3 tiers down, with streets leading off to the left and right, and multiple stairs leading down and away. A single set of stairs cut down through the layers. That was easy enough, the matriarch said. Looks like the Brazsteins wanted easy access for themselves and their servants to reach the market. Was there something in particular you were looking for, Auntie? Nothing in particular. It's been some time since you and I had time together, and it seems like a good day to do so. Katiam smiled and gave the matriarch's arm a squeeze. How is the study of the Rotha? There's been little change, Katiam said. But there's been some. At the grove near Clem, something happened. A raised seam appeared around the edge. That is interesting. What has Asenath said of it? We've not nearly had enough time to speak of it, Katiam said. It is probably a good idea to do so soon. Why? Winter is fast approaching, and I doubt the cold will be a benefit to the seed. Speaking of winter, Katiam said, do you think we'll make it to Man Fulhar before it sets in? I doubt it, the matriarch said. It's expected we'll not be able to take the coastal road. Rockfalls often block the path, especially in winter, and the seas are too rough to take this time of year. So we'll go south? It is expected to add several weeks of travel. They came to the bottom of the long stairs, and Katiam moved them to a nearby bench for Maida to catch her breath. It reminded her of the many stairs of Periantur. The matriarch never complained, but never relished the idea of a set of stairs, no matter the length. It appears we're not the only ones out and about today, the matriarch said, pointing to several paladins moving through the crowded market. Pater Segundus Nicol Guess moved quietly through the people, with Jined Brazstein and Dane Merrick on his right and left, and 3 of the entourage provisioners along with the purser behind them. One of them stopped at a merchant selling sacks of ground seeds, and began haggling with them, while another stopped a few stalls down to negotiate over baskets of dried fruits. It appears we'll be eating more porridge on the road, the matriarch said. That is not a bad thing, Katiam replied, spoken as an optimist and a follower of St. Clair. Spoken as your physician. Come, let me join them, the matriarch said, beginning to rise. As she did so, a commotion arose, and Katiam turned to see a group of men pushing their way through the crowds. Brazstein, the man in front said. He was well built, but dressed in clothes well past their prime. He sported a chest-length scraggly beard. The men with him didn't look much better. Jined took a step forward, but did not tighten his grip on the hammer in his hands. What seems to be the trouble? He asked. You are, the man replied. I demand weregild from you. What offense am I to have caused, and who makes the accusation? Loren Gott. Loren? Jined said, a smile creeping across his face. It has been too long. Don't attempt to supplicate me, Loren said. Those days I called you friend are long behind us. It's been 10 years, Jined said. What hope or happiness have I had since that day when your actions cost me my trade? I don't understand, Jined said. You're a blacksmith, or I assume so. You were about to make journeyman when I left. When you left and the mines closed, my master, he looked around to the men with him, many masters no longer had work. Only those who serviced the larger mines remained, and the rest were forced to make meager work or leave. The mine's already opening, Jined said. There will be work. 10 years, the man said, his eyes brimming with tears of anger. I've been starving for 10 years. Has not the city provided? My father has sold off much to ensure the poor eat, and that legal wereguilds were paid. I would not take a handout from your family if I was on the brink of death. Yet here you are, demanding the handout of blood gold. I want a pound of gold or a pound of flesh, and these men want it too. That's a request I cannot grant, Jined said. I'm sorry if my actions have led you to this state. I hope you were not deprived of loved ones. I never married, for none would have a beggar. There is work to be had now, Jined said. I am sorry, but now tomorrow has hope. Don't speak to me of hope. You came to fight, Dane said, stepping up next to Jined. The words you speak only strive to strengthen your own spine. What?
Lauren said. You never intended to let Brazstein walk away from this, so you gathered men to back you up, and had only the intention of assaulting a group of 7 paladins. Go ahead, brandish your tools and weapons. Try and fight paladins who train to fight and kill, those set aside by the Primapator of Periantur to kill his enemies and guard his holdings. Lauren looked over his shoulder as a few of the men lost their spine and ran to leave. Jined took a step forward. The group of men took a step back, but Lauren stood his ground. Jined placed a hand on his shoulder. I do not seek a fight with an old friend, no matter the offense I may have caused him. Had I gold to give you, I would, but I have given up all worldly possessions. Lauren looked up at the taller Jined. Katiam saw his fists clench on the smith's hammer. He moved suddenly, the hammer swinging into the breastplate of the larger paladin with a dull clank. Jined stood at his full height and let the man take several blows out on him, each hitting soundly where leather and steel protected. That is enough, the commanding voice of Nikal Guess said. Lauren stopped swinging, and Jined turned to Nikal. You've made your claim, Nikal said, and Brother Adjutant here has even attempted to supplicate you. But I've heard enough, and you've now outstepped the law. An unwed man has many an opportunity before him, even at your age. You have never sought work away from your hometown, never considered service to a god. Lauren looked down in shame. It is your pride that starved you, and now the Jarls open the mines, and you seek instead to end your life and career by assaulting a holy paladin. He turned to Dane. Brother Merrick, you nor I are scribes, but is it not true that a man who attacks a paladin of the hammer forfeits his fealty and becomes an indentured servant of Periantur? What? Lauren cried out. The rest of the men who had come with him dissipated. Pater Secundus, Jined said. I would prefer that we grant him some leniency. Please, Lauren said, dropping to his knees. I ask you not do this. Nikal motioned for the man to rise. Your hatred is a festering disease, Nikal said. If you do not seek to cleanse the anger in your heart over the actions of a man from 10 years ago, it will eat you alive. Lauren gave Jined a look, and then, in shame, turned to stare at the cobbles. I believe we have enough from the market, Nikal said, turning toward the stairs by which the matriarch stood. He recognized her and smiled. Paladins with him followed, leaving Lauren standing in the middle of the empty space of the market. A few moments later, business proceeded as usual. Matriarch Superioris, Nikal said as he approached. Sister Barrow, he said, nodding his head. Well negotiated, the matriarch said. You saw that? Indeed. I have not heard someone invoke the indentured servitude scripts in many a decade. If ever, Nikal said, laughing. They were, after all, in a parable, not in doctrinal scripture. Still, the matriarch said, it seems to have dissolved the conflict. Indeed. May we walk you back to the castle? We've only just arrived, Maida said. I've still to look around. Nikal pointed to where the conflict had taken place, then moved his finger back, counting 10 stalls. About there, he said, is an ointner. You ought to see what Poramerian oils go for out here. They are much sought after. Perhaps Periantur's coffers could use with selling it ourselves and directly. It was discussed at one point, Maida said, but we decided to let the peasants under our protection collect, prepare, and sell to their own benefits. I have so long lived under the vow of poverty I don't much understand, nor care to, the workings of coin and coffer. No need to admonish yourself, Nikal, she said, placing a hand on his arm. It is a wise thought, merely one considered before. Nikal smiled faintly, then turned to the stairs with the others behind him. Katiam and Maida watched him ascend. It is a mystery no woman of Periantur has made good on that man. He is married to his role, Katiam said. And he always has been, Maida said. It is what makes him one of the youngest paladins to hold the role of Pater Secundus, though not as young as the Primapator was. Times of war will do that, Maida said. Did you know he was 23? So you've said. That is younger than most men who take their vows. They turned toward the market and joined the lines of people walking by stall after stall. There are times he regrets that he was made Primapator only 2 years later, at the height of the Protectorate Wars. He was young, and the power did at times go to his head. Periantur still stands, so he can't have messed up too much. No, he did a good job. Does do a good job. I've had the privilege of watching him all this time, but we often wonder how different life might have been had the Order not unanimously elected him. Was there another who might have? Of course. Many of them died in the war.
I might not have been made Matriarch Superioris 20 years later either. Many whisper that I was only made so for being his wife, but we know that is not true. Maybe I'd have gone to a nearby oracle and become a servant of the Dwale.
But you were married then?
Yes, there are plenty who are married in Parian Tour, who might go for years not seeing one another. Dorian and I were blessed to have one another so close at hand. It is what allowed us to make it through the worst of times. Perhaps you will, one day. Only the Pantheon can know.
Auntie, Katiam said, blushing.
Maybe after I'm gone, the matriarch pressed, you'll go to the college, and there you'll meet a bright young man, and you'll stay there and live out your life as a physician and a teacher.
What makes you think that's what I want, to teach?
What do you want?
Choice, Katiam said.
At times we must set aside our desire for choice, Maida said, patting her arm. But that doesn't mean we give it up forever. Tomorrow is a different day, and we always have the choice to accept that fact.
Chapter 42, Forest Homes. Let the vow chosen be a burden, a fast to draw thy attention, for as one draws closer to thy God, all worldly distractions shall only be a crashing wave. St. Ramon's Log, Entry 75. It seemed as though Jined hadn't slept at all in the weeks since he had taken the vow of poverty. He hadn't felt he owned much of anything as a paladin, so taking on the vow seemed such a small thing. But it had quickly escalated when his father, a noble Jarl, had practically fell to his knees to beg Jined to relinquish his land and titles. It was a meeting of joy and sorrow, mixed with bitterness, made all the more real when he made his apologies to his entire family in the sight of the Prima Pater and the 2 Pater Segundi. It was no relief to give up his inheritance, nor did it seem a burden, and yet, almost immediately, as the accolades he hadn't expected to receive died down, Nicol Guess, Pater Segundus of the same vow, took him under wing. Jined quickly discovered there was much more that came with the vow than he had initially expected. Paladins he had not fully understood before were paid a stipend for their work. Mostly their service to the hammer was paid in food and lodging, and in the upkeep of their armor. And so the first thing Jined had to do was turn over his armor and hammer for used ones. Both needed a great deal of maintenance to make suitable, and yet they were not his. Yearly, he was told, he would trade in his set and be given another old set of armor in utter disrepair that he would be charged with working back into a serviceable set. Secondly, he would not be paid in food, nor in lodging. Instead, he was required to put in additional time in service and responsibilities in order to make up for it. He had not realized how much extra work the paladins, who had already taken the vow, had done in their spare time. Some spent time at soup kitchens for the poor, or mending their brothers' robes. It exhausted him. Lastly, by divine ordination, he had been made a brother adjutant. The white cordons that now sat across his armor marked him as such by a miraculous change. The herald Amal Yullis was relieved of guard duty and reassigned as one of the Prima Pater's personal attendants. Jined became the adjutant under Nicol and over the other guards. He was now responsible for the guard duty roster, in which he would also be included. Nicol had provided him ample opportunity to lead, but was kind enough to take some of the burden on himself. After they left Brahz, nearly all of the training fetters were removed. Jined was on his own. The coastal road, as expected, would remain impassable until it was cleared in the spring, so they took the road from Brahz to Tosh, from which they would take the pass west into Mandur. They said goodbye to Fru Klembacher and her daughter as they left Brahz, but had been joined, as they always seemed to, by a newly veiled sister, who rode with the red-headed paladin, Tor Shov. Jined recalled the new paladain's familial name, Shov, as belonging to the family of rulers in the Isles of Bronu-Jinre. And while the Jarls had often bandied about the Shov name as untrusted in the lands of Baroni, Jined ignored them, given that the matriarch and those who traveled with her had taken a liking to Tor Shov. The city of Tosh appeared abruptly as they came out of a stretch of woods and looked down over the valley. Half the valley floor was filled with manicured forests, and the bustling city filled the rest of the space. Jined had forgotten just how large it was, nearly double the population of the capital of Donig. Yet, unlike the other Baroni cities, it never felt crowded. Instead, the gate, while well guarded, gave little attention to the Prima Pater's entourage, and people moved at an easy pace. The browns and greens of the people were intermixed with the accoutrement of autumnal colors, as the trees in surrounding parks had begun their change. The scents of harvest pies wafted from nearby homes and taverns in preparation for some celebration, while tradesmen continued their work and watched the entourage go by, considering whether or not to hawk their wares. They came to a forested area, and Nicole stopped to consider whether to lead the carriages through or around it. Jined saw tents and figures through the woods. "It looks like the area is a campsite for Uturk," Jined said as he came up next to Nicole. "Is that a problem?" "Where their tents sit, their homes lie," Jined said. "Travel through an Uturk camp is never the best idea, especially if your goal is to move past and beyond to the passes." Nicole nodded and guided the entourage around to the forested parkway. As they circled, a unit of guards in green marched alongside black-cloaked sentinels. At the center, High Duke Tosbrecht rode. He held a hand up and waved. Nicole gave a salute. "I'd have thought you were to take the coastal road," he called as he neared. "It was the plan," Nicole said, "but it was deemed unsafe." "I am glad you thought my own town and the passes beyond safe then. I only wish I could accompany you." "Other matters?" Nicole asked. "A glut of forest folk," Tosbrecht said, eyeing the forest. "Always seems to happen right before winter, and a bit worse this year." "Are they a problem?" "They provide enough public nuisance that I will end up dealing with it all winter if I don't take care of the problem now." "Seems inhospitable," Nicole muttered to Jined. "Duke Tosbrecht," Dorian said, leaning from his carriage. The Duke brought his mount around alongside him. "Greetings, Prima Pater. Was your trip to Brahz successful?" "Very. Is the pass west usable?" "No issues to report, although we could get an early snow up there. I'd not waste time making for it." "You'd not be put off if we don't stop as your guests?" "Not at all. As I mentioned to your guards, I have my hands full anyway." "And hiring black sentinels, too?" "A necessity, I'm afraid. They're capable, and you get what you pay for." The Duke gave a signal, and the guards and black sentinels turned and marched off into the park. "What are they doing?" Dorian asked. "I hope you're not forcing those within to move." "It is harvest festival time," the Duke said as he turned to smile at the older men. "All are welcome, but they must abide by the rules of my city." Dorian gave a nod that neither approved nor condemned. "As long as the law is abided by, I'll be in good position to return to Donig for the elections." "Have you ever been prevented from them?" Tosbrecht gave a small laugh. "Never. It's part of what ensures I'm re-elected. Nothing you need to worry yourself about. You'll be a Mandor and far away from any conflict here." "We had best continue on our journey," Dorian said, and sat back into his carriage. Jined could hear him muttering his displeasure to his wife as they continued through the city. The guards were not being rough with people with obviously less means, but they weren't being kind, either. And they eyed the entourage with thinly veiled irritation. As they neared the gate, the entourage picked up the pace, happy to move free of the city, boasting false joy in their celebration. Jined came to the gate first, and guided his Sleipnir to the side, to count the entourage as they passed. The red-headed Bornuing paladin and the new veiled sister had disappeared from their number. Jurgarn Upona, seneschal to the Prima Pater, along with his wife Sabine Upona, assistant to the matriarch superioris, took up the rear. "We arrived with 2 new chrysalises," Jined said. "I don't see them." Sabine nodded, muttering something under her breath, eyeing the guards atop the gate. Jurgen made a motion to Jined to lead the way out of the gate. Jined did so, and the 3 of them rode several hundred yards before anyone spoke. "Sister Shiov was on mission with us," Sabine said, "to escort the veiled sister to another location, and traveled to Tosh with us as a roundabout way to reach that destination. It is not my place to ask about the secrets of the chrysalis." "And in this situation," Jurgen said, "I understand that deniability will have the best results for the Prima Pater." Jined nodded, sure that whatever had occurred was by design and protected some women from violence or actions by some jealous man. As they neared the mountains, the changing gospar trees gave way to needled evergreens, but even here they grew thick, and the large boulders strewn beside the narrow road as they climbed the mountains beckoned like the tombs in a tightly confined sepulchre. The company rode in silence, the incline having even seen the scribes and the Prima Pater out of their carriages, to afford the draft Sleipnirs an easier burden. "It's a wonder Tosh hasn't better cared for this road," Nicole said.
"I imagine it goes hand in hand with their superstitions,"
Gallahan replied. "And the supply and demand it creates for the wood they export," Nicole added.
"I thought it interesting so many of the forest people had come to work in town,"
Gallahan said. Looking around, he saw Jined.
"Is that a common occurrence as the weather turns?"
Jined shook his head. "There are always some Uturk in most towns. More so in Tosh, but I don't think it is related to the weather. There is an old saying about how the more Uturk you have, the greater your bad luck."
"Why do you think they bring bad luck?"
"I'm not suggesting they do, only repeating the saying.
My father always told me that if Uturk started showing up in town in groups, then it meant something bad was either about to happen or something bad had happened that made them leave their forest homes. It could be they came over from Bortali, Nicole said, to escape war. They looked settled, though, Jined said, so I'd wager they were local clans.
What drove them from their forest?
Gallahan asked. There was a piercing bestial scream from up ahead of the entourage. Everyone froze in place, and the Sleipnirs suddenly became restless. The scream was met by another, farther off.
That sounded like Saverns, Jined said. I saw a troop of them at St. Ramon. They're rock-dwelling.
Might mean we're nearing the heights and the proper pass, Nicole said.
Come on, Brazstein,
he said, urging his mount forward. Jined caught a glance of the twins and Dane, who joined them at the front of the group.
Are we expecting trouble?
The Prima Pater asked as they passed. Only taking precautions, Nicole said. 50 feet ahead, they came to a side path, well-trodden, that led off to the south. Night is approaching, Nicole said. Perhaps we should see if this leads anywhere helpful.
Brother Merrick,
Jined said. Please go up this path with Katiam, and call back if you find anything, but don't go far. We're not looking to go an hour out of the way. Loic, Nicole said, please ride ahead a bit and give us news of the road. The 3 paladins rode away. Jined looked up at the sky and realized just how deep the shadows were growing.
I didn't think it had gotten so late, he said.
I don't think it is, Nicole said, but the mountains are casting a deep shadow and it's getting cold. It won't hurt to stop and catch our bearings before continuing our climb tomorrow. They heard a quick whistle come from Dane and Katiam's direction, indicating they come, and that all was well. I'll ride up to Loic and determine how tomorrow will go, Nicole said. You see what Dane found and administrate the setting up of camp, if you find a good place on a slope this steep. Jined took the path, which appeared wide enough for the carriages, and came out onto a flat cutaway in the rock. A village had been constructed in the space, which looked out over the tops of trees to the forest below. There were mining shafts cut into the rocks in several places, and a fresh scree field had been dumped off the far end of the village. Fresh boughs decorated lintels of homes, indicating whoever lived there had not been gone long. Forest people, a sister was saying nearby. Jined turned to see Astrid Glass talking to the botanist, Asenath, as they entered the village. There are a couple clans I've done trading with in Nemen, Asenath said. They decorated their homes and their market stalls with boughs.
If that's the case, Jined said, then we need to be overly cautious. If they left anyone to watch over their village, they've already seen us, and will watch how we treat their village.
Surely you can draw water from their well, Astrid said.
If an Uturk thinks he's been cheated, he exacts revenge. It will not hurt us to leave them gifts for anything we take.
That's rather superstitious of you, Astrid said.
Practical, Jined said. I had a cousin who took an Uturk for a wife in order to gain access to a stretch of forest belonging to her people. She died before she could produce a child, and suddenly everything went wrong for him. He couldn't keep workers. Half the trees got rot. He paid a weregild on the bride, even if her death was not his fault, and suddenly everything went right.
No one has explained to me what a weregild is, Asenath said. It is not a practice south of the mountains.
It's a man's price. It can mean any number of things. If an accident befalls a man, and the fault can be put on anyone, then it is paid to the man, or his family if he is dead. There are whole courts of law in the north that state the prices for various wereguilds. I knew a man who had stubbed his toe on a cobble and received a weregild paid to him by the local baron for the injury for the loss of a week's worth.
And that is what tied your family up? Astrid asked.
Jined nodded, both for the death of the son of Duke Tosbrecht and for his son's fiancée, whom I both impregnated and cheated out of the dowry she would have received marrying into the Tosbrecht family.
Wouldn't she take some blame for that?
She might have, Jined said, but the greater blame was brought against me, and my fleeing to become a paladin, rather than face the court and noose, was considered an admittance of guilt.
You did the right thing, Astrid said, giving up your birthright.
But the question remains if that will ever be enough, Jined said.
The scream of a Savern startled the 3 of them again, and it was quickly met by another. There was a thunder of hooves as Nicole and Loic burst into the space. The other Sleipnirs were being unsaddled for the evening, and everyone looked to Nicole. The Prima Pater came out of an abandoned house, his wife next to him.
Arms!
Nicole called.
What is going on, Nicole?
3 figures shot over everyone's head, and one dipped lower than the others, toying with the Sleipnirs before shooting up into the dusky sky. We're not far from the top of the pass, Nicole called out. But there's a troop of Saverns roosting there, and on the lookout. They decided we were targets to pick on. 5 more Saverns, all smaller than even the slightest sister, with wingspans longer than a Sleipnir, shot overhead, and this time drew tighter and tighter circles around the group, pulling in together toward the well at the center of the clifftop village.
"I had never heard of Savans doing something like this," the botanist Asenath said. "They and their little cousins, the wild-othsome furies, do this to their prey," Dane said from nearby.
One of the winged creatures suddenly fell upon one of the provisioners. The older paladin flailed about, screaming against the claws and fangs as the long-mawed creature tried to tear him apart. Amal Yallis, the herald, stepped up and kicked the creature to the ground, where Astrid and another paladin fell to beat the creature down. Suddenly, out of the clouds of wings overhead, a figure dropped to the ground. It stood much larger than the Saverns and upright like a man. But unlike the canine face of the Savern, this creature's face, while elongated, bore the semblance of a person, and the light of the torches playing in its eyes glinted with intelligence. Jined raised his hammer and moved to run at the creature, but it held up a taloned wing, signaling for him to wait. Jined stopped.
"I come with a message,"
the figure said. The Premapator pushed through the group, a torch in his hand. The figure shied away, but did not flee. In the torchlight, Jined could see it was a man, yet something new. He stood stark naked. Long fur clung to his body, and his fingers had elongated to accommodate the wings his arms had become.
"What are you?" Dorian asked, "and from whom do you deliver your message?"
"My master knows what you have done to his champion, Gar Talash, and he has decided that for your action a price must be paid."
"I do not answer to your master," Dorian said, "and you ought to tell him to take it up with my own god."
"It will be settled on the mortal plane,"
the creature said. "What name do you go by?" Dorian asked.
"Go, the Deathless King."
"I've not heard of you," Dorian said. "You must be newly in the service of your god."
"You'll not live to see many days as I will, and shall be forgotten,"
the creature said.
"but I will be remembered. The Vaka has foretold it."
"Even he does not know the days to come, nor can he foretell your living or dying. But I can tell you this. If I die this day or next, I will stand by my master's side at the end, but you will be shackled next to yours in eternal durance in Nasatan."
The creature roared its fury and leapt up into the sky even as the countless Saverns dropped from the sky to attack. The twins had hunting bows from which they shot arrows into the air, while Dane batted the creatures out of the way to reach Dorian, who had 3 of them on his shoulders trying to pull his armor off of him. Jined leapt into action alongside Dane and Nicole, who struggled against the creatures to pull the Premapator toward one of the carriages. The paladins already had the matriarch superior sequestered. Jined felt the crunch of brittle bones as he stepped over the bodies of fallen Saverns, pushing the Premapator forward in the dark, while batting blindly at the sky to wave off more attackers. The provisioners were trying to light more torches, but the black cloud of fluttering, slashing wings obscured the light.
"Grizone," Jined muttered, "help me stand against the darkness."
There was a sudden flash of light that pulsed from his hammer, illuminating everything around him. The Saverns screeched in terror. A few near the ground fell in shock, struggling to rise back into the air. The paladins took the opportunity and rushed forward to smash their wings, ensuring they could not flee and return later. It was a sudden and visceral victory, but hollow, as torches were passed around in the silence of night, and men and women examined each other for gashes and torn hair.
"What was that thing?" the matriarch said, coming down from the protection of the carriage and approaching her husband. "It's like in the Protectorate Wars when they first started. Do you remember? A new champion of one of the dark gods showing up every time we turned around," Gallahan said.
"I forgot you saw the wars firsthand," Nicole said.
"I was squire to Dorian in those days," Gallahan said, "before I took my final vow. Do you remember fighting that thing that commanded drakes?" he said to the Premapator. "We never found him after he fled," Dorian said. "But it's not beyond the power of Khos'ran to grant that kind of command, dominion over creatures." "He was the walker and the gift-giver even before he fell," the matriarch said. "But the gifts always come with a curse." "Self-loathing being the greatest of each curse, I don't doubt," Dorian said as he took a seat and let Katiam nurse a scratch on his scalp with a wince. Jined looked up toward the mountains, where the red light of Norlock backlit a figure of the Deathless King as he raged at the sky and the paladins bustling about the corpses of his followers. Chapter 43. Dead Pass. Silence, friend and enemy to all. Nasuni Proverb. 10 monks shuffled along the road, each identically dressed in tight gray robes.
A matching blue sash was tied across their middles, and a heavy cowl of the same color sat on their shoulders, obscuring their mouths. Across their eyes they wore a blue blinder, the only features of their clean-shaven heads, voluntarily taking from them their sight. They walked with the aid of a tall staff in their hands, upon which a single ring, from which hung several others, tingled with each stride with a jin, jin, jin. 4 black sentinels walked alongside them, the only 4 the leaders of the monks had allowed. At the head walked Cern Vaturas, master and commander of the Black Sentinel organization, and next to him walked the young Ophidia del Ishe. Her hood was back, her black hair falling loosely over her shoulders. In the sun, a glint of red could be seen in her hair. Behind the monks walked the Clouws. Hanen Clouw, the elder by 4 years, and as many inches taller, kept his peaked black hood off his own head in the sun. His contracts unable to see him anyway. His black hair was tied loosely up on top of his head, trying desperately to free itself from a leather thong. Next to him walked his younger sister, the stoic Rallia, who walked with a short staff in her hand, a sentinel-banded club mounted to each end. Cern left Ophidia out front and stepped off the road to let the monks pass, and then fell in beside Hanen. "How long would you say to the pass?" Hanen asked. "We'll travel north to where the borders of Duran, Lime, and Bortali meet," Cern said. "The pass there is well guarded by all 3 nations. It marks a major trade point and passes below the steep road to the city of Haven and Lime." "The headquarters of the Sentinels is there, is it not?" The question came from Sarai Yeladit, one of the young monks the leaders chose to take with them. "Yes, Nefer," Cern said. "We'll be able to gauge the travel conditions in the north from there. The weather in Mandor is almost always very different than in Duran. We will be very welcomed, and we can resupply from there." "Where do you suppose we'll rendezvous with the paladins?" Rallia asked. "I couldn't say. But from Haven, if we need to travel into the Baroni Jarldoms, we can. I suspect we'll be chasing after them in Mandor, though." By the end of the day, they were walking along a road parallel to the mountains. Trees climbed up the boulder fields that made up the ridge. Hanen could tell he wasn't actually seeing the tops of the mountains, but just a glimpse of a lower lip. He wondered if many had ever ventured to their heights. "You should see Duran from up there," Cern said. "You're a mind reader now?" Hanen asked. "I've seen that look before. You're thinking about climbing. It's best in summer. Do many live up there? The pastures might be good for herds, but there's a lot of wild animals living in those heights. For the most part, they stay away from people, unless they get hungry." "Farmers, then?" "Trappers and hunters, that's about it. The exotic animals fetch a good price. Some even more so alive." "Such as?" "Griffins, for one. There are several aeries of those majestic creatures. I met a man once who said he had ridden one. I guess I should say he tackled one, and it took him for a glide before throwing him off. He was obsessed with taming them." They came to an inn that night. It was small, with room enough for the monks. The sentinels stayed in the common room, finding their own corners to sleep in. The road continued easily. Inns were spaced evenly on the road, with individual travelers moving their wares up and down the continent. They were 4 days out from Birin, when a warm wind from the south washed over them. The leaves had turned a wash of colors higher up the mountainside. Snow had capped the very tops overnight, but as the day proceeded, even that began to melt and reveal slabs of granite. Cern walked at the front of the 3 leaders of monks, the Archimandrite Pelmaran, Gregor Hans, and Kiri Lant. "I fail to understand why charity is so important," Cern said. "Charity is the greatest work anyone can perform for common man," Gregor growled. "Why would you question it?" "Gregor," Pelmaran said, quieting him, "the man asks a question. We will answer it in a way that satisfies him. Tell me, Commander Vaturas, what is the true question you wish to ask?" "I am making light conversation, mind you," Cern started. "But why do the Holy Nefers provide charity? And the other holy orders, too, for that matter. It seems that is one of their primary purposes." "We have the time," the Archimandrite said, "and the money to give to those in need, and so we do. Just as we offer judgment for those who cannot find a way to receive judgment from their own courts, we help those who are not being helped." "If you did not help so readily, perhaps the people would go out of their way to do so, instead of assuming you're going to do it." "That is true. If we do not give, others would. But then what kind of people would we be if we, among men, cannot give?" "We do not give out of obligation," Kiri Lant offered. "We give because we can, and because we want to." They walked in silence for a mile. "Commander Vaturas, may I give you a challenge?" the Archimandrite asked. "What's that?"
Do not seek to find out why an order does good to others. Simply ask yourself how you can give. Things will sort themselves out as you do so. You will find a way to improve others and yourself at the same time.
Markhamandrite, I mean no disrespect, but I do not question why they do good. I merely do not believe in good nor in evil. I believe, instead, only in right and wrong. There are times when what some perceive as an evil may be good, and times a good may be an evil.
That is an interesting observation. You are more than a simple bodyguard. You ask questions the sages have long debated. I do not think I can answer that flippantly. I shall consider what you say, and speak with you on the subject later.
Ahead, 2 men walked alongside a large bovine auroch, pulling a heavy-laden cart. They shuffled down the middle of the road, looking downtrodden, passing through the middle of the monks and sentinels, who parted for them. When they had fully passed, the cart stopped. Hanen looked over his shoulder just as the canvas across the top began to flutter and uncover 5 men, who leapt out brandishing swords and daggers. One man stepped forward, holding a buckler in his offhand. They were dressed in browns, with heavy hoods to cover their faces from view.
"Time to pay up, Neffers,"
he shouted. Rallia stood at the ready. She turned, whipping her cloak from her shoulder onto the ground, her heavy staff hefted up onto her shoulder.
"No need to be brave, Gertie," one of the other brigands said. "Your monks here can pay up and we'll be on our way."
"Ha!" Ophidia laughed as she came to stand next to Rallia.
"You talk tall for a fool."
The little man she spoke to stepped forward.
"Who are you calling a fool?"
"I think it's apparent you are the fool," Rallia said. "I think she was more pointing out how short you are." The man gripped his sword tighter and growled. "You ought to get your little mutt back on his chain," Ophidia called to the apparent leader. "He might get kicked." Hanen and Cern had pushed their way up next to Ophidia. "Did your mother feed you along with infalls?" Ophidia continued. "That's all that can account for your ugliness. That or your father was an infald himself." The man rushed towards Ophidia in a rage. Hanen barely caught Rallia's movement as the heavy staff came off her shoulder and spun out, almost taking Cern in the backside of the head. It reached out the 4 feet to where the man stood and took him in the ear, laying him out cold. The first strike brought mayhem. Rallia got a second swing in, under the jaw of another man, before the third bowled her over, pinning her to the ground, trying to shove a knife through her chest. Cern stepped forward and gave the man a boot, as he loosed a crossbow bolt into another. Ophidia rushed forward and thrust her club into the chest of one man, knocking the wind out of him. She pressed him forward, toward the wagon, and then Rallia spun her staff, whipping it across the top of the wagon and clipping the crown of the man's head. Hanen took a step back as the leader walked up to him, swinging with the buckler. Hanen swung against him, lodging his axe in the wood. The man tore the axe out of Hanen's hand and swung with the short sword of his own. Hanen dove out of the way, and the leader walked past him directly toward Pelmaran.
"Time to visit the judge, old man," the man screamed.
Gregor Hans stepped in front and reached out with large arms to engulf the thief, taking him to the ground. As they fell together, the sword pushed through Gregor and out his back, covered in blood. The assistants, not sightbound, began to scream in mass hysteria. Gregor was not dead, though. He held on to the bandit, closing his hands around the bandit's throat and squeezing slowly, crushing the man's windpipe. Hanen could hear Gregor whisper harshly into the dead man's ears, "Let us visit the judge together. I suspect you won't fare as well as I." Hanen scrambled up and began to herd the monks together, letting them know it would be fine, even if he didn't believe it himself. The attackers were down, some groaning, some unconscious. Only the leader was visibly dead. Pelmaran asked to be led to the side of Gregor. He knelt down and felt the big man's frame. His finger touched the sword sticking out of his friend. He pulled his hand back with a hiss and sucked on his finger.
"You have given so many sacrifices for Nefara, and now you have sentenced a man to death with your last breath. May she guide you quickly to her own house. Wait for me there. I shall look forward to our conversations."
He pulled the blinding from Gregor's milky white eyes.
"So you may see the goddess when she comes for you."
The morning wail of the monks rose in crescendo. "Hanen," Rallia said, "let's move the body of the monk to the cart. Ophidia, get some rope out. Are you good with knots? We drag the outlaws with us to the next inn." "Archimandrite," Cern said, loud enough for everyone to hear him. "These brigands attacked holy men and women. They are, by all intents of the local law, dead men. I will give you a moment to deliver last rites to them, after which I will execute those that live." Cern said so with an authoritative sincerity.
Commander, Pelmoran said, you do not have the authority to take the lives of these men in your own hands.
I do, Cern said. The contract the Black Sentinels signed with the country of Duran allows us to exact punishments befitting crimes. Roadside brigandry is an offense only paid for by death.
We shall see to the last rites, Pelmoran said hesitantly.
The monks sobbed openly as they moved from body to body, whispering through gritted teeth the words they had long practiced. Cern walked up to each bandit, and once the monks had completed their work, slit their throats. One held up a hand and began to scream incoherently at Cern. He turned and tried to crawl away, frantically trying to rise to his feet. Cern drew out his crossbow, raised it, and shot the man in the back.
This is why I said we needed more Black Sentinels, Cern shouted angrily. A show of more sentinels would have given these bandits second thoughts about taking advantage of us. He turned to Rallia. Clouw, I want you to march back to Birin. Bring 10 sentinels back with you. We'll continue at the same speed we have been traveling. We're still a week away from the pass. I need you and the others back before then. Understood?
Rallia nodded.
Hanen walked up to his sister.
Are you rested up? Yeah, we're about 30 miles out of Birin. I should be able to make it by some time tomorrow if I move fast. Don't kill yourself. If you make it by tomorrow night, and take a day to gather sentinels by word of mouth, I bet you're back in 5 days tops. Get sentinels that look like they'll remain in control, and... Hanen paused and pulled Rallia closer. Get sentinels who you think won't be trouble like Thadar. Ones who won't cause trouble if we set up shop in Mandur, like we did in Eddy.
Rallia nodded, grabbing her brother's arm.
Keep your head on your shoulders. And like I said, don't kill yourself.
Rallia took off at a jog back toward Birin. We need to move out, Cern said. The body of Gregor had been loaded into the bandit's wagon, a blanket laid over him. The bodies of brigands were dragged several hundred yards from the road. Carrion animals would take care of them soon enough. The monks were crying, albeit quietly to themselves. The Nefer, Sarai Aladit, walked nearby stoically. Her blindfold remained unstained by tears. Do you not mourn the passing of Gregor? Hanen asked. Cern rode in the wagon, driving the Ark forward while Ophidia walked silently alongside it.
None of us mourn his passing. He's well cared for by Nefara. But I do mourn.
What do you mourn, then?
The death of the brigands, executed without remorse, without a trial. They attacked us. Did they? They asked for our money. Perhaps we could have done so.
Nefer, they were brigands. By law, their actions are punishable by death. If it had not been by our hands, it would have been by another authority.
And what authority did your commander have? His own? By an organization not recognized by anyone as legitimate? You're just bodyguards for God's sake. What right have you to be judge, jury, and executioner? We monks don't sentence people to death, and we're ordained by the goddess to judge fairly, honestly.
Hanen sullenly watched her walk off. At least the monks now knew that the sentinels were serious about their roles as bodyguards. It would be a long week without Rallia beside him, and contracts who didn't care for, nor respect, their guards.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 44. Fellow Dedicates. Pilgrims 3 came into view. Paladin, monk, and friar. Each curried his company. First friar offered prayer, next monk a judgment fair. The Traveler. The town of Mundi and the bastion there offered a day's respite before they began their journey north, and a breath of fresh air washed slowly over the entire company. In the evenings, Katiam bundled the rothopod up and kept it under her pillow to keep the cold from reaching it, and while they rode, when the sun warmed the earth, she brought it out and held it near her pommel horn. Nothing changed, but she liked to hope that maybe her love and care might bring it to bloom. The evening of the second day out of Mundi, they set up camp and dinner was just being served when a Sleipnir rode hard into the mist. The rider, a black sentinel in a peaked black cloak, rode with a monk of Nefara clinging to her back. They were quickly escorted into the Prima Pater's tent, and within a few short minutes, the camp tension broke as Pater Segundus Guess issued orders to ride south with the guard. A few minutes later, 2 women emerged from the Prima Pater's tent. One was a blonde-haired black sentinel, an inch or 2 taller than Katiam, with a short braid off the back of her head, and the sides of her head cleanly shaved. She wore her black cloak open, walking with a staff in her hand, and a banded club mounted to each end. Her blouse was immaculately white, which contrasted with the black trousers and boots she wore. Next to her emerged the monk of Nefara, in a blue sash and cowl, with a shaved head and wearing a pale blue band over her eyes. She held her staff of order in one hand and leaned on the Prima Pater's seneschal, Yurgan Upona, who kept a keen eye on the sentinel's every move. Katiam found herself watching the sentinel as she moved from place to place, taking calm, deep breaths as she smiled, watching the paladins and Chrysalis go about their work. She soon settled at a fire. Katiam took a seat at the next fire over. "I'm just glad we caught up with you," she was saying. "It's been a hard road from Eddy to here." "Eddy?" a paladin asked. "That's a long walk." "Forced march," the sentinel corrected. "A slower walk once we left Birin with the monks." One of them offered the sentinel a bowl of porridge. She took some with a smile and a thanks. "This tastes like home," she laughed. "How so?" another asked. "I was raised among paladins." "Yet you're a mercenary?" "Yes. My mother was the daughter of a paladin in Guru. She married my father after acting as wet nurse for my brother. So I was raised around paladins, helping out in the soup kitchen." "We just came from Guru," one paladin grumbled. "Oh? How was Primus Derrig? He was assistant to my grandfather, Primus Brave, when he was younger." "Your grandfather is Jined Brazstein." It was Pater Secundus Peer speaking now. "I knew him when I was a young man." "He is a good man," the sentinel said. "Yes, the best. Incorruptible, to say the least, and loyal both to friends and to Grazone." "It is a pleasure to be here," the sentinel said. "I have been too long away from the company of paladins." The monk of Nefara approached with her arm interlocked with Asenath, who brought her over to sit at the fire with Katiam. "Tell us of your journey," Asenath said. "I'm not sure where to start," the monk said. Soon the monk, who introduced herself as Soraya Yaladit, began to detail their journey from Birin. Katiam listened as the monk explained the attack, and the after effects on their archimandrite. Asenath was nodding and glanced over at Katiam. "As I said," Soraya continued, "when we were attacked, one of our leaders, Gregor Hans, was run through with a sword. As I understand it, Archimandrite Pelmoran cut himself on the blade when he leaned over to help Gregor. His finger very quickly became infected, and we feared poison. He was delirious for days, but stayed alive. He is still not well after these 3 long weeks. We were marched through the pass, trying, perhaps, to catch up with you. We had just arrived in Mundi when word came that you had recently passed through. The Black Sentinel, Rallia Clouw, agreed to ride north to meet you. I came to ensure you'd hear us out and not turn her away." Asenath turned to Katiam. "Is there anything you can do for the Archimandrite when he arrives?" "I will do what I can, but we have not seen the symptoms. There is little I can prepare for." "Nafayaladit, do you know the symptoms?" Asenath asked. "No. I have only heard what little was described to me, and even that was sparse. There was no time to talk as we pressed hard to meet with you here." 2 days later, just as the sky began to enter a gray and overcast twilight, Amal Yalis rode into camp, stationed a mile south to keep an eye out for the return of the guard. Everyone made ready and came to stand alongside the road to formally welcome their brothers and sisters of the Dedicates of Nefara. Around the curve, the standard of Grazone, carried by the aging standard-bearer Valer Caton, appeared. Then half the guard, marching in formation. Perhaps 10 men and women, all dressed in the cloaks and peaked hoods of the Black Sentinels, marched behind them. 2 wagons came around the corner. The first was driven personally by Pater Secundus Guess, while the second, laden with supplies, was driven by 2 mercenaries. 6 Nefaran monks shuffled along behind the cart at a stately pace. Then another 10 Black Sentinels, and the remainder of the paladins took up the rear. The parade of people came up and stopped short before walking between those gathered. The Pater Secundus and the black-clad mercenary on the Sleipnir both dismounted. The monks gathered round the back of one of the carts. First, they helped down one of their number that looked as old as the matriarch and her husband. He patted one of them with a smile on his face. 2 of the black-cloaked sentinels stepped forward with their leader and helped an old monk down from the back of the cart. He seemed only vaguely aware of his surroundings, and the 3 men had to help him walk down the corridor created by the entourage towards the Prima Pater and his wife. Coming to stand before the 2 leaders of the churches, the old monk lifted his head and smiled, then bowed it again. The Black Sentinel, who was apparently their leader, said, "Most holy and distinguished Prima Pater of the Grazone Church, and the pure and holy Matriarch Superioris of the Chrysalis Integritas, I, Cernvaturs, Master and Commander of the Black Sentinels, have, to the best of my abilities, delivered the Archimandrite of the monks of Nefara to you. I pray you will look honorably upon us, and provide what help you can to the Archimandrite, poisoned by an assassin's blade." The Prima Pater nodded, and several paladins rushed forward, taking the Archimandrite from the Black Sentinels and carrying him into the Prima Pater's tent. The matriarch gestured for Katiam and Asenath to follow. As they came into the tent, the Archimandrite was being laid out on a bed, having already slipped back into unconsciousness. Katiam moved to his side and stripped his gray robe to his waist. His right arm was blue. It did not have the appearance of frostbite, but still appeared blue, as though he had placed his hand in a vat of dye, and after days it had still not washed clean. It faded the further up his arm it went. She turned to look at Asenath. "Beard frost?" Asenath nodded. "Well done, Katiam." "And what is beard frost?" the Prima Pater asked. Asenath opened up one of the copies of her book, leafing through it. She came to a spread that showed a drawing of a plant. The stems below the flower drawn in blue, tiny hairs drawn along the leaves. "Prima Pater," Asenath said, "beard frost is a plant that blooms in the lowlands of Redot. Even in the hottest parts of summer it has fuzz growing on it that looks like frost. Its touch stings and leaves the skin feeling cold. The apothecaries of Redot have learned to refine it into a venom that, when used, makes the victim feel icy and numb. And of course it also turns their skin blue." "What do you make of it?" "The Archimandrite did not fully succumb. It obviously crept up his arm. Had it crept into his heart, he would have died. The blue will fade over time. However, I've heard recovery takes as long as a year. But he will have permanently lost the use of that arm. He will always be tired and an invalid." Katiam heard a sob and turned to see an older female monk standing in the doorway. Asenath continued, "I suspect he'll be awake at the most for only a handful of hours a day. That is, after he has recovered." The matriarch escorted the other monk closer. "Please, Nefer, tell us your name." "I am Kiri Lant. The Archimandrite, myself, and the late Gregor Hans are the ruling council of the Nefarans. It seems it falls to me to take leadership now." "Very well," the Prima Pater said. "Once the Archimandrite awakes again, we'll discuss that. For now, I would like to hear your account of things. It bothers me that you felt you needed to hire mercenaries to escort you to find us. Where are the paladins of the Bulwark Fortress in Birin?" "We do not know, Prima Pater," she said. "Our message runners told us that the entirety of the Bulwark paladins rode out toward Lime 2 weeks before we left. They had not returned. When this servitors arrived, he made the point that we had to make quick time and leave to catch up with you before winter fully set in, or we never would." "Perhaps he was right. Winter is fast approaching. If you had not caught up with us now, you would never have until Menfulha. But still, did you not receive our message requesting you join us in Menfulha? We sent it over a year ago." "We did not. We heard that you had come to the continent, but as you had not sent word, we assumed you would eventually make your way to visit us." "That is a reasonable assumption. Except we did send messengers. This disturbs me." The Prima Pater turned and left. Over the course of the morning, Kiri shared the events of their travels, of the attack by bandits, the doubling and then tripling of the Black Sentinel Guard, and the professional, albeit aggressive, nature of servitors. She kept her comments about the Sentinels curt. She would not speak ill of them, but she never came out and said she liked them. They were mercenaries. That was the fact. But why they needed validation by the heads of several churches did not make sense to her. The Archimandrite came to for a time in the afternoon and ate. At one time, all were excused, leaving Dorian, his wife, and the Archimandrite alone. When they came out, the Archimandrite joined them. He already looked better. His voice cracked as he spoke, but those near, the monks most importantly, could hear him. "I feel weak, but I am doing well, and I am told I have made it through the worst. Please listen to what Dorian, the Prima Pater, has to announce." Pelmoran smiled, but slumped down onto a seat offered to him. "My announcement is simple," the Prima Pater said. "The monks have always had 3 leaders, 1 Archimandrite and 2 counselors. Archimandrite Pelmoran has chosen to appoint Kiri Lant in his place, voluntarily stepping down to act as her counselor. If all here are in favor, she will become the temporary Archimandrite until she can return to Birin for a general election of her peers. As second counselor to the Archimandrite, he appoints the revered Crag Non. If all present agree, it is made truth." The monks all nodded and bowed their heads in compliance. The Prima Pater then stepped forward to address the rest of the congregation. "We have made a rather regretful decision, though, that not everyone will agree with. Some of the sisters will be staying behind now with Pelmoran so that he can make the trip north at his own pace. The rest of us will continue on. It is regrettable that we must do this, but it is important that we reach Menfulha before winter makes travel nearly impossible. Lastly, we wish to address the Black Sentinels, servitors. We thank you for your services rendered. You have completed your contract and are released from duty." Cern stepped forward. 2 sentinels stood behind him. One was the blonde sentinel who had ridden into camp with the monk, and the other was taller, with scruffy black hair pulled up in a loose tail on his head. "Prima Pater, thank you for your kind words. However, you will find that the contract we started with the monks of Nefara does not conclude until we safely deliver them back to Birin. We are sworn to protect them as bodyguards throughout the winter and until they are returned. We thank you for thinking kindly to release us, but we are duty-bound to continue. You will find us good company and able camp fellows." The Prima Pater turned to another paladin, who was looking over a parchment sheet and nodding.
"Very well," he said with resolve. "We accept you into our camp. We leave at dawn."
Chapter 45, Interlude. "I recall the late-night walks you were known to take when we were younger," the paladin said, coming out of the woods and approaching the black-cloaked figure standing in the middle of the snowy plain. The 2 moons overhead cast eerie double shadows upon them both. "You probably ought to have confirmed who I was before you spoke," the figure said. "What if I was someone else? Do you want someone to report you for breaking your vow of silence?" The figure turned and looked at the paladin. "Shroud," the paladin said. "I know your silhouette well enough. Frankly, I didn't expect you to come riding into camp. You've taken the mantle of Cup now that the old Cup is gone, yes?" "Yes." "They say that he died in his sleep. That is not the case, is it?" "He almost succeeded at separating his shade from his body without it killing him. It is a difficult thing to do. Regardless, you were able to recover it afterwards. I performed the preparation of his body for the catacombs myself. I collected his shade quill and interred it into a book. Good. I'd hate to have lost his intellect, even if he wasn't as smart as you or I. How long ago was that?" 4 years ago. I understand your company came through Baroni and Bortali. Did you speak with Dusk?" "Yes. He's made the rank of Pater Minoris, heading the fortress in Wakely Seor. That will suit him. He'll bring many to the cause there, I suspect. Not until he can free himself of the distraction you've given him." "What is that?" "He said he knows you have made a living shade, and when I saw you ride into camp, I could tell yours was not with you. You finally accomplished what I taught you." "This is true. Had your mentor succeeded, we 3 might be the only people in history to have done it. It has given me the perspective to accomplish so much more, no longer fettered as I was." "Such as?" "As you did not share what you had accomplished until you had proven to yourself it was so, I will share what I have done when the work is completed." "Very well. I imagine we'll not have a chance to talk again until Manfulhar." "Until Manfulhar," Shroud said. Cup turned and walked away, back into his vow. Part 6. Chapter 46. Something Wrong. The Holy Knight made offers 3, safety, promise, accord. He left the other 2 behind, but found Knight spoke no word. Left he the Knight at ford. The Traveller. Hanen envied the paladins their 6-legged Sleipnirs. The Prima Pater had convinced the monks to take the seats in the carriage despite their tradition of walking, while the paladins and paladames rode alongside them. This left the Black Sentinels to walk on foot. He shouldn't have felt that way, but he did. The Holy Orders only furthered the implication that they were holier than those around them, holding their own morality above the rest. Despite the incident with the roadside bandits, it had been going well. The head monk hadn't died, sleeping most days away in the carriage, and when rumor came that they were only a short ways behind the paladins, Rallia and the monk Soraya had taken a Sleipnir and rode ahead as the heralds. The other sentinels that had joined from Birin, and those that later came down from the home base of Lime, were stoic and minded their manners. None of the sentinels would risk bad manners in front of those who would speak ill of them to the goddess, or might speak well or ill of them in the afterlife. But now the paladins, ever holier than everyone else, dampened the mood of the Black Sentinels simply by looking down on them from atop their mounts. The early snow that fell through the trees on the road to Bremham lightly dusted the ground and made the tracking of fresh food easy. The paladins adopted a simple schedule for the sake of the monks and their ailing archimandrite. They did not travel long each day, setting up camp before dark each afternoon, providing more than enough time for the Black Sentinels to range out and bring back kills. There wasn't enough meat to feed the entire company of over 70 people, but it improved the stews the paladins' provisioners prepared and offered the Black Sentinels some ingratiation with their hosts. At Bremham, a smaller town with a thriving lumber trade, the paladins, paladames, and monks found their way to the local paladinial bastion. Hanen was glad to find a large enough tavern with the other Black Sentinels, away from the watchful gaze of the armored Holy Knights. It wasn't that he worried about himself. He didn't consider himself to be someone who strayed from any paths of morality. but the others around him needed time to be themselves. It looked like most inns found in the northern countries. The common room was wide, encircled with benched tables, and a large hearth at one end. Half of Hanen's tankard of ale was already empty. The rest of the sentinels were already carousing, barmaids sitting on several of their laps. Ophidia had stepped down off a table, gasping for breath and red in the face from the jig the musicians by the hearth had just finished playing. Ophidia threw herself down on the bench next to him, winded. Cern sat nearby at a table of 5 others, laughing and smiling. 2 more musicians had shown up and were preparing to join the first. It would get loud, and quickly. Rallia dropped into place across from Hanen, a wooden chest in front of her. She opened the top and placed out 4 wooden cups, and then flipped the chest over, the open back engraved with squares. "We haven't played a game of Edifos since we left Eddy City," she said. "You 2 used to play that every time you came into the tavern in Sul," Ophidia said. "Do you want to play?" Rallia replied. Ophidia shook her head. "I've never gotten the hang of it." Cern came over and sat next to Rallia. "I'll play," he said, grabbing a wooden cup. Ophidia rolled her eyes. "All right, I'll play, but not for money." "Just a friendly game," Rallia said, smiling. Hanen took a cup himself, and the 4 of them poured out the contents, flat glass beads in front of them. "You go first, Ophidia," Cern said, pointing to the white markers in front of her. She took several of the markers and placed them down in one square near the middle. "I thought you said you didn't know how to play," Hanen said. "Barely. Was that a good move?" "It's an aggressive move," Rallia said, putting 2 yellows out near her own corner. Round the 4 of them went, placing until the board was populated, and Ophidia took her first move, attacking into Hanen's quarter, removing a single piece. "Now, we need to assign some lookouts," Cern said, splitting up a square of 3 pieces to spread out across an invisible line between his quarter and Hanen's. "I don't trust the paladins to keep to the agreement." "You think they'll try to take off without us?" Hanen said. He pulled his red pieces away from Cern, inviting the Sentinel commander to come into his zone. "I don't see why they wouldn't, if only to test our mettle. Might not even be in the next several weeks, but I don't want them getting away from us." Rallia didn't move any pieces and took advantage of her lull, adding extra pieces to several of her own territories. She looked up with a satisfied smile. Ophidia continued to punch her way into Hanen's quarter, while Hanen continued to consolidate backward into himself. Cern didn't seem to have taken much of the bait, and continued to build up defense against Hanen's own area, while also keeping a watchful eye on Rallia, who continued to ignore the 3 of them, adding seemingly random pieces to her quarter. The shift was sudden. Ophidia watched in sudden realization as Hanen's pieces, heavily built up along her outside flank, suddenly pierced her quarter, leaving her stretched and surrounded between Hanen and Cern. She looked at each of them and then to Rallia, who shrugged, her own army a bloated fortress. Cern watched the piercing invasion of Hanen's and Rallia's forces, boiling out into Ophidia's territories and his own. Ophidia struggled as her own force was split into 2, and she was pressed by all 3. She was all but ousted from the game, allowed to continue only because Cern's own move was as savage as Hanen's turn on Ophidia. His forces, now solidly controlling the middle of the board, began to expand each way as Hanen and Rallia pressed their forces into the periphery. Hanen and Rallia watched in horror as he did so. There was a look of astonishment on Cern's face when all that remained of Ophidia's pieces made a last-ditch effort and attacked into Cern's territories. His response was swift and brutal, and she was very quickly ousted from the game. But he realized all too late that his efforts had left him controlling all of Ophidia's original territories and none of his own. Hanen and Rallia together shared the rest of the board. Cern began to laugh. "You both herded me into a false victory." Rallia gave a sheepish smile. "To be honest, we've tried this before, but against less experienced opponents, it never works, because they end up making some other mistake and we complete the game with a victory." "Do you mean no one wins?" Ophidia asked. "It's a 3-way tie," Cern said. "They used you to beat me into this position. I took the bait and took your territories, and they took all of mine. I have the strongest position, but if either of them moves against me, they will lose." "And if he attacked either of us," Rallia said, "he forfeits, as we both work together to defeat him and push ourselves into a stalemate with each other." "I don't understand," she replied. "Basically," Hanen said, "this is a rare circumstance where if we proceed, the game will go on until dawn. We've reached the point of maximum pieces, and no one can gain the upper hand." "It's rare," Cern said, "but its rarity is very, very satisfying." "You're not mad they walked you into a trap?" "Not at all," Cern said. "Disappointed I didn't win, sure. But the knowledge that these 2 play so well together makes me wonder what a one-on-one game with either of them would mean." "You've played all your life, have you?" Hanen nodded. Our father taught us, and he said he learned from his grandfather. He never shared much about his grandfather, only that he was one of the best at ediphos in the world. That's a bold statement. His grandfather was said to have learned it from Fozabaka himself. Your great-grandfather fought in the Protectorate Wars? Cern asked. That is really all we know of him, Rallia said. He was tutored by Fozabaka, and when our father would press him about whether he ever beat his own master, he avoided answering the question. He didn't, Cern said. How do you know? Because I learned from Fozabaka's other student. He told me that no one ever beat Fozabaka when he brought the game from Eddie to the Protectorate Wars, before his son, General Itriem Fozabaka, became the founder of the city that bears their name. But his two students did, one time, accomplish what you just did, the false victory. Rallia rose. Where are you off to? Hanen asked. I'm not that tired, and like you said, Cern, someone has to take the first watch to ensure the paladins don't leave without us. Good girl, Cern said. I don't think they'll leave, Rallia replied, but everyone here is probably in less of a condition to watch than I am. She turned, took up her cloak and staff, and walked out of the inn. She has a deep sense of responsibility, Hanen said. Got it from her mother. Oh, she had a different mother, right? My father married a girl from one of the Utuk tribes, from the Botali forests. She died when I was born. They say I look just like her. He found a wet nurse for me, Rallia's mother, the daughter of a paladin. The paladins paid off debts my father owed in return for him running their poor kitchen in Guru, and marrying her. Where is your father now? After he apprenticed us out, he sort of disappeared. I'm not sure where he is, but I'm fine without him. He was unlucky. You and Rallia seem to have turned out all right. You certainly impressed me when I met you. I feel like that was just luck. No, it wasn't luck. You and your sister proceeded to set up a network on a highly trafficked road. Why was no one else doing this? Satan, why haven't we Sentinels ever done anything on this scale before? I wondered the same myself, but I'll admit, I thought to stop the caravan because I wanted to find a way to fulfill contracts quicker, to rise faster through the ranks. Why? Why what? Why did you want to rise in the ranks? I don't like owing anything to anyone. My father always owed someone something. Don't get me wrong, I'm grateful you gave us a place in the Sentinels, but I have always felt as though I owed you for giving us the opportunity. Well, consider any debt you owe me paid off. I'm grateful for you backing me up here. It seemed like a good idea at the time. What about now? I think I understand what you're about, but I think we could also be getting ourselves in a bind with the paladins. We're a thorn in their side right now. As you say, they'll want to get rid of us. You said yours and Rallia's grandfather was a paladin? Just Rallia's. I understand that. But still, perhaps you could pass this information on to a paladin or two. Get friendly. It can't hurt us. In the meantime, we'll continue to hunt for food at night. Providing good meat for the company should continue to earn us plenty of favor. The paladins did not try to leave before the Sentinels joined them the next morning, nor the one after that. The road out of the forest continued to be a peaceful one. They entered the northeast plains of Mandur. The wind drifted the light snow across the landscape, and the clouds above kept the sun from melting it away. But the walk was not too cold, and the wild animals had not yet decided it was time to hide away for the winter. They neared the foothills of Kersania's Massif. The paladins sent on a scouting party to go and meet with the bastion that was said to sit at the base of the mountains, guarding a steep and narrow climb to the top.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 47, Truths. Are not all things from above? Did not Aben and Wiv stretch out their hands, empowered as they were by the existence, and make our world of Kallattai? Our worship is to follow the instruction of our God. By our obedience, our God gives glory to He that is. Sayings of Saint Masson, Book of Sages. The arrival of the monks and mercenaries had been jarring to the entourage, but they had adapted, slowing their pace to accommodate the blind Neffers. They neared Kersania's Massif and began their approach to the green grove bastion built up against the nearly unassailable slope into the Massif, guarding the dangerous back passage to the top. An eerily peaceful place, the sun barely touched the moss-covered ground through the dense ebru trees, and the stones of the tiered complex of buildings were soft and green with inches of mossy loam grown over their surfaces. A pater minoris came out to greet them, bowing humbly. "Prima pater Muir," he said, "welcome to my humble bastion." "I had not had the chance to come here since I was a boy. It seems little has changed." "I pray you consider that a good thing," the pater minoris said.
There are few places I have ever experienced such a peace. He turned and looked around at the grove. I recall the guest house to be large and accommodating. Commander Vitores, your sentinels will find it very suitable, I should hope. A brother Primus stepped forward to guide the black-cloaked sentinels away. Shall I show your company around, or shall we first find you situated? Let us see to the needs of the Nefers, and, to that same purpose, the rest of us. The Beta Minoris gave a bow and turned to lead them into his bastion. Jined accompanied Nicole, assigning cells to each paladin. The Chrysalos took the choir hall as their own, while the unused infirmary became the common room for the Nefers. Let me show you to my own office, the Beta Minoris said. No need for that, Beta Minoris Averin, Dorian said. Perhaps the chapter house might be of the same use to me. Very well, Averin said. I'm curious how a Beta Minoris bearing a bead of the vow of pacifism has only the one name, and to that, a name I recall from my own past. Averin smiled. My father and his father before him had the same name, and both had taken on the vow of silence. My grandfather served alongside you in the Protectorate Wars. And your mother did not think to give you a second name, even her own. My mother was a simple woman, of deep religious leanings. She preferred only to name me after my forefathers. Devoted to Grisona she was. Brother Averin, Dorian said with a smile, was one of my closest boon companions. Tried to give his life for me on 3 occasions, but Nefara never came to take him from us until he was the ripe old age of 60. I was 4 when he passed away, the Beta Minoris said. I've got 10 more years to reach his age. May Grisone bless you to surpass your grandfather's ripe age, Dorian said. Thank you, Prima Beta, Averin said. Let me show you the chapter house. For the size of the bastion, Callahan muttered to Dorian, I'm surprised this is not a fortress. As a place of peace and respite, Dorian said, I think it's often preferred to stay that way. It is no larger than it was when I came through here in pursuit of the girl who would one day be my wife. There are many rumors of how that came to be, Nicole said, although most consider the story to be hearsay. I've heard many of the rumors and stories surrounding that, Dorian said. While they are mostly true, some of the more romantic portions are overblown. I didn't pursue her out of love. Her father asked me to chase her down and bring her back to the farm, on the promise that he would force her to be my wife. But Grisonia had other plans for her, and Grisone for me. The chapter house was also sizable and probably once housed 5 times the 30 paladins now stationed at the Green Grove Bastion. We hold chapter here every 2 days, Beta Minoris Averin said, and we did so this morning. While I'd break tradition and call for a special chapter tomorrow, perhaps given both your need of rest and the considerable number of brothers here who have taken the vow of prayer, we might stick to our habits and ask you to lead the chapter in 2 days? I would be honored, Dorian said, and I agree. I'd rather not upset the cart for my fellow prayer paladins. Dorian turned to the company, the Pater Segundi, and their assistants. A day of rest tomorrow is a wise thing, I think. Please check that those under your command are well situated, and then see to your own rest. I think I'd like to go for a walk with my wife in the grove now. No need for any of you to attend. Nicole gave a salute and turned with Jined and the Herald Amalyalis to leave and find their own cells. At dawn, Jined was awakened by a quiet rap of Etienne returning from the bathhouse. Pater Secundus Nicole has asked that you meet him in the chapter house, Etienne said. Jined nodded and quickly pulled on his brown robe and gorget. His armor sat on the stand against the wall. He pulled his belt on to make sure his hammer hung comfortably, and then proceeded through the haphazardly planned bastion. Nicole sat near the front, looking over a book on a stand. He glanced up and smiled at Jined as he approached. Take a seat, Brazstein, he said. Nicole finished running his hand down the page he was studying, and then nodded to himself as he closed it. The Matriarch Superioris has requested we stay here a week. Somehow a message was sent up the frigid mountain to their oracle, and she is awaiting a response. As it will be dangerous to travel to the oracle until spring, it is important that we wait here. This will put us well behind schedule. We're already behind schedule, Nicole said, but the Prima Beta thinks this won't hurt anything. What can I do to be of assistance? Nothing. I just wanted you to know. I do want you to go out and have a look through the grove, though. 2 of the Black Sentinels were seen sneaking back to the guest lodge early this morning. They claim it is normal. They also say they saw a large nest of furies in the trees. Please verify this and look for signs of their truthfulness, or lack thereof. I will, Jined said. If it is one of the Clouws, one of them is known to rise early. Very well.
I'd still like you to go and look. The ancient trees seemed to grow in planned lines, and each step on the loam was silent. He became aware of another figure walking parallel to him. Jined stopped in his tracks, but did not turn sideways. He felt the figure approach from behind. Jined felt his heart begin to beat rapidly. He had awaited this meeting ever since he had taken his second vow. "Brother Hammer," Jined said as he dropped to one knee and bowed his head. The figure came around to stand in front of him.
"Why do you bow, Brazstein?" "Because you are no paladin. I understand that now."
He could see only the figure's feet, and looking closely saw that they might be perceived as boots, but indeed they were part of him.
"Look up now, Brazstein. No pretense, no speaking in scripture."
As Jined looked up, it was as though seeing Brother Hammer for the first time. The armor was embossed and had lines of scripture written across it, but it was in a language he did not know, yet seemed to understand regardless. The hammer that hung on his hip was no hammer at all, but instead nothing hung there. A void that merely suggested a hammer. Jined's eyes came to the gorget and did not look further.
"I dare not look you in the eyes. I am not worthy."
"It is true. You are not worthy. But still, I allow you to look. Look at me."
A hand touched Jined's chin and lifted him to stand. Jined stood taller than him. Then a finger lifted his chin, and he was forced to look into Brother Hammer's eyes. His eyes were blindingly white, and the light of creation was in them. In a moment's flash, he felt guilt fall away. His past was erased, and only the Jined of now stood there.
"Now you are made new."
"Grizone."
"My God," he said, as he fell once more to his knees, weeping.
"Rise and walk with me."
Jined stumbled to his feet, laughing and crying. I'm sorry. It's overwhelming, being faced with the divine."
"I imagine it must be."
Jined gained control of himself, and laughing between sobs, said, "To think I've been talking to you like any other paladin this whole time."
"That is how I prefer to talk to anyone who prays to me."
"I can only imagine you have something important to say to me," Jined said, "but I have to ask the question. Why me? Why not someone more worthy, such as the Premapater or Nicole Guess?"
"Because you asked that question. Do not think I haven't appeared directly to Dorian. I have, but that was many years ago, during the time you called the Protectorate Wars, and I have other plans for Nicole. I will visit him in due time. What is most important to me is that I visit you."
"But why? What is coming?"
"I don't know. I asked you to speak with the Paladins. Did you?"
"I have not been able to."
"Perhaps the second vow contributes to this. Regardless, I suppose it may not be too late yet. Strive to do so. In the meantime, I have more important tasks for you. You must continue on the path of deeper faith."
"Further still?"
"There is no faith that is deep enough. Yes, I request of you a deeper faith. I cannot make of you what I wish if you do not submit. If you pray to me, I will answer. Not perhaps in word, but when I am elsewhere, I can still imbue a power in you."
"You speak of miracles."
"I do. Not that I haven't seen them done, nor read of them in scripture, but miracles have not been part of my training. The so-called training of miracles is pointless. Either I answer a request or I don't. But you, Jined Brazstein, I have chosen. If you have a need, I will answer it."
They walked along in silence for a stretch. Jined glanced over occasionally to see if he still walked alongside him. "Why did you choose me, though? Of all the men in the world right now, why me? A murderer, an entitled son, and father of a bastard.
Why do I need a reason? I chose you. Stand up to the call I have made, and do as I command."
"Yes, my God. I will obey."
"Very good. It has been difficult for me to come and meet you since that day you took the second vow, or perhaps even since we first spoke at St. Hamul."
"Difficult?" Jined asked.
"Yes. I cannot explain why this is so, but something moves among your company, something I cannot perceive. When you came to this glade, I was encouraged. This is a holy place, yet it feels defiled."
"By this thing that makes it hard for you to visit?"
"No," Grizone said. "Something else still."
Jined looked up and saw minuscule figures moving among the branches. A few turned and looked with taut faces and smiled with bared fangs. They were Furies, the smaller cousins to the Wyloth, and the entire branch the Furies clung to writhed. Hundreds, if not thousands of them swarmed across the branch and each other. "That is not normal, is it?" Jined asked. "Not usually. But the cold is coming," Grazone said. "I do not pay much attention to the creations of Wiv. When I am in a pensive mood, I much prefer to observe my own avian creations." "But they are not what causes your issue?" Jined asked. "I'm not sure," Grazone said. "It's odd, I'm sure, for you to hear a god such as I speak this way." "It is," Jined admitted. "I shall seek counsel with the Primipator. I may have to go and visit the judge to see if he knows of this." Grazone turned and touched Jined's forehead between the eyes. "I will see what you see now, and I will answer you from afar if you call." There was a flash of light, and Jined was left alone in the glade. He glanced up at the Furies again, shuddered, and turned to go back to the bastion. A sense of awe sat over him, along with a sense of quiet dread. As he approached the bastion, a pair of paladins walked arm in arm with one another, empty buckets hanging from their other arms toward a well. Jined watched them walk away, and thought to go immediately and find the Matriarch Superioris and tell her of the message Grazone had given him those months before at St. Hamul. And then he shook his head, not wishing to interrupt her own peace and quiet. He touched the satchel at his side, and a shiver ran up his spine. The thought of going and speaking to her suddenly went away. "Another time," Jined said dully. "There is no other time," a wry voice said. Jined spun to see Dane slowly approaching. "What?" Jined asked. "Give no thought to the fragile sex," Dane said, "nor give them your time, lest it become a bondage." "I ought to take a look at what books you're reading," Jined said. "I fear the translations you and your sect of the chaste mind are studying are misleading." "How dare you?" Dane sneered. "What I speak is scripture." "I believe you are quoting Brother Brel Lorvad. His work was lost to the Acolans and returned after the Protectorate Wars, of which there are several various translations, none of which agree. I read them when I was choosing my first vow, and the verse you quote is only from one of the translations the rest disagree about." "I read them all. They do not disagree." "The oldest of the translations reads, 'Nor give over thought woman, lest time spent pondering them becomes prison.'" "In what way," Dane said, "is that different?" "It does not forbid time spent in service to them. Paladins serve mankind. Women are, by definition, included in that." "I believe that by serving man, we allow them to be greater and serve their own wives. It is not my responsibility, nor in my good conscience, to serve them." "Perhaps it will be best then, after this journey, that you find a way to avoid them altogether," Jined said. "Maybe in Manfulhar, Nikal should assign you a task that ensures you never have to see another woman as long as you live." "I should be so fortunate," Dane said with a sick-looking smile. "Far be it from me to put you in a position where you might feel tempted," Jined chuckled. "Tempted?" Dane scoffed. "Hardly." "If you are not tempted, yet show so much contempt, why are you so hateful of them? It goes beyond reason, beyond your vow." "My past is none of your concern. A second vow or new rank does not preclude you to know me." Jined held up his palms in defense. "I do not consider myself better than anyone. I only ask." "Don't." Jined nodded and watched the hate-filled paladin march away, angrier than he was before. Chapter 48. Awakening. The path of Abin, the purity of Grisonia, the wisdom of Lezek, the faith of Grazone, the justice of Nefara, the cultivation of Kazne. The members of the White Pantheon seek the peace of all. Question your leaders if they speak in any way contrary. Yanul Dornanson, priest of Abin, burnt at the stake in Onte, Oron. Greengrove Bastion had been expecting them. The paladins in attendance had already prepared their rooms and seen to their needs. The evening had been a quiet one, and the silence of the grove continued into the morning. The evening before, the primus of the bastion had brought a small wooden box to present to the matriarch. It contained a single crystal petal from the oracle in the mountains above. The matriarch had used it to scry to the Chrysalos temple. The return message was vague, conveying that they wait, and so the matriarch had asked that they wait. "You have demanded very little," Katiam reminded the old lady. "If a woman of your age, and his wife besides, asks for a pause, in a country much less suited to late autumn travel than one of warmer climate, he can afford to oblige." "Aren't you ornery today?" Madame Muir said. "I hate to see you fret," Katiam said. "He could have left me a Parian tour in the first place." "But he didn't."
That is true, and I've made it this far. How many 94-year-old women do you know who can make a trip of this length?
95 next week, Auntie.
Is it really that soon?
I don't know any other women who have made it to 90.
Sister Perag.
Katiam looked at her quizzically.
You said you didn't know any others who were 90. She made it to 102.
Then you have a ways to go to beat her. The matriarch moved the sheets and sat up on the side of the bed.
Don't bother with the medicines today, she said. I'm feeling good.
Nonsense, Katiam said. When you find time to rest is when sickness can most easily creep in. Drink this. Maida took the cup offered to her and hissed through the bitter taste. Then she stood up.
Let us go and see this grove the others are talking about.
Once they were dressed, they walked toward the entrance to the bastion, only to be met by the Pater Secundus, Nicol Guess. I'm afraid you won't be able to go out without an escort, he said.
What is this nonsense, Nicol?
The matriarch demanded. There seems to be an unusually large swarm of furies that have appeared in the grove. They haven't caused any real trouble, but they are furies, so they might.
The matriarch turned around, grumbling. Come along, Katiam. Let's go find a place at least to set up a sitting room for the other sisters.
4 days later, Katiam prepared an afternoon meal for the matriarch in the bastion's kitchen before a knock came to the outer door. The paladin provisioner by the hearth wiped his hands on his apron as he walked to answer it. A figure stepped in, bundled against the elements in fur, with a white veil over her face.
I've come from the oracle with a package for the matriarch,
she said in a thick accent. Katiam hurried over. Hello, I'm Katiam Barrow. I'm an attendant to the matriarch. Can I lead you to her? The veiled sister nodded, and Katiam led her through the complex. The matriarch looked up with a smile as they entered. Dorian seemed to be in a good mood, mirroring the look.
You must be from the oracle,
the matriarch said. The girl in the veil almost floated across the room, kneeling before the old lady.
I am Sister Elda Hlan, and I was sent to deliver this to you.
She delivered a small wooden box and offered it over to the matriarch superioress. A pink glow came from within as Maida cracked the lid. She nodded.
When do they expect you to have delivered this?
The oracle is expecting to commune with you tomorrow at dawn.
You've done well, sister. You should rest now.
Thank you, matriarch superioress.
What is all this? Dorian asked.
Maida sat back in her chair, the wooden box now on her lap.
Within this box is what we refer to as a sconce bud from the Dwale. It will allow me to speak with someone who sits in attendance at the Bloom. I can convey information to the oracle there. Then they can also send a message to the oracle near Parian Tour.
The Prima Pater stood and offered his hand to help his wife stand.
I suppose I should leave you now to speak with your sisters. Perhaps I'll go to the Archimandrite and see how he's doing.
He gave Katiam a nod and then left the room.
Katiam, will you see to it that the sisters meet with me in the chapel at dawn?
Katiam turned to the other door leading out into the room given over to the chrysalis. Sabine sat at a table with Asenath, looking through Asenath's botanical book. Katiam recognized the image of a plant root meant to encourage fertility. Sabine looked up, red-faced, as Katiam stopped several paces away. The matriarch wishes us all to gather before dawn tomorrow. The oracle delivered a sconce bud. We'll be able to speak with the oracle atop the massive, as well as send messages to Parian Tour. Sabine rose, turning several pages in the book. I'll make sure the others know. I was going to tell everyone. I'll leave you to whatever you were doing. I'm happy to, Sabine said, turning and leaving the room quickly. Katiam watched her go. I take it you saw? Asenath asked. Yes, Katiam said. As a physician, she need not be embarrassed by me knowing, and I won't bring it up. I think as a friend, almost a sister, it does embarrass, regardless. Do you think you'll be able to help her? There's no way to know until it works or doesn't. Have you kept the Rotha in a warm place? Yes, Katiam said, patting the satchel at her side. It will be good to arrive in Manfulha, where you can provide it a more permanent place for observation. Before dawn, Katiam arose and helped Maida Muir through her morning routine in silence. They arrived at the chapel to a circle of women, yawning but quiet. Katiam sat next to the matriarch superioress, holding the Rotha in her lap, as she often did when the chrysalis met.
My sisters, the matriarch said,
drawing their attention to her.
As we have arrived so late to Mandur, we cannot make the journey to the oracle at this time of year. Most certainly not from this side of Chrysonia's Massive. And thus I sent a message to the oracle above us, and we have been answered in the form of Sister Hlan.
The veiled woman half rose and then sat in response.
We meet here now with a sconce bud brought down from above to this vale, a grove of trees planted by our own sisterhood before the pogroms, and cared for now by the paladins of the bastion built here. It is fitting, then, that we shall commune with the oracle above by way of this bloom in the midst of this sacred place. We shall be prompt in our messages, but each shall have a moment to hold the bloom and ask what you will." The matriarch opened the wooden box held out by Sabine Epona. She pulled out a glowing piece of crystal formed into the shape of a rose bloom, which undulated faintly with light. Over time it would fade and the petals would drop off, each collected for use in various ceremonies in the sisterhood. She held the crystal bud and kissed it. It seemed to bloom with more light. "Oracle, are you attended? This is the matriarch superioris, Maida Muir." After a few long moments, a voice resonated from the rose, matched by the wavering of its light. "Matriarch superioris, the attendants of the oracle hear you. Please speak your words." The matriarch smiled and looked at the women around her. "Let us proceed." Each woman took the crystal in their hand in turn and spoke words into it. Asenath sent word to one of the women who had been sent to Periantor from the college, providing words of encouragement, while Astrid sent a message to her parents, confirming to them that Killian had died. Finally, it came to Katiam. She took it cupped in her hands and then paused. She put her hands down to rest over the Ratha. The pink glow of the bloom seemed to undulate erratically. "Is something happening?" the voice from the crystal rose asked. "The dwale is flashing with light, bands of light." There was a pop that Katiam felt in her lap. She lifted the crystal only to find it was attached to the Ratha by a single vine. She took the Ratha in her other hand. The seam had cracked open, and a sinewy tendril had unfurled and writhed its way into and around the crystal bloom. "Matriarch superioris?" the voice asked again. "Yes," Maida said, with some awe in her voice. "I believe that concludes what we wished sent. We will see you again when we reach the oracle after we've been to Manfulhar." No more voices came from the rose, but all stared in awe or had half risen to get a closer look. Asenath leaned over Astrid's lap to look closer. "It opened?" she asked. 4 more tips were sticking out of the pod seam. It seemed not to move, but had completely bound itself into the crystal bloom. The light from the crystal began to fade, and small fissures had begun to form. "I've never seen a bloom fade so fast," Sabine Epona said. "It's as though the Ratha is taking strength from it," Asenath said. "What do we do now?" Katiam asked, looking around. She held the 2 things, now intertwined with one another, not sure how to even hold them. "I don't think there's anything you can do," the matriarch said. "We can find a better way to carry it, but I believe you've discovered how to make the Ratha grow. Now you can just watch what it does." "I agree with the matriarch superioris," Asenath said. "I'll help you in any way that I can." Katiam sat in her cell. The Ratha laid out on her blankets. It had done nothing more. Someone had brought straw from the barn, and Asenath had promised to bring soil and moss from the glade. She was scared to bury it in dirt, where she could not see it, and care for it as she had. "If you're just a seed, I have to treat you as such," Katiam said. "But then, why do I care? You're just a plant." There was a skittering sound that came from the corner of the room by the straw. Katiam stood up and took hold of a broom. The small movement of the creature shooting along the wall caused Katiam to squeak. Then it leapt up onto the bedpost too easily. It looked up at Katiam with malice. "You filthy little fury," she scolded, brandishing the broom. "Get out!" She swung the broom down on the post. It dove across the bed, opening its arms and gliding to the opposite end. It hissed a squealing little noise and then leapt back again, soaring to the wall and clinging to the stone. It climbed up and to the ledge of the window. It looked back and scowled before jumping out. Its shadow streaked away and then was joined by another, then 2 more. Soon, shadows flashed past the window out of Katiam's view. She caught the sound of a scream and recognized it as Asenath's. Her breath caught in her chest. She took up the Ratha, placing it in her satchel before throwing the satchel over her shoulder, and ran out into the hall. Sabine Epona came flying out of her own room in a panic, swatting at her head. As she spun, Katiam caught sight of a pair of little wings as something clung to the back of her hair. Astrid came from her own room and took hold of Sabine and pushed her up against the wall, face first, and then reached up and took hold of the little fury in her gloved hand and pulled it away, bringing a tuft of hair with it and a startled scream from Sabine. She flung the creature against the other wall, and it fell still. The 3 of them rushed down the hall and out the side entrance to the glade and froze in disgusted horror. Thousands of creatures swarmed in the air, encircling a single figure in a whirlwind of wings. Katiam could not make out the person who stood there, flailing and trying to shake free the attackers.
but the shovel in the freshly dug earth next to a pot, and the screams of panic coming from the figure told Katiam it was Asenath. A figure fell down through the trees and landed nearby. He had his back to the bastion, but stood stark naked. His back was covered in a coarse orange hair that ran a trail to the tail covered in the same fur. His legs seemed slightly elongated. Longer still were the arms. The hands could touch the ground, and the slender fingers had skin stretched between in crude wings.
"Severn?"
Sister Hlan said, as she came out to stand with them. In reply, the creature turned and looked at them. He wore a crown of Wyloth skulls, with another necklace of smaller skulls around his neck. It was no Severn, but looked like some form of monstrous human made into the parody of man and Wyloth. It was the creature that had attacked them in the mountains, the Deathless King.
"Enough!"
the creature barked. The storm of wings that surrounded Asenath flew away to land on nearby branches, and she collapsed, panting.
"Sentinels!"
the creature said. It almost sounded like a question. Asenath was covered in countless scratches and bites. Her eyes were puffy and couldn't focus on the creature standing over her. "Get back," Astrid said. "Get the others back inside and go and tell the paladins. I will retrieve Asenath." Katiam nodded and turned to start ushering the others inside. She watched as Astrid strode forward. Sister Hlan walked alongside her in her furs and veil, as did Lafa Nasil, a veiled paladin in full armor, who had joined them in Mundi. She had less to fear from the scratches. Katiam and Sabine moved to the door as the three of them retrieved Asenath and dragged her toward them. "Take her to the infirmary," Katiam ordered. "Astrid, please go to Pater Minor's Averin and see if he has any additional ointment stored away. Grief talk will be best." Chapter 49. Fallen King.
"The woodland speaks unto the trees. Fall, for the ground must be covered, and to the skies billow and drop your white. And spring brings forth the flowers. The trees gladly sing their beauty, and in summer they take in the fire of the sun." Unknown Kavili poet.
"The others are starting to get argumentative again," Rallia said. Hanen looked up. The black sentinels were spread out around the stable, lost in their own thoughts or looking around furtively. One of the new sentinels who came down from Lime with Cern was nursing bite marks across the back of his neck. They had been holed up for 5 days now. When they sent the sentinel across the grounds to the bastion to ask for news, they had been assaulted by a cloud of pests and had fallen back into the stables, but not before he saw a figure that seemed to walk naked and unscathed by the fury storm. The paladins had sent no word. Either they had left without the sentinels, or were themselves locked behind their own doors, as they avoided the vermin plague. "How long could we stay here?" Rallia asked. "As long as we need to," Hanen said. As if in reply, there came a knock at the door. Nobody moved. They just looked up and stared. Rallia turned and approached, reaching out tentatively. Then she paused. "State your name." "Sarai Aladit," the voice replied. Rallia jerked the door open and pulled the girl in with as much force as she slammed the door shut behind her. She had her cowl pulled up over the top of her head, to either mask who she was or protect her from the Furies. "What are you?" she said. Rallia shushed her and put her ear to the door. Then she turned to the monk. "How did you make it here without being harassed by the Furies?" "My order's been discussing it with the Prima Pater's entourage for over a day now. It seems they will not touch we Nefarans. This has led us to believe that the creature that seems to lead them is from Khos'ran. The Mad Gift Giver has traditionally forbidden his people from harming Nefarans." "Gorzioni stated he'd met Khos'ran," Hanen said to Rallia, stepping up to join them. "He was a sentinel who escaped imprisonment several months ago." "Why have you not come to tell us this?" Soraya asked. "Because when one of us tries to leave, the Furies assault us." "We assumed as much," Soraya said. She held out a package which Rallia took from her. "Open it." Rallia undid the bundle, revealing 2 Nefaran robes and cowls. "What is this?" Rallia asked. "The means for you to come to the bastion." "Why?" Hanen asked. "Because that creature out there, Gorzioni you called him, he's been asking for the 2 of you, and the Prima Pater wants to know why." "How will these robes help us?" Rallia asked, as she held up the blindfolds. "Neither of us can walk blindly." "But I can," she offered. "If what we assume is correct holds true, the Furies won't attack you if you look like a Nefer." "You'd best head out there," Cern said, approaching the 3 of them. "But make sure to come back with a plan. I'm not living out the rest of my life in a stable." Hanen and Rallia pulled on the robes, and then came back to the entrance. "Rallia," Soraya said, "put your hand on my shoulder. And Hanen, you take your sisters." Hanen put the cowl up over his head and then situated the blindfold across his eyes, before finding Rallia's shoulder, which lurched forward as Soraya tugged them out into the veil. There was an eerie silence all around them. The smell of the mossy loam was tainted by an underlying fecal aroma. The silence was occasionally broken by a chirp or random screech, and the air did not move, save for the occasional whip of wind as a fury fluttered past their heads, to which Hanen could not help but duck. The 100 yards to the bastion seemed to take half a day to reach, and his heart pounded in his chest. When they reached the door, he heard it swing open. Someone took their arms and pulled them in. As Hanen took his own blindfold from his eyes, he saw Rallia remove hers with a gasp for breath, as though she'd held it the entire walk across in fear.
"Here's some water,"
a paladin offered. It was the large Jined Brazstein. He held out 2 water skins, which Hanen took, and held the second out to his sister. "Are you all right, Rallia?" Hanen asked. Rallia nodded as she drank. "I did not like that. If one of those nasty things had landed on me while we walked in the dark, I'm not sure what I would have done."
"When you are composed," the paladin next to them said, "I'm to escort you to speak with our leaders."
They both followed the big man as he turned and began walking down the hall. They came to a set of double doors, standing open to the chapter house within. Members from all 3 holy orders sat grouped together near the front. The 3 Nepharan leaders sat on one side of the stage, with the primapator and his wife, the matriarch superioris, on the other. All but the Nepharans turned to watch the Clouws walk down the aisle. Rallia made a holy sign of Grzone, more out of habit than anything. Hanen kept his arms to his side, not sure what else to do with them. "Welcome, Clouws," the primapator said. "Hanen and Rallia, I believe." Hanen nodded, while Rallia smiled. "I'm not sure what you were told, but do you understand that this creature outside has been asking for us to give you up?" "If what we've heard is true, Gorizione's his name," Hanen said. "He was once a Black Sentinel." "If you would be so kind as to explain more of this," the matriarch said, "we should like to remedy the situation and be on our way to Manfulha. But it seems this forsaken storm of furies will not let us leave." "As I said," Hanen began, "Gori was a sentinel. He traveled with us on our caravan up and down the length of the continent, from Guru to Edi, several times. But on this last trip south from Guru, he took matters into his own hands. We placed him under arrest and delivered him to the Duran authorities." "And what was it he did?" Acting Archimandrite Kirilant asked. "He used some sort of attractant to draw a Wyloth infestation into our camp. He claims he had hoped that by then driving the Wyloths away, the merchants we escorted would be ingratiated to us." "Then what happened?" the primapator said, rolling his eyes. "I escorted him to Amsterdam," Rallia offered. "There I turned him over to the authorities to take to Birin. It was the last we expected to see of him." "But it wasn't," the primapator said. "No," Hanen replied. "When we were in Birin, we discovered he had escaped and was living in a back alley with hundreds of Wyloths surrounding him, calling himself the Wyloth King. Along with some Vaturas, we went to confront him, and he admitted that he had been given a gift from the gift-giver, control over Wyloths, but he had also given up his humanity. He had grown a tail, and his arms elongated. By the time we had driven him and the Wyloths off with fire, he leapt up into the air, the taut skin under his arms giving him the ability to fly. He flew off with licks of flame still scorching him. And now we're here," the primapator concluded. "Now we're here." The primapator pursed his lips and sat back in his seat. His eyes rolled toward the sky in thought. He looked back at Hanen. "What would you propose we do, Hanen Clouw?" "Torches," Hanen said. "Torches? That's how we fought them off in Birin. I assume Furies are just as afraid of torches as Wyloths are. And may I ask why you haven't used torches yet? In the past 5 days, I mean." "Primapator, our commander, Senvaturs, told you we needed very little. Because of this, we've had nothing but what we walked here with. This includes the 5 torches we had for the 20 of us Black Sentinels. Secondly," Rallia added, "the ancient grove here is likely very flammable. The leaves started turning before we arrived. And the third thing," Hanen said, glancing over to Rallia, who chuckled, "there are too many Furies. The Black Sentinels cannot handle this alone." "It is always hard to ask for help," the old man said, "especially when you feel that the thing you face is your own fault. However, this is not your fault. You did not make this Wyloth king. He made himself." "We still feel like he's our responsibility, though," Rallia added. "That may be the case," Dorian said, "but we will still offer our aid. The creature has been coming out to holler at the gates every few hours or so. I suspect he will be arriving again soon."
Perhaps we will take the two of you out to meet him under armed guard. Nicole, see those preparations are made. The rest of the paladins will form a second circle of torchbearers.
Prima Pater, an older paladin nearby said. Yes, Pater Secundus Pierre. The brothers who had taken the vow of pacifism cannot assist you with torches. But you can pray. This seemed to satisfy the old man.
And my paladins?
The matriarch asked.
The guards will prepare to fight, and the other paladins will form a ring of torches. Your sisters will keep torches lit and prepare to attend to wounds, if they should occur.
Medamir scowled.
We will do more than that. I expect you will. But I do need your paladins to meet those needs I spoke of. You can also oversee the Nefarans delivering torches to the Black Sentinels. That will need to happen immediately. Please convey the importance that when the battle begins, they charge from their stables and form a flank. Past that, the sisters may do what they will.
The matriarch was still scowling as she rose. The other women rose with her to leave. Hanen caught out of the corner of his eye the matriarch stopping at the door to speak to 5 women in full armor. They nodded and went in a different direction than the other, along with a shorter, rounder girl who served as the matriarch's personal physician.
And what do you mean for us, if you're going to escort us as offerings? Rallia asked. You'll be under our protection, the Prima Pater said.
That won't do us any good against the Furies once the fighting starts, Hanen said.
Then what would you have us do?
I don't know, Hanen replied. But I don't like that we're being walked out into the middle of a swarm of Furies just to talk to a madman.
No one is ever fully ready for a battle, the Prima Pater said. All we can do is prepare, and when the fight starts, act according to the plan until that plan doesn't work anymore.
Everyone fell silent in their own thoughts for a long time until word came back from his sister that the Sentinels had been provided torches. Cern had conveyed that the Black Sentinels would act once the Paladins did. Prima Pater rose.
Let's prepare to face this Wyloth king.
Katiam moved excitedly around the room. She almost dropped a glass jar of grief-dark ointment as she turned to apply it to Asenath's wounds. The girl was still irritable, but none of the bite marks showed any sign of serious infection. Then the matriarch told the paladins to damn the consequences and plan to go by another door to help the paladins in the battle.
And how will you help? Asenath slurred.
The medicine she had prescribed to herself left her groggy but dulled to the painful marks that covered her body. I don't know. The matriarch thought I might come ask you if you knew anything about Furies.
I'm a botanist.
Yes, but you're the only woman properly educated in the physical sciences. Asenath did not reply, but stared up at the ceiling. Katiam continued to apply the ointment.
Has the Ratha done anything else?
Asenath asked. Done anything? Katiam replied.
Has it grown, moved, anything?
No, Katiam said. Not that I can tell. The crystal bloom it's attached to has gone dull. I've been to the Oracle near Periantur. The crystal buds in the wall have more life in them when nothing is happening than that one does now.
Interesting,
Asenath said.
Does it mean the Ratha is parasitic?
Katiam scowled at herself. She shouldn't, but she felt offended that Asenath would call her Ratha a parasite. She took up the grief-dark ointment on a gloved hand and began to apply it. A small portion of it touched her wrist, and she immediately felt the numbing beginning.
Grief-dark,
Katiam said.
What?
Asenath asked.
Grief-dark,
Katiam confirmed.
We could use grief-dark on the Furies.
What do you mean?
I think we could use grief-dark mixed with ale or something else to stop the Furies in their tracks. I need to go find the matriarch.
Most paladins pulled cloaks on over their heads, stuffing cloth into their gorgets. Loic and Kavian were using rags to tie their boots and leather gauntlets closed. Dorian stood nearby with as little protection as Jined.
Prima Pater,
Jined said, approaching the old man. Would you like me to find you a cloak?
That is not necessary, Dorian said. Grisome protects.
Jined nodded. I was thinking the same thing. The paladin guards held their hammers in one hand and an unlit torch in the other. The paladins who had taken the vow of pacifism walked down the line with a bucket of oil, dousing the top of each torch. The Prima Pater did not take one for himself. He turned to the standard-bearer, Valer Caton.
My old friend, I ask you to stand outside the bastion, but I understand if you cannot go further with us.
It will not cause harm, even to the smallest creature,
Valer responded.
I understand.
The Clouws approached. Both now wore their black cloaks over their shoulders, brought to them by the Nefaran monks. Rallia had a short staff in her hand, stout clubs mounted to each end. Of the two, she looked the strongest. Hanen, on the other hand, was gaunt, with scraggly black hair tied up on top of his head, with eyes that took in the whole situation with a degree of suspicion.
We are ready,
Rallia said.
Very well,
the Prima Pater replied. Prima Pater, Hanen said hesitantly, why are you doing this for us?
Doing what exactly?
Helping us. It's been apparent you don't want the Sentinels along with you on this trip, yet you're risking your paladins to help us.
That is a good question, Dorian answered, and one that has several answers. First, let me say, I have not been opposed to your company of Black Sentinels joining us. I have been opposed to your leader's personal reasons for doing so, but that does not reflect on you personally, only on him. Secondly, we paladins are the protectors of mankind. This monster was sent from Khos'ran. We will face it, and we will fight alongside you because your lives are in danger. But those are simple answers. There is a much more important reason I am helping you, and that is because of who your father and grandfather were.
Hanen opened his mouth to speak, but Jined noticed Rallia elbow him into silence.
Your grandfather was Primus Jined Brazstein, who served in some capacity in Garou for many years. His own son-in-law was your father, Marn Clouw. Our Pater Secundus peer heard your name and recalled what information we gleaned while in Garou. Did you know that Marn Clouw's service to the impoverished spent more money than any other mission on the entire continent?
I apologize for that, Rallia said.
The Prima Pater put up a hand, smiling. No, please don't apologize. You misunderstand. He is to be commended. No mission has done more in serving humanity. He wasn't even a paladin.
We have deep roots with the paladins, Rallia said. Our father's own grandfather was a paladin.
Oh, was he? What was his name?
I'm not sure, Rallia said. He rarely mentioned it.
Anyway, Dorian said, sighing, I'm doing this as repayment for what your father has done for the destitute. So let us meet this Wyloth king and dethrone him. Open the gate.
Jined walked out front with Valer Caton, who immediately took a step to the side by the door and readied himself to close it once they had filed out. When the Clouws stepped out of the bastion, the forest roared with a cacophony of shrill sounds. Each paladin that passed through the door lit their torch by the lone scribe who stood by with a sconce of fire in his hand. The sun was starting to disappear behind the trees. A fury swooped overhead, then threw itself away as someone swung a torch at it. A few more tested their courage against the flames and failed. A great gush of wind and shadow flew over their heads. It turned sharply into the air and then stopped, flapping its massive wings over them before it dropped the 30 feet to the ground. The forest behind the figure fell silent.
I wondered if you would do as I ask,
the creature said. His mouth, an elongated maw filled with fang-like teeth, made it harder for him to speak. What is it you want? Hanen asked.
I think that has been made abundantly clear,
Gori said.
I want you. I want you to say that I was right.
About what, Gori? Hanen asked.
About my bringing the Wyloths to our camp to impress the merchants.
You were wrong, Rallia said.
Do you know what the punishment for poaching is in Duran?
Gori said.
Because that is what I was to be charged with. Naked exposure in the stocks for a week. Being treated as the lowest of the low. Treated as a vermin. And now I am the king of the vermin. King of the Wyloth, the Savern, and the Fury.
And I see you're as naked as you would be in the stocks, too, Hanen said.
That doesn't matter to me anymore.
We've discussed it, the Prima Pater said, and I've decided that you will leave now.
The Wyloth king shot the old man a scowl.
No.
The Prima Pater waved a hand, and Yurgon Opona stepped forward, revealing the gold skull of Gold Eater. Gori cringed back, his yard-long fingers crossed over his body. Jined stepped out to stand beside the skull. He glanced over at Dorian, who gave him an approving look.
Grazone, guide my hand, Jined muttered under his breath. Be my guide.
He raised his hammer in front of him as a faint glow began within the metal. It started to glow the faintest of blues, and then grew brighter. He let out a startled laugh at the sight, and then narrowed his eyes at the Wyloth king.
You may be the chosen one of that dark god, but I was chosen by Grazone. I challenged Gar Talosh, and today I challenge you.
You can all suffer if you won't give me what I want.
Gori flapped his wings and leapt up into the air, screeching. The cacophony of the woods broke, and like a brown wave the small furies surged forward. They filtered around Jined, avoiding the light of his now brightly glowing hammer. The other paladins held their torches up and formed a circle. A battle cry rose to their left as almost 20 black sentinels charged out of their stable, torches in each hand. They dove into the swarm, their flashing flames catching the creatures alight and smacking them away with wide, sweeping strokes. A moment later, the cries of the paladins came from the right. There were only 5 of them, but they held in their hands glass vials, which they threw in an arc across the swarm. The glass broke, and a cloud of blue billowed out and then disappeared as it was absorbed by the Furies. The women stopped in their tracks, and a moment later, a large area of the cloud of winged creatures suddenly fell out of the air and onto the ground. The other Furies fell back into the woods, startled. "What was that?" Prima Pater called out. "Grief dark," a paladin answered. "We're making more as we speak." Behind them, 5 more women rushed out and gave the women each a flaming torch before retreating. The 5 armored paladins now held a torch in one hand and a mace in the other, standing side by side with the paladins. The black sentinels looked eager to rush forward. A few of them were stepping on the little creatures, who had no defense as they lay numb on the ground. One of the sentinels began to dart out from the line. "No," their leader, Serviturus, shouted. "Stay here in the clearing. No need to start a fire." From the sky, the Wylloth king dove down and knocked the torch free from Cern's hand. It spun out and into one of the trees, catching the dry leaves easily. Gorzioni flew away again, screeching out his satisfaction and rage. Cern took up his crossbow and shot wildly, and then dropped it, taking out his 2 hand axes and charging into the woods. One of the black sentinels ran off after him, while the others stopped and stared at the fire that was quickly spreading from branch to branch. "I was hoping to avoid a fire," Dorian said, "but it looks like the gods have other plans." "Bring axes," Pater Secundus' guest shouted. "We have 3, a nearby paladin said, "to cut up those branches that fall." Nicole shot a look at the Prima Pater. "There's little we can do. Sentinels have hand axes. Give them permission to cut down trees that have not yet caught. We can build trenches and throw water on the fire, but we will probably have to fall back to the shelter of the bastion and hope we survive the night." "Prima Pater," Jined said. He was still holding his glowing hammer in his hand, looking at it in awe. "Yes, Jined." "What should I do?" "Take the initiative. Go after the creature." Jined nodded and turned to Loic and Kavian. "Will you come with me?" The twins nodded, and they turned and charged into the woods alongside him.
We hope you are enjoying this story. If you are, don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.
Chapter 50. Aspects. The green hills he walked upon, like mountains to the man. With no life to go back to, new vistas now open. Climb on the road and wend. The Traveler. Hanen raced to keep up with Rallia, who charged ahead into the woods, in the direction Gori had flown as the torches lit the tree on fire. The others looked on in horror as the ancient grove began to burn. Bursts of light lit them from behind, and Furies rained down on them in small spurts, having lost their courage and numbers to whatever the paladins had splashed across the flood of vermin. They came to a clearing, swatting at the small shadows that came every few moments, and looked around. The only orientation came from the growing wall of flames and the cries of dismay from those trying to prevent it from spreading further. "What do you want to do, Hanen?" Rallia shouted as she turned around, trying to decide which way to go. "Leave," Hanen said. "We don't need to stay here. We could just leave." "How can you say that?" Rallia asked. "The Prima Pater has already sided with us. The least we can do is continue to help. Maybe Gori can be stopped before he causes any more damage." "Then what? We continue marching forward so we end in Manfulhar and not be paid?" "If we leave, we won't be paid either," Rallia said. "Yes, but then we won't be stuck up north during the onset of winter. Either way, we need to decide now. Those trees are catching fast." A gout of flame shot out as the winged form of Gorzioni flew through the flame line into the sky. He was looking to make his escape when he swept over the 2 clouds and reeled around. As he circled, he cackled, and then fell through the canopy to hit the ground in front of them. He stood tall, his wings unfurling around him. "Looking to run away from your problems again, Clouws?" Gori scoffed. "We were looking for you," Hanen said. He held up his hand. "Perhaps we could make a deal." "No deal, Clouws. Only your death." He flapped his wings at them, providing a gust of wind that his Furies rode upon toward them. Rallia stepped out front and began to spin her staff in wide circles, deterring many of them. Hanen swung his torch in wide, slow arcs, but it seemed to no longer give the creatures hesitation. He dropped the torch onto the moss and drew another hand axe. The fire now lit the area easily. He could feel a bit of warmth coming toward them through the trees. He swung wildly at Furies and pressed on towards Gori. "I wish you could see what's happened to you," Hanen shouted. "What you've become." "I've become something greater." "You're a monster now," Hanen replied, "and you've become so by choice." "I am a necessity," Gori said. "I tried to help you in your caravan, and you disgraced me." "You disgraced yourself," Hanen corrected him. A cry of rage came from behind the Wylloth king as Ophedia came charging out of the woods. She held a long plank of wood, As she neared, she swung it around, leveraging it from her shoulder. It glanced a long scratch across the membrane of Gory's wing. The creature screamed in anger, but fell back. Ophidia advanced, and Rallia lunged forward herself, her own weighted staff shooting out and hitting Gory in the shoulder blade. Pressed from both sides, Gory shot looks of anger at both and made to launch up into the air. Hanen reached back and then flung his axe at the monster. The blade spun in the air and caught the wing flesh, slashing through. Gory cried and then leapt, his wing tearing open as he tried to gather wind. He spun in the air once and fell to the ground. The Furies rushed from every direction and covered him in a writhing mass. Hanen, Rallia, and Ophidia watched in horror as the mass stood. Then the bodies of the Furies sloughed off his frame, falling dead to the ground. In the growing light of the burning forest, Gory looked healthier than before. His long wings spun out and struck Ophidia. She cried out as she fell to the ground. Hanen could make out blood falling down her cut forehead and into her eyes.
"You see," Gory said, "there's no point in trying to stop me."
"I see a very good reason now,"
said a voice that came from next to Hanen's shoulder. Hanen startled and shrunk back with a shudder as coldness passed up his back. Where he came from, Hanen could not say, but the figure wore a thick black cloak that seemed to undulate.
"You again?"
Gory said to the newcomer.
"Why do you continue to hunt me? What have I done to you?"
Gory huddled back from them, taking several steps away.
"You have information I need,"
the figure said. As the figure moved forward, Hanen realized in the firelight that the blackness was seeping from the actual cloak the figure wore. At moments, the black swept away like smoke in the wind, revealing a cloak of mail, except each link was the color of bleached bone and rattled as the figure moved.
"What?"
Gory said, panic rising in him.
"What do you want to know?"
"How did you meet Khos'ran?"
"Why? Which god are you? Or which god do you come from? The deceiver."
"No," the figure rasped. "I come from no god, but I intend to kill each of them in turn."
"I don't know how to find the gift giver. He came to me. He had been with me for several days before I knew who he was."
The figure now stood in the middle of the glade. A tree 25 yards into the woods exploded in flames. The dark figure turned in surprise, and the blackness of the cloak seemed to peel away, as though it wanted to escape the coming fire. That moment of hesitation gave the Wyloth king all he needed. He screeched, and out of the trees nearby a new onslaught of Furies pulsed across the glade toward the Clouws and the newly arrived ally. In response, the darkness of the cloak seemed to open up into a net of blackness, the sound of rattling bones filling Hanen's ears. The Furies hit the net and were flung away with soft little impacts on the loam. The black figure stepped forward, undeterred by the creatures. He walked toward Gory, who took steps backwards toward the dark tree line. He looked at Hanen, keeping a wary eye on the figure advancing on him.
"This is all you're doing. You could have let me be and none of this would have ever happened. No promise from Khos'ran, no bonding curse, no fire, no death-enshrouded seeker hunting me."
The black figure now stood over the gibbering Wyloth king. He reached out with a hand and touched his shoulder. Gory screamed.
"The champion of a god. You're as close to a high priest as I'll ever lay my hands on for one of the black coterie. You might even complete the cloak."
"Stand down," a low voice shouted. Hanen turned to see 3 paladins step out into the clearing. Jined Brazstein stood between the twin paladins who never spoke. In his hands, his hammer still glowed a soft blue. The figure in the undulating black cloak turned to see the paladins. He stood tall as though ready to defy them, and then visibly sighed. Then he turned and ran off into the woods. "Gory Zioni, you are charged with endangering humanity."
"Ha!"
Gory laughed nervously, relieved to be rid of the figure.
"I answer to no one."
He opened his wings again to take flight. Jined Brazstein held out his glowing hammer.
"No more running, Zioni."
Hanen saw the paladin take a single step forward, and he was suddenly next to the Wyloth king. His hammer came down on the creature's knee, and then came back up and took him under the jaw.
"You're a frail shade and a heretic,"
Jined growled. The creature rolled over onto his back, holding an arm across his chest in defense.
"You're charged with protecting humanity," Gory spat. "Yet you would kill me."
He tried to back up across the ground, but Jined put a firm foot on his chest.
"You ceased being human long ago when you made a promise to your dark god, binding yourself to him."
"Then what does that make you, bound by your own god by vows and chains?"
"It doesn't make me anything. I'm still just a servant."
"And I'm still a king.
Gori said. The flood of furies that came from every direction must have come from every corner of the continent. Their numbers were countless, and the sound of their screeches threatened to burst Hanen's ears. Someone took hold of his arm and pulled him to the ground.
"Cover yourself!"
Rallia shouted next to him. The press of small bodies rushing towards king and paladin went on for an eternity. The screeching continued long after the last fury flew past. Hanen peeked out from under his cloak to see a writhing, screeching dome of brown where Jined had been standing over Gori. The twin paladins nearby clutched each other and looked at the mass with a revulsion across their faces. Hanen saw they had crouched together over the form of Ophidia, who was now sitting up and staring blankly at the scene. There was a moment of silence, and then a glow came from inside the dome. It grew brighter, and rays of light broke through the cracks between the bodies of the Furies. The fire continued to burn across the forest, yet the light that formed inside the Fury pile was brighter still. The Furies picked up their screeching once more, rising into a crescendo that met the scathing brightness, which seemed to hurt them as much as it hurt Hanen's eyes. The light went dark for a single moment before there came a bright blue explosion. A wave of ash blew out from the center and across the entire forest. Several of the nearby trees that were burning blew out like candles, although they still smoldered and threatened to catch again. Jined stood in the center of the glade. His armor had an afterglow that now faded slowly to nothing, along with a diminishing glow in the hammer in his hand. All that remained of Gori Zioni was a pile of bones. Jined reached down and picked up the skull. There was nothing human about it any more, and even without flesh clinging to it, it seemed to leer in anger. The twin paladins helped Ophidia to her feet and then came to stand in the middle as Hanen and Rallia looked at the skull in Jined's hands. "What happened?" Ophidia asked. "You charged out of nowhere," Rallia said with a smile. "You looked like Unia when she climbed on top of the manticore. I didn't want that fear that froze me then to stop me now. It didn't work, though. You're fine, though," Hanen said. "And Gori is gone." "Where is Cern?" Rallia asked Ophidia. "We took off into the woods together to hunt for Gori, but then the flames rose, and Cern said we had to get back to help put out the fire. Not long after that, he ran ahead, and I got lost." "We need to get back to help those at the bastion," Jined said. "I just hope that we're not too late to stop this fire." Chapter 51. Aftermath. The lamp lit your way, and the watchers guided you. But ye have faith, for when root rise up to hinder you, and bramble reach and cut you, when thorns seek your blood, and darkness cut off all light, you shall place your next step assuredly. The Quatradox, number 3, Canto 47, 18-21. The forest blazed with light. Prayers sat on Jined's lips as he muttered for help and guidance. He raced on and watched as the distance between himself and the twins lengthened. Kavian had wrapped a loose cloth around the girl's head and held her hand as they ran to ensure she didn't trip from either blood in her eyes or from lightheadedness. Loic's hand moved quickly, reciting their own prayer for speed over and over again. Jined came to the edge of the forest just as the Clouws, the girl, and the twins disappeared into the bastion. The line of sentinels had shovels in their hands, or were using their axes to dig a trench side by side with paladins and the Sisters of the Chrysalis. Dorian looked up, saw Jined standing there, and wiped his brow. He glanced up into the sky, nodding to himself. He turned down the line and shouted, "Paladins, to safety! Sentinels, retreat to the bastion!" A black sentinel next to Dorian stood and stretched his back out. He pulled the black cloak that he had tied around his face down and shouted, "You heard the Primapator, to the bastion!" He ran up to Jined. It was the sentinel commander, Cern Vaturas. "We have tried to fight the flame long enough to see everyone out of the forest. There was a burst of light, and then some of the fire died down for a moment. Did the Clouds make it back? The girl? If they were all you were waiting for, then we are all safe. Please take this and make sure that it goes to the bastion vault. The twins taking care of the girl will know where to take it." Cern nodded and took the charred skull of Gori from Jined's hands, walking to the bastion. He and Dorian were the last to enter, save the old standard-bearer, Valère Caton, who had not left his post. Jined turned and watched the forest burn. He turned back to the bastion and waved for them to go in without him. Dorian nodded and closed Jined outside. "Grzone," Jined whispered. The flames froze where they stood. A soft golden glow stood next to him. "I have answered," Grzone said. "You see what I see," Jined whispered, "and I will command as you wish. Then please end this destruction. This grove should not perish.
This is the best that can happen for these trees, actually, Grazone said. Their nuts will sprout best after a fire. If you tell the paladins of this bastion that, then they can cut down the forest and plant it anew. They can plant its rows further out. They can sell this rare wood and make a fortune. In 10 years' time, this could be another paladinial fortress, built out to where the forest now stands. If that is your will. Yes, Grazone said, but one step at a time, I think. You saw all that I saw. Yes, the creature was a vile thing, but it is gone now. But you also saw the figure who was facing that monster alongside the Clouws? What figure? If you saw through my eyes, Jined said, then you must have. He wore a black cloak. All sentinels wear black cloaks. This was different. Tendrils of black shadows whipped from it, like smoke, like... His words faltered, and he felt sick thinking about it. That is not something I know, Grazone said. I know what you say is true, but I did not see it. Is that possible? Jined asked. I do not know. I must think on this. A moment later, the air was sucked from Jined's lungs as Grazone left, and the flames simply ceased. There was no smoke in the air, but the crackle of wood cooling in the cloudless night gave Jined a momentary shiver as he turned and walked toward the bastion, disturbed that there were things his god did not know. Katiam helped Asenath to her feet, and together they walked the halls to the door that led out into the grove. The blackened trees reached for the sky like hands clawing at the midday sun. A line of sentinels, both men and women, laughed as they worked to chop down the trees under the supervision of an older paladin. The fires stopped just shy of the last row of trees, Katiam said. The Primapator gave the order to fell the entire grove save those that did not burn, and the nuts are being gathered to plant beyond what was the grove in the spring. Jined Brazstein told the Primapator that the fire loosened them and they will sprout now. How did he learn this? His god told him. The knowledge of how to plant an ebru nut was lost with the planting of this grove, Asenath said. The nuts do not come free of the tree without tearing them in half, and now they are just littering the floor of the forest. That answers another mystery almost as old as the Ratha. Katiam fell silent, and they walked out amongst the trees. Is the Ratha safe? Asenath asked. What? Katiam asked. Her hand shot to touch the satchel at her side. It was still there. Well, of course. I have it with me always. I think we ought to put it in soil. I do not wish to cover it up. It is covered now, sitting in your pouch. It needs nutrients to grow. You must give up sight of it so it can flourish. A seed planted is lost until it comes through the soil. We'll build a strong box and keep it strapped to one of the carriages where the sun we ride under can touch the top and warm it. You know more of plants than I do, Katiam conceded. And you know physical ailments. I should like to return to my bed now. I'm tired. I need more grief talk ointment. Good thinking using the grief talk against the Furies. It worked because they were so small. I'm just sorry it wasn't enough to stop the fire from happening in the first place. Yes, Asenath said, but then a new forest couldn't be planted and a new chapter begin. A knock came to the door. Rallia leapt to her feet and opened it, admitting Ophelia. She had a proper bandage over the cut on her forehead now, and she smiled. They say it might not even scar, she said. That's good, Rallia offered. I came to ask if you had seen Cern. Some of the sentinels are asking to speak with him. They want to know what's next. What do you mean? Most of them don't want to stick around to Manfulhar and want their pay, so they can leave. I think the fire took the wind out of their sails. I haven't seen him since the doors to the bastion were shut. She turned to leave. I'll look elsewhere then. Are you going to stay on? Rallia asked. No reason not to, she responded. And you two are good company, even if bad things happen around you. Rallia closed the door behind Ophelia. Are we bad luck? Hanen asked. What do you mean? Rallia replied. Bad things do seem to find us. No, I think life just happens around us. If we're going to protect people on the road again, after Manfulhar, things are going to happen. We're far from unlucky. You can count only one person who has died under our watch. I suppose. Still, a lot does happen to us. We won't know if we lock ourselves away. Best to keep going. You mean so we can lock ourselves away in Manfulhar? Hanen asked. We'll have plenty to do, I'm sure. Though I suppose that depends on what we decide we're going to do. What do you mean? Hanen asked. We haven't really talked about the plan for when we get to Manfulhar. Hanen sat silently for a long time. Rallia waited patiently. I think we spend the winter planning out another caravan. One from Manfulhar to South Iran. That's what I thought you'd say. Rallia nodded. I'm going to go out for air, Hanen said.
Just be back inside before it's fully dark. The paladins want everyone kept safe from the last angry little fury still in the area. Hanen nodded and walked out into the hall and then to the side door. The thought of sequestering himself in a strange city and planning out another caravan was growing on him, but the thought of the paladins stealing his opportunity to stop Gory by himself soured his mood. He stepped outside and pulled his hood up against the cold. The smell of ash hung in the air as the light continued to fade behind the mountains that rose up directly behind the bastion. The claw-like hands of the blackened trees blinked in and out of view behind swirls of flurrying snow that now danced across the frosting ground. As he walked, Hanen felt his past slipping off his back, and the burden of the future settling squarely on his shoulders. Epilogue. Cern raised the hammer a third time and brought it down on the hollow spike. It cleanly punched through the bone between the eye sockets. He put his foot against the skull and wrenched the piece of metal free. The plug of bone came free of the metal rod. He caught it in the air, held it up, and then turned to the dust-covered table. Sitting upon it was a long cloak made of bone-colored chainmail. "What are you doing?" Ophelia asked from the doorway. Cern sighed and placed the circle of bone down. "I'd hoped to remain by myself, if you don't mind," he said. "I've been looking all over for you. A few of the sentinels are talking about leaving, not continuing on to Manfulhar." Cern turned and looked at the girl. A small smile played on the corner of his lips. "I really don't care if they leave. I'll remember them when the time comes. Are you leaving too?" "I wasn't planning on it," she said. "What is that?" She was pointing to the mail on the table and the new piece of bone next to it. "I'm collecting something. A token." "From that creature? Why, you weren't there when he was killed." "Wasn't I?" She walked over and touched the mail cloak. "How did someone even make this? Each link is solid." "It's hard to do," Cern replied. "You made this?" He nodded. "Why?" "To kill the gods." Ophelia let out a long laugh, and then let it die off when she realized he was serious. "Why would you want that?" "Because they toy with us. I discovered a way to make something that wasn't part of any of their plans. Not the gods of the White Pantheon, nor those beholden to the Deceiver." "My finding out is not good for me, is it?" she said, shrinking away. "I'm not going to hurt you. Others I might, but not you." "Why? You have a thing for young women?" Cern chuckled. "It's not that." She pursed her lips. "What does it do?" "Let's find out," Cern said. She joined him at the table. He took the hollow spike and pulled back his sleeve. He pushed on the other piece of metal, which still had small bone shavings on it, and drew blood from the back of his wrist. His arm was covered in small scratches and scars. "You do this every time?" "No. Sometimes I was able to use the blood of the one I took it from, if it was fresh enough." He then took up a single chain link and set it on to his new cut until it was covered in blood. A blackness came up out of the minor laceration and covered the link. Then he lifted the link slowly, attached by the string of black on his arm. "And that?" she asked. "A portion of my shade. It's latching onto the tentative grip Gory's own shade still has with this world. It means Nefara has not yet come to claim him. We're not too late." He placed it on the very center of the cloak. The black of Cern's shade spread out from the single link to others, and they seemed to shiver and make space for the new one. A moment later it subsided. The new link had joined with the others. Cern sighed and took up the cloak tenderly, pulling it over himself. Out of each circle small tendrils of black seeped out. A bigger one shot out of his chest. Cern wrapped his hands with the cloak edge and took hold of the thing, like grabbing a hot pan with a woolen mitt.
"What is this?"
A voice rasped from nowhere, yet all around.
"Are you Gorezioni, the Wyloth king?"
Cern asked. His voice had dropped to a lower register, and it sounded as though he spoke through water.
How dare you?"
"That's what I thought. Welcome."
"I still live."
"If you can call it that."
"Then I am still his deathless beast,"
the voice said with some satisfaction.
"You are as close to a high priest of Khos'aran as I can manage right now. I didn't trust the solid gold of that Vol skull to do the trick. Now let's see what you can do."
Cern let go of the shade, which began to scream in rage. The window, high above the storage room, burst open, and a wave of furies flew in and swirled around Cern. They clung to him, shivering and screaming, then suddenly fell dead at his feet. A moment later, and hundreds of small shade threads burst out from the bone mail. The faint screeches of furies hung in the air.
Now go away, Cern said.
I do as I please.
No, Cern said to the shade of Gordzioni.
You do as I please.
Cern took the cloak off his shoulders, and the blackness suddenly receded into the bones again. How did you do that? Ophidia asked. I will tell you more, if you wish to know. Once we're in Manfulhar, I am 2 links away from completing the Cloak of Bones. You can help me, but you will not hinder me. I won't tell, Ophidia said. You're one of the first people to show me decency. You helped me out of that bind in Messina and gave me something to do with myself. Good girl, Cern said. Now let's not speak of this again until I choose. Ophidia nodded and turned to leave. She closed the door, leaving him in the dark. Cern pulled out a book and placed it on top of the cloak. Opening it, he took out a quill and drew blood from his still bleeding wrist and touched it to the book. The red disappeared. A line of words suddenly bloomed to life, the words screaming expletives across the page. No need for that, Cern wrote on the page, the paper lapping the red up as he wrote it. I take it you've recovered?
I was out for a week after you did this to me,
the words read.
But I still live. I've never been more uncomfortable.
It's never comfortable, Cern wrote.
I'm not that far from you,
the words said. Oh?
I've been trailing you since you entered Mandur, but my appearance would be an issue for the Primapater.
Then plan to come to Manfulhar a week behind us. I want you to return the rest of my shade to me. No words bloomed in response. Vanguard has made his move, Cern wrote. He absorbed the paladins of the bulwark. I expect he'll be moving over the course of the winter to stake his claim over Mandur.
I'll find an inn by the water and send a message for where to find me. What will you do now?
I plan to break the paladin leadership, Cern wrote, even if I have to murder the Primapater myself. The End. To be continued in Volume 2 of the Kallattian Saga, Bone Shroud. This is Andrew D. Meredith. We hope you've enjoyed the production of Deathless Beast, Volume 1 of the Kallattian Saga by Andrew D. Meredith, published by Games Afoot LLC. Musical composition of Hills of Poramerias by Barrett Finken.
You've been listening to Golden Griffin Press channel. We hope you enjoyed this production. If you did, please like and leave a comment to let us know what you enjoyed the most. Don't forget to subscribe so you never miss out on future stories.